Welcome to the second day and the third session of the 7th edition of CUTS-CIRC Biennial Conference on Competition, Regulation and Development, organized by CUTS International and in partnership with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, European University Institute, and Overseas Development Institute. These sessions have been organized to deliberate upon a few macro and micro issues to crystallize the path for an inclusive and resilient economic recovery, with a focus on the Global South. Our theme for today's session is e-commerce as a vehicle for inclusive global economy. The vast potential of e-commerce has brought with it a digital divide. In such a scenario, what will be the contours of an inclusive e-commerce ecosystem? To discuss this and other attendant features and possible solutions, we have with us an eclectic group of panelists. With this, I would now like to introduce Mia Mikik, the moderator for today's session. She's a trade economist with a keen interest in sustainable development. She's a member of the Friends of Multilateralism group and is currently an advisor for the Asia Pacific Research and Training Network on Trade. She's also a visiting fellow at the Institute for Euro-Asian Studies, the Faculty of Economic and Business, University of Zagreb, and a research fellow at the Waikato Management School, the University of Waikato, New Zealand. She's a director, Trade, Investment and Innovation Division in United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific from 2017 to 2021. Welcome, Mia. We have Jay Gulish, who leads the US-India Business Council Digital Economic Committee, Media and Entertainment Committee, and Privacy Working Group. He has been instrumental in promoting digital development in more than 20 countries over his 25 years of experience in government, industry, and civil society across the telecom, IT, SATCOM, and cyber sectors. Most recently, he served as a digital policy officer at the US Embassy in New Delhi, covering cyber policy, telecommunications, information technology, digital inclusion, and commercial space. Welcome, Jay. We have Torbjörn Fredriksson, who heads the e-commerce and digital economy branch at the UN Conference on Trade and Development. He joined the United Nations in 2000. Before joining UNCTAD, he held positions at the Invest in Sweden Agency and the Swedish Ministry of Industry and Commerce. Welcome, Torbjörn. We have with us Thibault Schreppel, who is an associate professor of law at BU Amsterdam University and a faculty affiliate at Stanford University Codex Center. He has created Computational Antitrust Project that brings together over 50 antitrust agencies. He also holds research and teaching positions at the University Paris 1 Panthéon-Sorbonne and Sciences Po Paris. He's a Harvard University Berkman Center alumnus, a French Superior Audiovisual Council's scientific board member, and a blockchain expert appointed to the World Economic Forum. These last couple of years, most of his research has been focused on blockchain antitrust. Welcome, Thibault. We have with us Chetan Krishnaswamy, who's the Vice President of Public Policy at Amazon. Prior to joining Amazon, he was the Director of Public Policy at Google. He has also served as a Director of Corporate Affairs at Dell India and Head of Public Affairs at Intel, and has been a technical assistant to the President of Intel India. He previously worked with the Times of India and as an assistant editor and Chief of Bureau Information Technology. Welcome, Chetan. We have with us Catherine Kemp, who's a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Law and Justice at the University of New South Wales, Sydney, and recently led the university-wide UNSW Grand Challenge on Trust. Her research focuses on competition law, consumer protection, and data privacy regulation. She is the co-leader of the Data as a Source of Market Power research stream for the Allen's Hub for Technology, Law, and Innovation, with Associate Professor Rob Nichols of the UNSW Business School. She convenes and lectures courses in data privacy law, contracts, and financial law and regulation in the age of fintech. She's a member of the Center for Law and Market Regulation, a member of the Australian Privacy Foundation, and a member of the advisory board of the Future of Finance Initiative in India. Welcome, Catherine. We have with us Peter Mencher, who is an assistant professor in the School of Business at the American International University in Kuwait. He has more than 15 years of wide-ranging experience at institutional, country, and international levels in various sectors, including education, information and communication technology, and international development. He's passionate about advancing public interest issues through evidence-based research and policy advocacy in digital economy, economic regulation, and consumer protection. Welcome, Peter. We have with us Vedika Mittal, who's a senior resident fellow and leads Vidhi's work in the field of competition law. Her current research focuses on the antitrust regulation of digital platforms. She has also led projects commissioned by various ministries in diverse areas, including domestic and cross-border insolvency and company law for the corporate law and financial regulation team at Vidhi. Welcome, Vedika. Last, we have with us Raymond Savares, who has over 25 years of work experience in innovation management, technology development, quality infrastructure for international trade and development. He holds a PhD in industrial economics and a master in innovation management. Since 2020, he has been the United Nations Industrial Development Organization representative in Cameroon and Central African countries. Welcome, Raymond. With us, I welcome all the panelists and the audience to a delightful session. It's a pleasure to have you all with us today. Before we start, a few housekeeping announcements. For an interactive session, pardon me, the audience is encouraged to please enter their questions for the respective speakers in the Q&A tab. We will take it up after the session. And as we are live tweeting the session, please a humble request to everyone present to retweet for wider dissemination. And while tweeting about the live session, we also request everyone to please use our official hashtag for the tweet, which is #7th Biennial. And there just might be an award for maximum retweets. So with this in mind and on a happy note, I'll now request Ms. Nia to please commence the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aparna, for this excellent job in terms of introducing the panel. And unfortunately, we are not given any extra time for this large number of panelists. So we'll have to go very quickly through the introductory part. And while I have prepared some sort of points to raise, I'll try to be very telegraphic about it. But before I start, let me just thank CUTS and the co-organizers for offering this intellectually rich and policy relevant two-day event. And I was able to log in some of the session yesterday, and I can tell you that discussions are so important, relevant, and broad, but also offering very concrete recommendations. So it is time well spent sitting in these sessions. It is, of course, my immense pleasure and honor to chair this session with all these panelists. You have heard what sort of collective expertise and knowledge is actually aligned with them. And so I think I should resort to my role as an efficient timekeeper so that to make sure that we give everyone sufficient time. But let me just say a few points about the session, although you might have already read in the concept note about it. So the title, the umbrella title is E-commerce as a Vehicle for Inclusive Global Economy. And so I think the keywords here in the title are both vehicle and inclusive. Vehicle in terms of really signaling that economic exchange, and particularly economic exchange across international borders, does have this attribute of being an engine of growth, a driver of prosperity, of employment, and of welfare. And so while this was typically reserved for the merchandise trade in goods, and then later on trade in services, nowadays we talk about that engine being connected, associated with data flows. But I think e-commerce, as we understand it, does include the components of all of the three. We have flows of goods across the border. Of course, services are richly involved in enabling these flows. And then more and more so, we have also associated data flows. And we do differentiate e-commerce from a broader concept of digital trade, but I think this differentiation is becoming sort of blurred. And as we move on, it will be interesting how we'll cope with trying to keep it separately for the rules purposes and other things. I think what is also important to understand the difficulties in measurement, and I'm glad that we'll be hearing from my colleague from Thorben from UNCTAD in terms of the digital economy report and what sort of improvements we have actually come up with the measurement of those transactions in number and values of them, because as you know, I think it was Peter Drucker who said, if we can't measure it, we can't manage it. And for the e-commerce, it is very important in how do we govern it and measure it. Let me very briefly mention why it's important to talk about inclusivity here, because in terms of the conventional trade, we have actually witnessed that it did not share the benefits that are always sort of net positive in a way to improve equality across the different groups in the community, and in particular within the country, inequality has risen with the growth of trade. And on the other hand, when we talk about e-commerce from day one, we were associating it with actually better inclusivity because it is sort of perceived as allowing all those that cannot take part in conventional trade, small enterprises, women, rural and other groups, to actually take part in e-commerce activities. In particular, if we only look at it as a national one. And the problem, of course, is as we say that it is opening opportunities for more inclusivity, we immediately put as economists the other hand up and say, well, yes, but we do have digital divide, and we also have problems with access in that context, and the lack of infrastructural investment, etc., etc. So it is important to look also to inclusivity from the perspective of competition, as this is the conference about that, and how the market structure and the power that we have taken by large tech companies, how that may affect inclusivity. And it will be interesting, and I know that some of our speakers will be taking up that sort of issues. I can refer to some of the reports recently that found that e-commerce platforms are actually the least inclusive among the tech companies in that context. So it will be interesting to see what will be happening as we move on with that. And just very quickly, last 2 points. One is related to international cooperation in this area of digital commerce, e-commerce, etc. As you know, we are just short of 2 weeks ahead of the ministerial conference of the World Trade Organization. And while Pradeep said that it is actually posted as a Christmas tree, I would think it is a Christmas wishing list, because many of the items are still in the mail to Santa Claus. But in two that are related to this area is, of course, the plurilateral on e-commerce, and the topic on the moratorium of the customs duties, that both are very important as we move on in the context of moving forward with e-commerce across the developing country spectrum. And that brings me to the last point that I think will be worth addressing in our discussion, which is really how to make sure that we will utilize when I say we, then I refer to emerging and developing and low-income economies. How do we make sure that they will utilize digitization and digital economy growth in the context of post-pandemic recovery, and how the interaction between private sector and the regulation by the government in terms at the national level, and plurilateral or even multilateral may help in that regard. So I hope we'll be unpacking these elements, and I hope that when we hear from our panelists, we'll be much better informed, and we'll leave with a sort of more clarity in our minds with some concrete answers. So let me move on with the panel. Our first panelist, Mr. Jay Gullish, he unfortunately is not able to be with us given the time difference, but we have asked him to send us a video clip, and we asked him to actually address a couple of issues in his video. We wanted him to comment on the possible collaboration between US and India in furthering and propagating e-commerce globally, and in the context of improving sustainability and resilience of economies. And then secondly, we asked him to comment on do's and do nots with respect to policy interventions in the e-commerce space. So I hope the organizers can run this video, and after we finish listening to and watching this video clip, I'll turn to the next panelist. So Aparna, I hope you can put the video on.
Good morning and good evening, everyone. My name is Jay Gullish, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I want to thank the organizers of this event, CUTS International, as well as the chair, Mia Mikic. I just want to share a personal thought about CUTS before we begin. And I think it's important to note that they've been a thought leader in the think tank space for, well, more than a generation now. Most people don't actually think of innovations around think tanks, but in actuality, CUTS has done some things very differently that I think is worth mentioning. First and foremost, they take the conversation more often than not out of the capital, and they go into rural and second cities to discuss it. In addition, they also have taken on difficult issues around the North-South divide, and they've taken these conversations to both the developing and the developing world. In this light, they've actually have an international center, an initiative in Washington, D.C., and I'm proud to be part of the CUTS Washington, D.C. International Advisory Board. But the one thing that I really like about CUTS is that they look at consumer protection through the lens of competition. And I commend them for this panel that looks at e-commerce through a different lens, one through international trade and the benefits derived to consumers who tap into these international e-marketplaces. So I'd like to thank you, Mia, for the first question on how I view e-commerce as a vehicle for inclusive growth in the economy. Let me start by saying what most people think. When they think of e-commerce platforms, they largely, almost by default, think of it as a national platform. And so while the so-called international global platforms are growing, when consumers actually go online and click and hit send and pay their bills and so on, they actually think that it's either coming from a warehouse or a small provider, perhaps in a nearby city or state. They typically do not think that these products cross international borders, and they don't think about the customs or other implications that are really most commonplace. And so increasingly, as e-commerce platforms source internationally, we're going to have to address many of these issues that international trade and e-commerce raise. First is this disaggregation, right? So if I'm ordering from a small provider in India, for example, I have to think about the types of issues that may or may not impact my delivery time, payments, any fraud alerts, and things like that. So while there's clearly benefits to the sellers and the buyers as well, who maybe can get a better price or command a better price by removing middlemen, there's a number of issues that we actually need to think about. So first and foremost, these international transactions, it creates an innovation. It's a new type of market that people don't fully understand. And it's very common in new market segments or innovations where policy is behind the curve. So when you talk about issues of international e-commerce, such as taxation or customs and duties or consumer protection, or even cross-border data flows, it's not fully developed in this international global context. On taxation, for example, some of the issues are obvious. who pays taxes to which government and when? Do you think those taxes are fair? Are there rebates and so on? Is there double accounting? Those are all, important issues that need to be addressed over time. You also have issues of customs and clearances. How is it priced? How do you expedite clearances? What about de minimis packaging? And the vexing issue related to returns that have to go back and forth over an international border more than once. I also want to share about consumer protection, where an international transaction may make it difficult for a complaint to be resolved or for a regulator to raise issues on recurring issues. And of course, all of these, interject the issue of cross-border information, cross-border data flows around products and customers and payments and fraud. Without going into details, solving these problems will require international negotiation as well as domestic and bilateral coordination. While most of these conversations are ongoing in one way or another, the actual consensus is not likely in the short or medium term. And so therefore this conversation is quite appropriate, and hopefully the other panelists will share some ideas that can, make their way into the overall discourse. But one issue that I'd like to raise up front is whether or not there is a need to regulate e-commerce companies separately, whether those are domestic or international in nature. And in a simple way, from my experience, I think there are sufficient laws and regulations in most countries around consumer affairs, around privacy protection, around cybersecurity and competition that can sufficiently address these concerns. In fact, as more and more trade involves a digital element, right? And in the United States, e-commerce is actually, the companies themselves are developing both direct and indirect physical presences. These differences are likely to decrease over time, to blur and become less important. And so therefore, addressing some of the international e-commerce questions here and now, I think is a very timely discussion. Mia, I want to move on to your second question on the do's and don'ts with respect to policy intervention in the e-commerce space. And, as I mentioned, I referenced some of the competition and the need to develop or limit national champions, right? There's a lot of questions about, should a country actually develop a national champion, or should they focus on the competition aspect of it? And I think that an explanation of other digital markets, I think, is probably a useful way to look at the e-commerce in this time and place. For reference, I'm not sure if anyone here remembers a company called AOL, and I have a pair of AOL socks that I'm wearing now and I put on at times just like these. But if you don't know AOL, in the early days of the internet, they owned approximately the first 100 million email accounts, right? Yet they don't actually exist today. And I could point to other digital companies that seemed truly dominant in their time and place, around music services, around browsers and voice over IP services or social media platforms, or just a number of examples. And so, at a personal level, I see similarities in sort of e-commerce. They're sort of dominant players now, but over time, new markets enter, there's adjacent players, there's specialized players, and when needed, regulators can step in. So I think this discussion of a need for a national champion or a need to regulate large players, I would refer back to existing laws around competition that really are effective in the long term. And, I think there's a successful history of competition law when you think about it. And I suspect those regulators right now are looking at e-commerce markets. In fact, I know they're evaluating them, and they do have tools that they can bring to address. Now, when you get into the international space, there is going to be a need for competition regulators to look across national borders. But the good news is that these regulators already are looking internationally and coordinate more so than any other types of regulators out there. So I think there's a lot of tools in the toolkit to address it. And I think that there's a lot of ability just to let the market take over. And that's really where innovation, I think, will set in. Looking to how the US and India may partner to further develop e-commerce, I think that's actually a great question, right? But I think we need to not separate out e-commerce from other types of trade, right? In the short term, at the basic level, e-commerce is trade, period, end. And while there are some particular nuances, as I've mentioned, it's really just the natural process. As trade becomes more digital, information becomes more widespread, and disaggregation of the internet sort of feed into some of these markets. And so I think you really need to address it in sort of the traditional trade space. And it's actually a good question because the U.S. Trade Representative is actually heading to India in the next week for a U.S. Trade Policy Forum. And I would imagine that e-commerce or expanding e-commerce will be part of that agenda. As I mentioned, of course, there are a few ancillary requirements and you have to think through competitions and consumer affairs, but ultimately the US-India relationship is historically strong, and I think we can overcome any issues that get raised around e-commerce and digital trade. And with that, Mia, let me close by thanking you again, and I look forward to hearing from you and the other panels of experts, and I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Well, great. This was a really great introduction to our conversation. I'm really sorry that Jay cannot be here with us for the continuation of this exchange. I'm really, sort of interested in what he would be adding to his comments of no need to do more regulatory interventions at the national level. Since the view is that many countries do not have appropriate one, but anyway, I do also hear his comment in terms of potential in larger need to coordinate international regulatory efforts. Anyway, this is a great introduction, but let me turn to our next panelist, my friend and former colleague from UN, Torbjörn Fredriksson, who is the head of the e-commerce and digital branch in UNCTAD. Torbjörn, congratulations on the recently launched the Digital Economy Report 2021 that had gotten really great reviews and praise. And I hope that we'll be able to put the link for all the participants to access the report as they move on. But in the limited time that we have, can you please give us just an overview of the main messages of the report that are relevant for this discussion today?
Thank you very much, Mia. I'm very happy to be part of this panel today with this great lineup of speakers. And I thought before just jumping straight into the report, I thought I'll give you some updated numbers that could be useful as we engage in the dialogue. If you look at the past 2 years, we have seen that digitalization has really accelerated as people and businesses all around the world have reverted to digital solutions simply to cope with various restrictions and lockdown measures. We have, of course, seen big impact on world trade that has been overall greatly negatively affected in the process. While there was in 2020 a dramatic decline in both goods and services trade, digital services, however, was more resilient. Let me give you some numbers. If we look at e-commerce, its share in global retail sales in 2020 surged from 16% to 19% globally. That is a very large increase in just 1 year. If we look at the share of ICT services in global services exports, it increased from 10 to 14%. And the share of what we call digitally deliverable services in global services exports went from 52 to 64% in just 1 year. And in terms of data flows, global internet bandwidth rose by 35% in 2020, the largest one-year increase since 2013. So I think these numbers illustrate very well how digitalization has enabled more economic resilience during the pandemic. At the same time, and as was highlighted earlier, the readiness to harness digital opportunities differ considerably both across and within countries. For example, while the share of digitally deliverable services in total services exports from developed countries reached almost 70% in 2020, the corresponding figure for least developed countries was only about 20%. And in the case of e-commerce, while 70 to 80% of people in developed economies already shop online, in most least developed countries, that share is well below 10% and mostly less than 5%. So we're really talking about very different realities when it comes to the use of digital. And various bottlenecks and deficiencies in the national ecosystems for e-commerce still hamper the ability of many small businesses in less advanced economies to take full advantage of digital opportunities during the pandemic. And while I would agree with Jay in his video presentation that it is a lot of regulations and protection is already in place, but if you go to the poorer countries of the world, we see major gaps in legal and regulatory frameworks. For instance, only half of the African countries have data protection in place, and less than half have consumer protection for online sales in place. In our discussions with the companies in these countries, companies have pointed to difficulties in finding skilled people, finance, and to weaknesses in the ICT infrastructure. And they're also calling for more comprehensive government responses to the changes that are triggered by digital disruption. For example, by formulating and implementing comprehensive national e-commerce strategies. Now, turning specifically to the digital economy report, we focus particularly on the link between cross-border data flows and development. And one of the most striking observations here is the growing dominance of the United States and China in the data-driven economy. These two economies account for half of the world's hyperscale data centers, the highest rates of 5G adoption, 94% of all funding of artificial intelligence startups of the world, 94%, 70% of the world's top AI researchers, and 90% of the market capitalization value of the world's largest digital platforms. And the platforms play an extremely important role in this data-driven world. Even a major economic player in other areas, like the European Union, still plays a relatively minor role in terms of platforms. With data becoming an increasingly important economic and strategic resource, the traditional digital divide is being compounded, as we see it, by a widening data divide. And while all countries will need to allocate more domestic resources to the development of their capacities to create and capture value from data domestically, financial, technical, and other resources will in many countries fall short of meeting those needs, which underscores the need for more international support in this area. To conclude, we call in the report also for better governance of data and data flows. We think that the existing institutional frameworks are really not fit for purpose to address the specific characteristics of data. The current landscape is highly fragmented, leading to less opportunities for harnessing data for development and risking more fragmentation of the internet, which will be to the disadvantage of all. We think there is a need to move towards a more balanced approach to data governance that enables data to flow across border as freely and necessary as possible, but while still allowing countries to address the key development objectives, be they related to economic development or non-economic concerns related to human rights, privacy, or national security. This will require, we think, a new global institutional framework with the appropriate mix of multilateral, multi-stakeholder, and multidisciplinary engagement, and with the full involvement of all countries. Let me stop here for now, but I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Torben. I can't let you go. I have one question that I was dying to ask you while you were talking about the report and mentioning the term data. Many are saying that data is the new oil. Is it or is it not?
It is not.
Thank you.
It's very short, but let me elaborate a little bit. No, I think we should try to stay away from these metaphors, because data is a very particular resource and asset. It's something that you can use many times in many ways. It's not depletable. It's reusable. But the thing is that data in themselves do not have any value. It's only when you transform the data into something that has value, like what we call digital intelligence, that it can be used to create private value or social value, or help us address various development challenges. So I really do not like the link to to the metaphor of oil.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your frank reply, and I fully agree with your categorization. But we can continue on in that regard. Let me now turn to Mr. Thibault Chappelle. And I would, of course, ask him for his initial sort of comment on the topic. But if I may also direct him towards, starting talking more about competition concerns in this economic space, and how it may pose hurdles in achieving better economic inclusivity. Thibault, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I have to say I'm very grateful to share a panel with you all. I think it's good that we indeed discuss those issues, not just only in the US and in Europe, but all across the globe. So for that, thank you very much. My initial comment, and this is more of a disclaimer, is that being French, as you can hear, I suppose, I come from a philosophical tradition. And so when I hear the word inclusivity, what I think about is universalism. And this concept of community doesn't ring a bell for me. So this is how I approach the subject. And, when it comes to race and gender and all that, this is all part of this universal vision instead of trying to foster just the interest of one or two community. I'm not saying this is the way to go, but just for you to understand where I'm coming from. My initial reaction is that, of course, competition favors inclusivity, low prices, better quality products. There are lots of empirical studies, so I won't mention them all. All that to say that when there are competition concerns, it could be a problem for inclusivity. If the prices go up, then it means that some people will be excluded from the markets. And so in that regard, and we've been discussing a bit in between the lines, the objective of competition law already, but I think that if you sacrifice the consumer welfare standards, then it might be that the prices will go up. And actually, certain scholars are saying that this is perfectly fine because this is worth it, right? And this is where I would disagree, not because I think the trade-off that they are willing to sacrifice is wrong, but because I think that this is not up for competition law scholars and agencies to make such a choice as to whether some person should be excluded from the market because they think another objective should be attained. I think this is a political question in nature, and this should go to elected officials. So this is the number one thing that I wanted to mention. But I guess a more practical question is whether or not competition law, such as it exists, is sufficient to address those very important issues. And my feeling or initial reaction is that it is probably not as it is, but it can be. And I think that to take the road of ex-ante regulation won't solve the problem for several reasons. Reason number one, and of course here I'm coming from, again, my European perspective and have the Digital Markets Act in mind and some of the legislations in the US. But for all ex-ante regulation, what you see is that the trade-off are very hard to deal with. So to give you a concrete example, in the DMA, Digital Markets Act, the European Commission is telling us that no objective justification will be possible. So if you've been implementing one of the practices listed in the DMA, one of the 17, then as a company, you cannot explain the reason why you've done that. And so it seems that the justification, and it could be a good one, that your practice benefited low income people, for instance, can't even be considered. So this is one reason, the absence of trade-off, or at least the possibility of dealing with those trade-off, which I think is problematic. Two, if tomorrow we have some more ex-ante regulation, including greenwashing, or the idea that competition law should be here to protect the environment, I think this will definitely hurt low-income people. And again, some people are saying that this is good, worth it, and I disagree. And again, I think this is not up for us to make such a choice. So this is reason number two. Reason number three, if you look at the cost of compliance, they actually decrease the bigger the company becomes. And so to give you some numbers, the Fed of St. Louis in the US have published some empirical work in 2016 for the financial sector. So that's very specific, but I believe the same could be said for, digital regulations. And what they show is that if you are a small company, the cost of being compliant represents 7% of your turnover. If you are a big company, then you represent 3% of your turnover. And I think this is something to be considered when it comes to ex-ante regulation. It hurts, generally speaking, the small players. And so if you talk about inclusivity, I think you want to take that into account. And the very last point is that, and this is very specific to the GMA, but it does nothing when it comes to competition between complements. All it looks at is the competition between the substitute products. But generally speaking, what we see is that the startups, they compete by introducing complements, right? No startup will put a Facebook number 2 or Google number 2 out there on the market right now. If they want to make it, they will probably try to create a market and to disrupt the existing market. And yet ex-ante regulation here are doing nothing to foster this type of competition. So this is for ex-ante regulation. But as I said, I think competition laws such as this can be improved and actually should be improved. When I look at the Google Shopping case, you may have seen that we had the judgment from the General Court just last week. So today, 2021, we finally have the judgment, and the case was introduced at the end of the years 2000. So it is taking more than 10 years to reach the General Court, and certainly Google will appeal and it will go to the Court of Justice, and it will take some 2 or 3 more years. And so I see why this is problematic. If you have to wait 13 years as a competitor to be compensated for the damage, I see that as being a problem. And so this is where, and as you kindly mentioned, I think we have to discuss the use of computer science and computational tools within competition agencies. It could be, and I'll be very brief, one, to better detect practices. And here what you could do is to use, let's say, natural language processing, in which you provide the machine with millions of documents and try to detect practices. It works. The FTC has a tool and is implementing that as we speak. You could do web scraping, where you try to go out there and be more proactive as an agency instead of just relying on reactive methods, mainly complaints and leniency. 2, you could better analyze the practices. And here it could be that it will benefit inclusivity. What we see is that you can actually train machine learning, both supervised and unsupervised, using your own case law as an agency to better detect and understand what's happening on the market. And 3, you can implement better sanctions. What we see, if we look at the Microsoft case, is that they first had 2 employees to come up with the documentation to ensure interoperability, and they ended up with over 800 employees. And so if you talk about, allowing small companies to access their infrastructure, we've seen that this was a pain for even Microsoft. And so here, I think we can, again, use those tools to better understand what are the remedies which are needed using agent-based modeling, and all that will bring us eventually to complexity theory, which is to really try to understand how the entire ecosystem evolve and how it impacts the agent in the market. So all of those tools are, none of them are available, of course, and we see lots of exciting development in the space, but there are lots of those tools that competition agencies can use as we speak. Some of them are doing it, and I think, generally speaking, they go in the right direction. And if we can have a competition which is more agile, I think this will eliminate the need for ex-ante regulation, especially because of all of the drawbacks that I've explained. But again, thank you very much, and very much looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much for this. I need to unpack what you were telling us. It's so rich. But I think one point that you were mentioning in terms of the cost of compliance with respect to the sizes of the firms rings very true with all areas of compliance, I think, not only digital, but it has to be taken on board when we are thinking further in terms of promoting large national champions or not, and how will that then have a bearing on inclusivity or universality, as you say. and what you were saying on how we can actually cope with all of these issues, you know, I was the voice of Jay was coming back to me saying what we need is really comprehensive strategy towards putting in place digital commerce or the digital economy, and I think any of the measures that you would you know, recommend cannot exist on their own, but need to be part of that large strategy. Thank you very much for this. We'll come back to some of the topics through the questions, I'm sure. And I need to move on. I'm sorry. We next have Mr. Chetan Krishnaswamy. Krishnaswamy. Yeah, I think apologies. You come from Amazon, and you know, I think I'm not discovering anything new, and it has been mentioned already. All these large tech firms, tech platforms have been sort of anecdotally connected with large profits over the period of pandemic, if not in more general sense. And in particular, I think some people were referring to governments being more sort of ready to open the markets for the operation of the platforms during the pandemic, just to sort of deal with some of the consequences with disruptions that we had in normal trade. And so if you can you tell us from the experience of Amazon and others, what are still the cross-border barriers that exist for international e-commerce, and whether they have been really reduced through the pandemic period, and what can we expect in a post-pandemic situation? Chetan, floor is yours.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot, and absolutely wonderful being here and listening in to all the scholarly perspectives. So my impressions or thought would largely be from the vantage point of a thriving marketplace in India. And what would be important is to understand what India's retail sector is all about. So, over a period of time, it's grown tremendously, almost threefolds in the last decade or so. And the retail sector contributes close to 10% of India's GDP, with about 40 million, employed. So it is a huge platform. It's a huge sector that spawns, employment and jobs. And the retail sector in India, as all of you are aware, is a mishmash of formats, right? So you could largely look at it in three phases, the evolution of retail in India. In the first phase, it was all about the neighborhood stores, or kiranas, as we call it. The friendly neighborhood stores that you just walked to and bought whatever you want. The second phase involved the emergence of modern retail. And the third is more reliance and more dependence on online-led sort of transaction, right? So there is a general reinforcement and belief in the fact that digital is the way to go. And we are going to see that only increase. And in the backdrop of the pandemic, as you rightly said, there has been a swiftness and there has been a faster momentum to digitize the average sort of storefront, right? And this is in keeping with sudden shifts in consumer demand. This is in keeping with huge disruptions in the supply chain network, and obviously now this is hurtling towards the next phase of what retail looks like. And this phase would be an amalgamation or a collaboration between the offline and the online sort of retailers, right? So, and that would perhaps trigger the next growth phase. Today, India's retail sector is at about $800 billion. And by 2030, the calculation or the forecast is that it would go up to $1.5 trillion with an additional 25 million jobs being created. So, that I thought was important, that sort of backdrop and context is important. And interestingly, e-commerce is a mere 3 or 4%, maybe 4%, especially after the pandemic, of the entire retail sector, right? So it's still fledgling, still growing, and has all the trappings of a sector that is really bringing into its fold the various sections of society, both in the urban milieu as well as rural India and the hinterlands, right? Over a period of time, we have seen purchases happening from tier 2, tier 3 towns, the smaller towns of India. We have seen a large number of sellers on our marketplace coming in from these, from the smaller towns and cities. And to your point, Mia, you did raise an important question earlier on, with digital divide, with the lack of technology proliferation, are we creating an extremely skewed kind of a retail landscape? But India today has about 600 and odd million internet users. A whole bunch of them are on their smartphones, which are increasingly becoming affordable. And what we are seeing is increasingly a large number of consumers and customers coming in from the hinterlands and buying products from our marketplace. So I'll stop here and very quickly move on to the question that you asked me on cross-border trade flows, which is absolutely important, very critical for the country, which today constitutes about 1.3% of the total trade, right? So, and total global trade. And the idea is to take it to 3.4%. That is the stated goal of the government. And e-commerce perhaps would play an important role here. And just to give you and my fellow panelists, a sense of the tremendous growth that we are seeing in terms of e-commerce exports. In 2015, when Amazon launched its global selling program, which is essentially, its exports program, we took 3 years to hit the first $1 billion, right? The second $1 billion came in 18 months, and the third, and the third billion came in less than 12 months, right? So that is the kind of pace at which exports is growing. We have about 70,000 sellers who are exporting to over 200 countries, and close to 300 million consumers are sort of, recipients of organic honey. It could be a leather product from a small town. It could be, an inventive sort of a game that has been created. It could be a piece of handicraft. So there are a lot of products that the traditional retail has not been able to tap or leverage, that e-commerce is kind of pushing and really spawning, right? And our belief is that by 2025, we will be able to take this cumulative number of 3 billion to $10 billion, right? $10 billion of made in India products to other countries and other sort of willing consumers. So that is the direction in which things are headed. And we also, it's quite gratifying for us to learn that the government is looking at playing the role of a facilitator, playing the role of an enabler, and is also in the process of putting the spotlight on e-commerce exports in the soon-to-be launched foreign trade policy, right? So there is a draft that has been circulated, and we do see an extremely clear mention of e-commerce, and what needs to be done to really harness the energies. So let me end my my sort of monologue by telling you that there is still a lot that needs to be done. The government still needs to put in place a lot of sort of basic elements to really facilitate cross-border trade, right? Exports in particular. Number one, how do we ensure, and of course, all of this is happening in the backdrop of the WTO saying that post-pandemic, you will increasingly see countries put in place technology solutions, put in place extremely innovative ways to facilitate exports, right? I mean, this is something that the WTO has forecast and predicted. But what needs to happen is, number one, for instance, can we ensure that the government very quickly fast tracks an extremely transparent, end-to-end courier, right? A trackable sort of tech solution where the consumer who's actually ordering from an e-commerce marketplace is able to get hold of his or her product in 2 to 10 days. That is the sweet spot. Anything over 10 days is bad customer experience. So currently in India, we don't have an affordable solution, unlike China, which has been able to do it effectively. What would it take for us to really set up a fast track solution to North America, for instance? Would be something that we should mull over. Two, there are multiple problems. There are multiple challenges related to minor compliance issues. So as a seller, I'm expected to repatriate my sales funds within a certain specified time, and I'm not allowed to store my inventory or my goods for more than 15 months, which again, creates a whole lot of confusion and pressure on the seller community, right? So there are, and of course, you also have the question of when you take back a product, when you receive a product from a consumer who's bought it, who's not happy, now it is seen as re-imports, right? And you have to go through the usual rigmarole in the customs. So can we look at more, easier ways to streamline some of these processes becomes extremely important. And then we look at the government's objective of reaching $400 billion of merchandise exports in this fiscal year. And we do believe it is, distinctly possible, but the government has to work closely with e-commerce players, the offline traders to really make this happen. So over to you, Mia.
Sorry, takes me a moment to unmute. Thank you, Chetan, for that. Let me not let you go because I just want to hear from you, and you may opt to tell me that in the second round if you wish. But India opted out of the bilateral and plurilateral free trade agreements that typically do have chapters dealing with some of these technicalities that you were mentioning that are still the sand under the wheels in terms of having smoother transactions across the borders. Some of these are national that you mentioned, but many of these can be actually done with the international agreements. So what do you think? Is India missing the opportunity by not being part of the bilateral free trade agreements that have substantive e-commerce chapters?
Yeah, so I think India is taking an extremely sort of cautious, considered position. And obviously, as someone who belongs to the private sector and who is, associated with a large e-commerce player, I would say that it's extremely important and imperative to enter into bilateral agreements, be part of multilateral collaborations and consortiums that facilitate quick flow of trade, right? And over a period of time, in the last 10 years, our trade deficits has increased. And the government definitely recognizes this. I've been in conversations with people in the DPIIT and the Ministry of Commerce, and they have an extremely progressive outlook. And the hope and belief is that in due course, they will see value in entering into these agreements and being part of, international treaties and consortia that actually, builds on the good work that the WTO and various other sort of international agencies have already done. I should also say that this is where you have organizations like CUTS play an important role, right? As a player to reckon with in the overall discourse, in the overall policy discourse. I think we need to have individuals like Pradeep Mehta. We need to have individuals like you be an integral part of these discussions to facilitate a fair and inclusive sort of way forward, right? And the industry, of course, is always willing to listen. I mean, we have no choice. That's a different point. But then I think the need of the hour is for all of us to come together and really prevail on the government to do the right thing.
Thank you, Chetan, and sorry for putting you on the spot, but I thought you probably could give us the best answer to that question. Let me move on to Catherine Kemp. Thank you, Catherine, for being with us today. And let me go back to the issues of regulation and inclusivity that we have touched upon previously. Can you please give me your comments to the interplay between regulation and inclusivity? Catherine.
Thanks, Mia, and thanks, CUTS, for having me. I think, of course, there are clear opportunities for inclusion through e-commerce in that smaller retailers may access larger markets and potentially receive the benefit of logistics and infrastructure of online retail marketplaces, while consumers may access higher quality, more affordable products from a greater range of suppliers with improved distribution. But a key factor influencing the economic outcomes of e-commerce is how the data is treated. The danger is that valuable data will become concentrated in the hands of a few major digital platforms, while the market remains opaque and potentially expensive for merchants, smaller rivals, and consumers. We've seen concerns of this kind raised in the European Commission's abuse of dominance case against Amazon. The Commission's preliminary findings alleged that very large quantities of non-public seller data were available to employees of Amazon's retail business and alleged that they were used to calibrate Amazon's retail offers and strategic business decisions to the detriment of other marketplace sellers. The Commission's preliminary view was that this allowed Amazon to avoid the normal risks of retail competition and leverage its dominance. Similarly, in India, trader groups have made allegations that they are set back by online marketplaces practices. It's been said that multinational companies who are e-commerce players track best-selling products on their platforms, and that those marketplaces copy those designs to launch private brands with similar features at competitive prices. Those allegations are yet to be investigated in India, and Amazon has made statements in both cases that it is confident that it has complied with the relevant laws. But in both the US and the EU, we now see the legislative proposals that would prohibit use of non-public data to advantage a platform, both under the American Choice and Innovation Online Act and the Digital Markets Act. We see references to refraining from using such non-publicly available data in competition with business users. Such measures are critical in ensuring a large platform does not leverage its market power as an online platform into retail markets in which it competes. And this kind of ex-ante regulation, of course, is unlikely to create disproportionate compliance costs for smaller competitors, in that it is confined in its scope to large digital platforms. In the meantime, it's being reported that Amazon is in preliminary discussions with the European Commission to reach a settlement agreement. If that's correct, and if a settlement eventuates, this could also provide some indication of how these provisions may be effectively applied in practice if those legislative proposals become effective in future. Another critical data issue concerns the data privacy terms that online marketplaces require their retail customers to agree to. I recently conducted research into the privacy terms offered by key online retail marketplaces in Australia and found that there's no apparent competition to provide higher quality privacy terms to consumers. This is despite several major consumer surveys in Australia that reveal that consumers want better privacy terms and more online privacy choices. These preferences seem to be ignored while the privacy terms themselves are obscured and choices are negligible. In Australia, according to its privacy policy, Amazon insists on collecting extra data about its customers from third-party advertising companies and doesn't provide any choice about this. Likewise, it insists that it may disclose its customers' personal data to any subsidiary of Amazon.com Inc. If you've seen a list of Amazon's subsidiaries, you'll know it's substantial, and that there's no apparent reason why Amazon would need to share my data with those subsidiaries around the world to sell me a pillow in Australia. It's similar with eBay, Kogan and Catch in the survey we conducted of these privacy terms. Now, this clearly has an impact on customers' privacy, but it also affects rivals of the digital platforms in numerous markets, since those major platforms have harvested data about customers across many markets and developed customer profiles of a scope and depth that smaller rivals cannot match. The proposed Digital Markets Act has something to say about this in its Article 5.1, which would require the gatekeepers to refrain from combining personal data sourced from these core platform services with personal data from any other services offered by the gatekeeper or with personal data from third-party services, unless the end user has been presented with specific choice and provided their consent. Admittedly, that proposal would be better than the current situation in which customers are not presented with a choice in most cases, but it still does fail to acknowledge the broader competitive consequences of these data combinations, since it puts the critical decision onto individual consumers who can't take into account those data externalities. It's arguable that it would be preferable to go a step further and actually prevent that combination of data across services unless it's necessary for a contract that the platform has entered with the customer. This would avoid the possibility that any platform could smooth talk customers into agreeing to much broader combinations than are necessary for any service the consumer is actually seeking. In my view, these are the kinds of measures that will be necessary to ensure e-commerce works in favour of inclusion, and particularly that we avoid the danger that valuable data will be concentrated in the hands of a few major digital platforms while the market remains opaque and potentially expensive for merchants, smaller rivals and consumers. Back to you, Mia.
Sorry, thank you, Catherine. This was fantastic, and you know what my immediate comeback to you are two actually, and that basically we through this, what you have described, obviously the smaller players are disadvantaged because they cannot ever collect sufficient amount of this data that have resellable value, and therefore, lack in terms of using that part of competitive advantages. But let me ask you the following question: do you believe that the governments, or if you want to refer to Australian government, are they doing enough in terms of educating and informing consumers about the choices that they have, and about how to use their sort of ownership of the privacy data, of the private data that they have, because I think we are lacking there from what I have seen across Asian governments doing nothing basically in that context. Can you tell me what you think about that?
Thanks, Mia. I don't think it's a lack of education so much as a lack of a sufficiently strong regulation. So we could educate consumers all we like at the moment. I'm a fairly educated consumer. I took a week to take a look at the privacy policies of all of these online marketplaces, and they presented no choices. I could finally discern from that week that there were no choices. But it's not a matter of education so much as updating the privacy legislation so that the companies are required to provide the choices. And at the moment, the disconnect is that it's possible to obfuscate, and it's possible to obscure the data practices of the companies themselves, in that there is not that clear requirement that they reveal what they are truly doing with customers' data. And even if they did that, it would be very hard to describe the consequences. So thankfully in Australia at the moment, we're in the midst of a major review of our Privacy Act, and hopefully that will yield rewards in this respect.
Well, thank you very much for clarifying that. I'm glad that then it would be just a matter of stronger regulation, although I do have suspicions that it wouldn't really do the whole job, but we can go back to that issue later on. Moving on to Peter Vencha. I'm sorry, Peter. I have a problem with your surname. You have been sort of announced as I think one of your affiliation is that you are working at a university in Kuwait, but I think you're originally from Kenya, and I do have a question to you from the perspective of the continent, if you wish, because we have been mentioning Europe, United States, of course, India and South Asia, now Australia, but do give us some insights from Kenya and other African countries. I suppose there is no complete overlap between Kenya and neighboring countries. And let us know what's going on in this space of competition, consumer concerns, and the need to promote e-commerce as a vehicle of inclusive growth. Peter, to you.
Thank you, Mia. Yes, Africa is increasingly going digital, just like the other regions of the world. And this digital transformation provides both opportunities and challenges. So e-commerce being one of the sectors or one of the drivers of this digital transformation is now starting to gain a foothold on the continent. And the benefits are multifold, including investments, technological innovation, and knowledge spillover. So in terms of trade, jobs, and also the social side of it. To begin with, for me, the thing about e-commerce that I see now is that we have social commerce, which is Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. One of the things about e-commerce is, like I said, there's both economic and social benefits. So from the economic side, you've got jobs, you've got technological development, you've got trade, which is now both within the countries and even outside the borders. From the social front, you've got the inclusion side of marginalized groups such as youth and women, because in countries such as Kenya and in Africa in general, a huge part of the population lives in the rural areas, and many of these rural areas do not have the connectivity that you want, or rather that they need to be able to do trade. And some of them are also not well, they don't have the skills to be able to say, set up some of these companies that they would, to set up companies or to even do trade on their own. So e-commerce provides a platform for them to be onboarded and to be able to do this type of activities. And Facebook, so from a Kenyan perspective, what we're seeing is that a lot of the people are on platforms such as Facebook. There's a lot of e-commerce activity on Facebook. We have a lot of e-commerce activity on Twitter and also Instagram, because these are the easy ones to use. And this perhaps speaks to the challenge of education, you know, because many people, like I said, they don't really have the skills to set up their own websites and to do e-commerce on their own. So from a retail perspective, we're starting to see that there's increased competition for the traditional retailers because of these new platforms that have come into the market. And this has increased consumer choice because some of the products that are available are products that may not be in the mainstream retail channels. So e-commerce provides the opportunity for consumers to now have a wider choice of goods, but it also provides distribution efficiencies, because we now have what we have motorbikes. There's a lot of young people who now are supplying goods using motorbikes, and they're working in partnerships with these providers and also with the entrepreneurs. And through that way, they've been able now to address the last mile or the delivery challenges that have been there before. So because you find that with the traditional retailers, unless which are centered in the urban areas, there is the customer needs to go and to the retail outlet and purchase the goods that they need. But now with these new retail platforms, delivery is now being addressed, and we're seeing very interesting delivery models that are going all the way to the consumer. So another thing that we are also seeing is that there is also now an opportunity for exporting because we have a large diaspora that is across the world. So some of these products that they would want to, to access, but which were not available again in the formal or the traditional retail channels. So now with e-commerce, we are seeing a lot of activity which is export-based, because now the diaspora, which has the purchasing power, is able now to buy these goods through this either Facebook, like I said, or all these other channels that are available. On the other front, when it comes to the supply side, we're starting to see some anti-competitive behavior, because as these platforms become very popular and as more and more people start shopping online, we're starting to see some anti-competitive behavior. But this is not, hasn't been given enough attention as of now, because like we had before, I think from one of the previous presenters, I think it was Frederick, e-commerce is still a very small size of the entire retail trade. So I think because of this, what you call insignificant size, competition authorities have not really given it as much attention as perhaps it would have if it was such a big sector of the economy. So we're seeing much more focus is still directed towards the traditional retail sector. So, and for this reason, perhaps there's need now for more attention as the sector grows, especially because of COVID. COVID has seen a marked increase in online retailing, at least in Kenya. and I've also seen in Nigeria as well, there was a marked increase in online shopping. So maybe now this is the time to start paying the attention and starting to focus more on this sector. But then again, perhaps another reason why the sector hasn't been given enough attention is that there's been a lot of players who are in the market and they've exited. So the African e-commerce landscape is marked by a lot of failure. So there's been a lot of failure over the years. A lot of companies in Kenya have gone under and closed shop. There's been several companies also in Nigeria that started off well, but then they're not able to become profitable. And same thing has happened in South Africa, which are the three largest markets in Africa in terms of e-commerce. So this shows that the sector is a bit challenging to enter, or rather to enter and scale. So as an ecosystem, much more needs to be done by the government for the sector to be viable and for companies in the sector to thrive. And this is perhaps why many of the companies at the moment, which are now considered as the bigger players, are all foreign owned, because you need a lot of resources, you need a lot of skills. Infrastructure, like I said, is one thing. So you also need a lot of innovative models, which again, could be, it's a 50-50 situation. Something can work and something may not work. And it's perhaps instructive to see that Jumia, which is in several African markets, is still not yet profitable, which is, I would say, the number one player right now in Kenya. So if you look at their filings at the New York Stock Exchange, you can see that they keep losing money. They've not yet been able to turn a profit in the African market. So this shows that there's still a long way to go before e-commerce in Africa or in the African market is considered as a viable investment opportunity. So obviously this is because of the limited digital readiness, because each country, the countries in Africa are very different from each other in terms of their digital readiness, and this perhaps is why the sector is not as big as it should be. If I could just mention one of the notable projects that I've come across, or that I happened to be involved in at some point, is called Sokoku. This is a diaspora-driven initiative by Africans in the diaspora who are working in partnership with the African Union. And again, they aim to tackle the challenge of cross-border trade in Africa. And as the African Union has mentioned before, this is an initiative that is meant to also take advantage of the African continental free trade area. So the idea is to integrate African markets by ensuring that you have one platform where African products can be easily accessed by anybody on the continent, but also by those who are outside the continent. So this is a new initiative that again tries to promote the cross-border trade in Africa. But if you look at most markets, the dominant players are still foreign owned, and this I think will still continue because of the difficulty, like I mentioned, that is present in the ecosystem at the moment. So competition at the moment, just to conclude, competition issues that are facing the sector are primarily to do with unfair trade practices by the sellers. So what you're seeing in many, like on social media, where I happen to, when I'm following certain information, is you see that sellers are complaining about unclear rules by the, say, platform providers. Some of the providers, some of their rules kind of keep changing or are not very clear for sellers. So you find that commissions are not very, when somebody is calculating their commission, they say there's always a dispute with, or there have been cases of disputes with the providers. Some of them is harsh terms. Let's say there's a customer has complained about a product, or maybe something was delivered late. So some of the punitive measures can be quite tough. And perhaps, and also there are cases where the money that is
due after selling something, takes a while before it's forwarded to the seller. So these are some of the challenges from the seller side. From the customer side, obviously, counterfeit products are a big problem. So lots of consumers complain about products that are not exactly, let's say, the color that I was expecting to get. I'll buy something and it comes, when it's delivered, it's in a different color, or the quality is not what I was expecting. Also, you have cases of poor customer service. Let's say when a customer wants to inquire about something, maybe the call is not going through, or they send an email and there's no response. So these are some of the challenges that consumers face. Also, high delivery charges. The lack of infrastructure, delivery or logistics infrastructure, means that companies have to innovate and work around how to deliver their goods and services. So consumers are always surprised by the charges when they're buying a good, because some of the providers or some of the companies end up having a very high service charge when it comes to delivery. So this is also a big problem, and I'm not sure how that will be solved, because Africa faces a big infrastructure challenge. So finally, I think for consumer protection to grow, obviously, for e-commerce to grow, there is need for consumer protection, and there's need to strengthen this consumer trust in these platforms. So trust, again, is going to be a critical component of enabling these platforms to grow and enabling the ecosystem to grow. And I think that is what is part of the bigger challenge right now. How do you build the trust of consumers in these platforms, which are really new and a bit complex to use to a large extent, and then also products where you don't really have an opportunity to touch or feel them before you buy them. So that's why trust is going to be a very important issue going forward. Thank you.
Peter, just while I have you still online, just two very brief questions for my clarifications. One, is the consumer protection in the context of the conventional commerce space, normal retail, is it much better than for e-commerce purposes? Sorry for my ignorance. And then second,
to start with, the issue to do with consumer protection, I think, is it's not just it's not the challenge for consumer protection is not just on the online or the digital front. I think consumer protection challenges in Africa cut across all sectors of the economy. And if you look at the, I don't have the exact data, but just from what I know is a lot of countries still don't have either the consumer protection laws, or if they have consumer protection laws, maybe like in Kenya, we have a body that is responsible for consumer protection, but it's just, it's a committee. It's not even a proper, well-established agency, such as the Competition Authority. So consumer protection issues are kind of handled by specific regulatory agencies. So it's like a distributed, it's a distributed activity amongst various authorities. So if you look like in the financial space, the central bank and other regulators would handle, say, issues to do with digital financial services. So consumer protection issues in the digital financial services will be handled by the central bank. When it comes to the telecommunication space, consumer protection issues are handled by the telecommunication service provider. So when you have issues like e-commerce as a sector, or it becomes challenging because is this a telecommunication issue? Should it be handled by the telecommunication regulation provider or agency, or should it be handled by, may say, the Competition Authority, or should it be handled by another agency? So because of this multifaceted aspect of e-commerce, then I think you have gaps in the law or in the regulation, which then would need to be addressed to address these concerns, or to resolve some of these issues that keep coming up. So I think this is for for the Kenyan market, I think that's something that is subject to discussion. I'm not going to say I'm not going to say there's a specific solution to this, but I think this should be a multi-sectoral, multifaceted discussion that should happen. So I think, what was the second question? Sorry.
No, I was just quickly asking, I was surprised that you said there were many firms exiting the market recently, and you know, from the other markets, we have seen the boom in digitally enabled sort of services and e-commerce. So I was just surprised that you mentioning many failures in the recent time.
Yeah. So this is, like I said, this is just not, this phenomenon is not tied to one market alone. We've seen several failures in South Africa. We had OLX, which was a classified service, which was by Naspers. Naspers is one of the big digital companies in South Africa. So OLX was a continental-wide service which failed in Kenya, in Nigeria, and in South Africa. It closed shop about 2 years ago. We had in Kenya, we have Safaricom, which is the largest telecom company in Kenya, that is behind the successful M-Pesa payment system. It came up with an e-commerce platform, sort of like to work to. I think they thought this would work well, given that they already have M-Pesa, and it looked like a no-brainer, but it also failed. And I think a year ago they also closed it. And in Nigeria, you've had 4 or 5 other companies that have also closed shop. And like I mentioned before, Jumia is also struggling. They've not been able to turn up profits. So I think the challenges here could be threefold. First of all, infrastructure. It's very expensive to set up a warehouse and to provide all this, to build the capability of a proper e-commerce company in Africa. Is very expensive because of the infrastructure and challenges that just have to do with the unique African market. Right. Because secondly, I think the issue is skills, getting the right people to operate these companies in the African market means that you have to pay a lot, because you're probably going to have to bring them from outside the continent, because we haven't, I think some of the skills that are really critical in making these companies work would need to be sourced from outside. So if you're not able to generate sufficient revenues, then it's going to be very expensive to keep servicing the company and also paying the workers and whatnot. And thirdly, again, the issue of trust. So many people, like in the urban areas, I think also the market is not big enough because the countries are fragmented. A big part of the population is still in rural or peri-urban areas. So the way the African cities are designed, or the way the African set up the cities, it's not what you, if you compare the African cities to your European cities, the density, I think, is not, they're not that dense. So it means that you're going to have a lot more costs, either for delivery or for certain types of whatever services. So this increases the cost. And obviously, when you have these populations which are far away or a bit farther away from the cities, then it kind of becomes more expensive to provide certain services. So that makes e-commerce not as competitive as it should be. Because if you look at if you look at the digital payment services.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you very much for this clarification. I think I learned a lot from you, and I hope others as well. Let me now get back to Vedika. Sorry for calling upon you prematurely, but if I may go back and say, what I was trying to say, you are from India, and while we have heard from Chetan and some others some references about the Indian market, and with the perspective of inclusiveness and e-commerce, what can you add to that in terms of our discussion?
Sure. Thanks, Mia, and thanks to CUTS for having me. Very interestingly, contrary to what Peter just told us about Africa and specifically Kenya and Nigeria, I think in India, a lot has been done in terms of legal and regulatory response when it comes to consumer protection. We have a ministry, we don't have a fragmented approach to consumer protection. We have a dedicated ministry that deals with consumer protection. So we have a Consumer Protection Act, and then we specifically have consumer protection e-commerce rules. So issues like counterfeiting, piracy, data protection to a very limited extent, etc., all I would say pretty much covered under the consumer protection framework. We
Vedika, hi, Aparna here.
Hi,
I'm really sorry to cut you short, but I had an important message for Mia. So basically, Chetan has had to leave the meeting because he had a prior appointment at PMO. So FYI.
Mia, I think you're on mute.
No, I was just acknowledging that I have received the message. Thank you.
Yeah, and my apologies, Vedika. I'm so sorry about this.
No problem, Aparna. So just picking off where I left, like I said, I think, India has it pretty much covered when it comes to consumer protection. We have the consumer protection rules. We also had a draft e-commerce policy, which looked at consumer protection from various angles, like data protection, counterfeit products, piracy, and so on. The angle that I'd like to really focus on today is inclusiveness from the perspective of business users of e-commerce platforms. I think that is one gap that has not been adequately addressed in India. So, our Competition Act, of course, like most countries, applies ex post, and we haven't seen too much enforcement action when it comes to e-commerce players under our competition law so far. And we do have a foreign direct investment policy, and the foreign investment policy allows foreign funded e-commerce companies to set shop in India, but it doesn't allow them to operate on the inventory model. So the inventory model is basically where the platform also sells its own goods on the platform. It only allows a marketplace model. Often this policy is criticized because, it's termed as a policy that promotes national champions. But, and this is my personal perspective, I frankly feel that, India is one of the largest markets for e-commerce today. The two largest e-commerce companies are both foreign owned and controlled. We have Flipkart, which is controlled by Walmart, and we have Amazon. So, on ground, definitely there is no national champion, at least as of yet. And the foreign direct investment policy has been in place for over 3 years now. So I think on ground, we don't have any national champion. And I think the goal of the policy really is not to promote a national champion, but it is to sort of protect business interests, because the policy actually wants to promote platform neutrality. So I think the goal for India is pretty much aligned with what we see internationally, whether it's the EU, whether it's the UK, Japan, the UK, and so on, that they want to sort of regulate the largest digital platforms, and they want to sort of bring in platform neutrality. They want to curb misuse of data power. They want to prevent self-preferencing of platform-owned labels and so on. But I think the route that we've adopted of sort of having a different set of rules apply to foreign funded and non-foreign funded platforms gives the impression that, we are trying to promote national champions. So I think there's a need to sort of rethink our approach. It is okay to selectively designate and regulate platforms, but the criteria for such designation needs to be more nuanced. So for example, like we see in the DMA or even the UK proposal, say, a number of registered users or active users, factors like these could be instead used instead of, making it foreign versus domestically funded. So that's one point, I think. just before, I mean, a lot has been said and I don't want to take up much time. So before I ended, just few quick points. And I think these are more questions or, open-ended policy issues that I see currently that face the Indian system. So one, of course, I said is how to ensure a level playing field and how to ensure fairness and competitiveness from a business user's perspective. So I think that's one of the big policy issues that's facing the Indian e-commerce space right now. The second would be, I think, how do you really assess market power for e-commerce companies? I mean, they're multi-sided, so whether you need to sort of establish market power or dominance on both sides of the platforms, or is one side enough? How do you account for data and competitiveness? I mean, is data a barrier to entry? Should you ban targeted advertising, not so much to control the flow of data, but just from a purely competitiveness angle? So basically assessing market power and the role of data, I would say, is the second issue. The third issue, I think, is, like they say, I mean, case law comes 10 years too late, but then regulation also comes 5 years too late. So how do we use what we have in our existing toolkit to regulate e-commerce platforms before the markets tip irreversibly? And I think the fourth and the last issue, and I think Thibault mentioned this, he mentioned that the consumer welfare standard is being compromised. But I think the bigger question here is, what is this consumer welfare standard? I mean, do we think that consumer welfare is a short-term focus on, cheaper prices? Or is it long-term availability of options and positive competitive pressures that these options bring? Also, does consumer welfare include consumers on both sides? Does it include business users, or is it only the end consumer? So yes, I think these are some of the issues that I think face the Indian system right now. Inclusiveness from a consumer angle, I think a lot is being done. And as more and more of India gets digitized, also we've done remarkably well on the payments infrastructure. So I think inclusiveness from a consumer angle is facilitated by that. We have the UPI, which is a platform for payments. It's highly interoperable. There's a lot of mobility. So I think, yes, from the business user perspective is where a lot of work needs to be done in the Indian context. Back to you, Mia.
Thank you so much. And thank you actually for doing a lot of my job, because you have posed so many questions, and I think I will drop them to the other panelists, because you call on some in name, and hopefully they will come back to you and provide some comments on that. But in terms of particularly assessing what is what is the market power and how do we deal with that, I think I would like to hear from other panelists after we hear from Raymond. So thank you very much for that. And also I think you forgot to mention PayMT or something, or PayMe, or whatever is the name of that platform that is being just launched as $2.5 billion, I think. OPI. Anyway, Raymond, I hope you are with us. I know you have had some digital connectivity issues, but you represent UNIDO in Cameroon and Central Africa. So I would like to ask you about a forward-looking position of developing countries there, and also LDCs in Africa in particular, with respect to industrial revolution and frontier technologies in general, and application to digital commerce in particular. So if and I know that there is one question among the question and answer that you already raise your hand wanting to answer online as you provide the comments. So please feel free to incorporate that in your comments. Raymond.
Okay, I got it now. So good afternoon to the people from the other part of the world, and good morning here. I'm lucky I'm here in a small island, one of the least developed countries in the Sao Tome and Principe. And so having my voice also raised and share with you makes sense. And also it was very good to hear people from the other part of Africa raising. So my talk, my intervention will at least give you 4 points. I try to summarize here regarding your question. Your question is, the first one is obviously with the pandemic, the e-commerce has contributed to include all people in the market. This is yes. And it's a reality I can feel and I can live here every day. If you have been in Africa, you could notice that it is a kind of a mass of traders. They trade things they don't produce. They trade, but also there is another inconsistency. While they are trading a lot in the cities, our own products are not accessible throughout the country and throughout the continent. With the pandemic, we were forced to provide products to our population using innovative supply chain, and the e-commerce was boosted, and really inclusive is a reality. We have another chance is also the ACTA, which is coming, trying at least with regulation policies to create the framework to have our products or our African products reach the entire continent. This is another chance that the e-commerce should seize, and we should ride on that. The second point is obviously e-commerce in Africa was possible also in a very folkloric, innovative way. I think Miziani mentioned it, where he was just motorbikes. I can tell you stories showing you also how the people make available foodstuff or other medicines and other things to the population, to the people here during the pandemic. So that's why resilience is one of the words we use more here, and which is a reality. The e-commerce, the second point was, it is a good entry point to the digital capability and the digital world, and everybody is talking about that, but really what it means now, because it is an affordable, accessible entry point, transformation in that transformation of the economy. That is why here it is good as we need to do our focus on digital public countries. So can you hear me, Mia? Because I'm having the image was frozen. So to increase the power. And I was just saying, this is the second point was obviously e-commerce is a good entry point for digital capability, for the new industrialization culture, and for creating a real ecosystem. A real ecosystem is sometimes missing, because those who really know Africa know sometimes how we can be, I'm using something very short, how we can be selfish. So it means we don't think that our business, what we are doing, should impact the others, so we even have a better development. We keep it for ourselves. We keep it ourselves, we don't, and also the environment is not so conducive to really help you to make the ecosystem real, which is help the entire economy and help the industrialization of the country. The third point is our experience as UNIDO on e-commerce. Somebody could have asked why you are doing industrialization, why it makes sense to you. It makes sense to us from the beginning because, like I told you, it is the entry point for the digital world, the transformation of countries, and the paradigm change. And we started with something that we can do and maybe better than others. We started with a BRICS. BRICS project, and India was part of that. And that was for us a platform, the possibility to do a certain number of things. Work onto the measurement of e-commerce. We participated with the UNCTAD work they have done on measuring, trying to measure e-commerce. We make some reports in those 5 countries of the BRICS, even more, to tell them how similar, how difficult it is, e-commerce or e-trade in their environment and what they can share. We boosted more the aspects of guidelines and standards, less regulations, because with the guidelines and standards, we think this is a complementary tool which can help also the e-commerce to develop, not only by regulating. We end up making also training tools for those countries where in the training we show we need a kind of diversified platform. We had Alibaba from China, we had Flipchart from India, we had Mercosur from Brazil, and so we try to tell them that with the influence they have in other countries, those platforms are relevant, but they need obviously to link the other countries where they have interest. So this was also an experience. What we are doing right now, like when I told you, it's inclusive. We have developed using the social media platforms, e-marketing, training, curriculum in the West Africa Competitiveness Program. And this is the way to untap the business of women, of young people on agribusiness, on cosmetics, and we have been able to train many, something like 200 small enterprise operating in really those sectors I nominated, I mentioned to you before. So we also have think that partnership is important in this e-commerce or e-trade, let's say, because and with the leadership of UNCTAD, we adhere and we become a member of the e-trade for all, because we are thinking making this dialogue among the main actors, private institutions, and also development partners will make sense to guide and at least to be inclusive in the world, to accommodate other people into the ground. The last point I wanted to mention, this is e-commerce, obviously for us, will continue being playing a central role in economic development and complementing the production process, or better, helping us in the transformation of the production. So it is an inclusive vehicle, but we need to look at all the challenges. Some of my colleagues here, and this year, I think this year, mentioned the reality in Africa, which is not only a single country or maybe a single region, but the question and the problem of infrastructure is one of the main problems. But in in my region here in Central Africa, the ECAS, which is the Economic Community for Central African States, they are investing a lot to build the infrastructure, at least to link the countries. And national infrastructure is being built also by the countries. So maybe 5 years ago, less infrastructure was available. Nowadays, there is a commitment and people are doing it, government are doing it, it's real. So we are going to overcome the problem of infrastructure. The trust that you mentioned, it was a focus of UNIDO. We wanted quality infrastructure to be there, and this is a recurrent problem of African countries, because you cannot industrialize without a solid quality infrastructure. If we keep doing artisanal handicraft, fine, but if we would like to be serious and to be industrialized, we need to have quality infrastructure capabilities, and we have been working very, very hard on that. We'll continue doing it also, and they will raise the trust. And let me finish with one point, because I don't want to be long and have been so much. This is the trust he mentioned. It's related to quality. It's also related to other things. Every day I pass, I'm just using an anecdote, I can find 2 sellers of sandwiches in the city of Yaoundé. One is crowded, the other one is empty. And this is the culture sometimes we are lacking, because the consumers in Africa, in some African countries, is nobody. Nobody care about the consumers. I was shocked in the first shop in Nigeria when I went out. You buy something in the ticket, it was mentioned, nothing will be changed. If you buy your product, you go out from this shop, we will not listen to you anymore. This culture of protecting the consumers, on making the fact, even those who are doing business, on respecting the consumer, sometimes is missing. But in a bigger scale, it is, we think, even we development partners, about offering the services, the offer side, but the demand side, we sometimes forget it. What I mentioned to a Minister of Industry, hey, Honorable Minister, you're offering all these dams for energy, but did you prepare the demand of the private sector, who will not patronize you because they don't trust that the energy you're providing to them will be reliable and stable? They said, you're right, Raymond. We need to work on that. And this is also the problem of many businesses in Africa, in e-commerce also. They don't have and they don't prepare the consumers sufficiently. And we need to do that. Thanks to CUTS, because they are doing a great job on that situation to protect the consumers and also to consider the right of the consumers. Sorry, I've been passing. I wanted to share also some thoughts with you today.
Thank you, Raymond. I hope everyone heard you well. I had some interruptions, but I think I got the gist of it. And I would want to say that maybe the infrastructural issues would be easier to deal with if you had more sort of convergence between the approaches of various African countries there, because you will be able to get the scale in, etc. But we can hopefully get back to some of that. I think at this point, I'm looking at my clock, and we have 15 minutes to go. So obviously we can't go with the full-fledged second round, and there is a sort of a list of questions that have been posed by our participants, and since many of them actually in one way or the other refer to the role of United Nations work and specifically UNCTAD. Let me go back to Torbjörn first and ask you, Torbjörn, if you want to comment on any of what was said here from the perspective of how UNCTAD actually tries to respond to the needs of developing countries in this area, and what sort of cooperative initiatives like E-Trade for All have been put in place, and how far we have gone with them in terms of getting some concrete results.
Thank you, Mia. In the interest of time, I will try to give just a few reflections on what has been said by the other panelists, and especially the interface here between, I would say, data, platforms, and competition. I think Dr. Kemp was, stressing this phenomenon that data is becoming increasingly controlled by a few major platforms, which is very true. And in fact, what we are seeing is that some very large platforms are controlling not just the collection of data, but also the transmission of data, the analysis of data, and the use of data in various ways. So I think it's a very fair point. When we look at the impact on consumers, it's very difficult to apply the standard way of competition policies to services that are provided free of charge, to where the payment is actually the exchange of the data, that you provide your data to the platforms offering, for instance, free search engines or free social media activities and so on and so forth. So I think it will become increasingly important that you factor in specifically the role of data when you look at the competition impacts, including in merger reviews. Peter was stressing that it's been difficult for some platforms to survive in Africa in e-commerce. Well, that has partly to do with the scale effects, the scale economies in providing this kind of platform services. You look at a mega player like Amazon that has absolutely huge amounts of data about not only the buyers, but also the sellers on the platforms. And the platform owner here is the only one that has this information. And at the same time, Amazon has started to offer its own products on the same market platform, the Amazon Basics, which basically has raised questions about the fairness of having one player that controls the market that also competes with the players using that market. We have seen also that in the area of e-commerce, whereas most competitors to the big players are relatively small, once they reach a certain size, they become very attractive takeover targets. So we saw Souk, for instance, in the United Arab Emirates, that grew to a significant size. It was taken over by Amazon. In the case of Southeast Asia, you had Lazada that grew to a certain size, and then it was taken over by Alibaba. And in India, Flipkart, of course, as we know, was taken over by Walmart. So we have a tendency of consolidation at the global level. And I think this is one of the challenges also when you talk about competition policies, that what we're seeing emerging in this platform economy are global monopolies. We have Google accounted for 90% of the world's search engine activity, which makes it very difficult for national competition bodies to really address the global monopoly situation. I think, and we can see that this is having a big impact and much linked to the fact that you can harness data. If we look at, for instance, digital advertising, which is the growing part of global advertising, in 2015, the five biggest platforms in terms of digital advertising revenue accounted for 50% of the global market. Today, they account for 72% of the global digital advertising revenue. So, and this trend goes upwards. You can also see that these players are the biggest acquirers of artificial intelligence startup companies, and they are also investing significantly, for instance, in international bandwidth capacity and in satellite broadband and so on. So I think one needs to look at this from a global perspective and really consider how can that be applied at the national level, or how can the international collaboration in the field of competition policy be strengthened in this area. And finally, just want to echo what Peter said, that there is a huge need for investing more by governments, but also by the international community to support countries that are at an early stage of digital readiness to catch up in this. But there are so many needs that need to be addressed, and they need to be addressed relatively quickly if we are going to avoid a further widening of the inequalities in the digital space. And in that context, we are very happy to have CUTS, UNECA, UNESCAP, and UNIDO, and another 30 partners working with us in the E-Trade for All initiative. I think the only way forward, especially in times when we have a lot of strains on the government budgets, is to work together and try to find smart solutions that will help us to speed up the support to developing countries that are trailing behind in the digital readiness area. Thank you so much again, and thanks for a great session.
Thank you so much. I think you have put it so well in saying that, you know, only together, basically, we can provide sufficient sort of fight back in a context of how small national authorities can deal with global monopolies. And through the initiatives that we have, and maybe going forward with imposing some of the global rules, hopefully we can help them as well. But let me, in this very limited time, let me go back to any of the panelists and say, you know, ask two things. First of all, do you have any comment on anything that has been said that you want to say at this time? And at the same time, I would like to ask you for a 2-minute takeaway takeaway of the session. And Jorben, I'm not going to go back to you because I simply don't have time in this context. So maybe we can go in, if I don't see any hands raised, and I don't on my screen. Sorry?
Thibault.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't see you in my gallery. Let me adjust my view. Yes, now I see you. Thibault, please go ahead.
Sure. For me, the discussion has been absolutely fascinating because I think we had actually two discussions. On the one hand, what we discussed is the role of data and the problems within the platform such as they exist. But I'm not sure if we actually identified the problems very much. I mean, we could talk about the private labels sold by Amazon, but these represent 2% of what they sell, right? So maybe there is a problem there, but I'm not sure if that would be the best uses of our resources. And on the other end, we heard, and let me know if that's unfair characterization, but from our panelists in Africa, that the number one issue seems to be the infrastructure issue. And here, what I hear is that it's not the data as an infrastructure, but the physical infrastructures and the ability to be able to deliver goods and products. And so I very much agree with what we just said, which is that investment is key. This is a global problem, and I think it would be good to develop some sort of programs, but I'm not sure if the best way to approach that is to actually ensure the flow of data. What we see is that data can only be utilized very often by the company creating the data, right? If you give Amazon data to Facebook or to a startup, they couldn't do anything with the data, most likely. So I'm not sure if data is, I understand the importance of it, of course, for competition within our countries. But if we want to talk about the global perspective, I think the physical infrastructure is more central. So I'm curious to hear from our panelists in Africa if that's indeed what they had in mind when discussing infrastructures. But thank you very much, because I think this was enlightening.
Thank you so much, Thibault. Do I have an immediate comment from either Peter or Raymond on this African challenge?
I think Catherine hand is up. Maybe she can go first.
Okay, Catherine, please.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to take over from the two of you at all.
No, that's okay.
I would just say, in terms of the overall picture, and where that access to data and the distribution of data fits for the various players, that for those merchants that are operating on these platforms and do not have access to the data themselves, or cannot take that data with them when they go to another platform, or are competing against a major digital platform in their particular product line, that distribution of data matters a great deal. And aside from the statistics in terms of what it means to Amazon itself or another digital platform, or the entire turnover in respect of e-commerce, it has a very large effect on those smaller merchants themselves. And I would just say, just remembering back to something that Jay was saying at the start, and saying we can really, we've got the rules in place that we need at the moment, and we can let the market take over. I do think that we've identified a number of areas today where the market has not taken over, and it's highly unlikely that it will, and that we do need regulation to assist, that it's not going to be consumers able to drive these changes without the assistance of regulation targeted at these issues.
Thank you, Catherine. Very well said, and thank you for going back to what Jay said, because I think it's important to complement that with this, indicating to the hand-holding sort of role of the government of helping markets to actually function function properly. Shall I go to Vedika now, and because I can't even see Raymond anymore, but Peter is still here, and so maybe we can let them conclude. Vedika?
Sure.
We have only 3 minutes left altogether.
Sure, Mia. So I think my key takeaway from today's discussion would be that, you know, across the globe, there are certain common issues, for example, control of data and the flow of data. But also I think a lot of the developed countries and even within the developing countries, the challenges are, you know, sort of diverse. I mean, for some countries, like somebody just said that, you know, physical infrastructure itself is the pain point. I think for some countries, physical infrastructure might be something that they've overcome, but now it's more to do with, say, financial inclusion and just people having access to digital modes of you know, banking, or having a bank account, being able to pay online. So I think the challenges are sort of diverse, and they're linked to the development stage of the country. And I mean, I do believe that, you know, multilateral solutions might sort of lead to convergence on certain top level issues. But I think a lot of the issues also need to be addressed locally and specifically as per each country's development needs. Because what I understood when I heard Peter and Raymond was that, you know, a lot of the challenges that they say that they're facing, I don't think are equally applicable to India anymore. So I think, you know, it has to be a mix of top level convergence and targeted solutions at the national level as well.
Thank you very much for that insight. Peter, I'm coming back to you for your takeaway.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I think Vedika has summarized it very well. Because from a business strategy point, I think at the beginning, when a company is setting up, obviously infrastructure would be critical. And like I said, many of the foreign companies have the resources to set up their own alternative infrastructure or surmount the challenges that they're facing. And that's why many of them are able to stay in the market for quite a long time as compared to the local ones. But then over time, once the infrastructure problem has been surmounted, then from a competitive point, then data becomes now a critical aspect of competition, because now if you have the data, because you've been in the market for a longer time than the new entrant, then you already have a competitive advantage compared to the new guy who is now coming into the market and who is still dealing probably with the infrastructural challenges and any other challenges that they might face. So yes, the countries from a developmental perspective are at different levels. So if you look at a country like Kenya, it's one of the more advanced countries than, say, some of our neighbors. And that's why even as a country now, we already have Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act to deal with some of these things. And we also have a Data Privacy Act, because we're already starting to see these challenges that need to be addressed. So going back to the argument, I think for me, I would say that at the initial stage of a company in Africa or in the Kenyan market, infrastructure is challenges are critical, but once those have been surmounted, and based on the amount of time or the period of time the company has been there in the market and the market knowledge that they have, then data starts becoming a core aspect of their competitive advantage compared to the new entrant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Raymond, finally, just a very short takeaway from you.
Thank you very much. I want to just go to obviously what I think is very good, that part of the continent, because in Kenya, they have an accreditation body, they have a solid quality infrastructure. So it means I was quite surprised when he said the lack of trust is always there. So that is why, to Catherine, I may say, we are not expecting the data, not the data, the protection of the consumers will solve the problem. At least we'll create the platform to attract investors and investment, because if the consumers feel comfortable, have the trust to patronize the sector, obviously investment will be attracted. And so even national people could invest in those sectors. But right now there is a problem of trust because the Consumer Protection Act is not there. But let me also put the other thing which is very important in Africa. It is not only the regulation. We need also to put the framework, so it means the policy and the strategies. In some countries, I'm talking about not Kenya, obviously, but these countries on the other side of the continent, most of them are still struggling to get a policy or a strategy on the development of the digital or e-commerce. Thanks to UNCTAD, thanks to UNIDO, thanks to other, also the E-Trade for All, we are getting into that. We are providing them the tools and also the benchmark for them to start also developing their e-commerce sector. So I would like to thank you for this, this meeting, because I think it is also very important we talk about the differences we have in even the African continent. Back to you. And I finished saying we as UNIDO, Mia, is very important. We don't only take the e-commerce, we consider the nexus e-commerce and new industrial revolution, or what somebody is simplifying as digitalization. It's very important because we are still also struggling and working for the industrialization of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think, Raymond, even there is no anymore the traditional industrialization. Everything is now affected by the digitalization. So I think all is connected. Look, I cannot even start summarizing. I'm sure our participants will appreciate this state of fact. The discussion has been absolutely wonderful and really broad, but also with some of the specific recommendations. I think what we have to take away is that there is lots of diversity and diverse needs that, of course, one single model will not solve, but it will be helpful to have some sort of a benchmarking or a guidance by having multilateral or global rules or even regional rules. I call it rules, but it could be just in a form of guidelines that should be given to the countries that are lagging behind in terms of having the regulatory solutions. As from what I heard from you, you would give quite a high sort of advantage towards regulatory solutions first in the context of how do we move forward. There is lots to be said on data, not only in the context of privacy, but also what sort of value we have from it as consumers. We treat it as Churban. I think you finally said it's a substitute for money, with which we pay for the services that we get from the platforms, and we are willing to trade off in that context. But there are, in the context of competition, we see that first mover advantage would collect the assets in terms of a digital format, and then we'll be able to move on forward better. And lots of things to be said. I, of course, am the least competent to conclude in some sort of a big way. I have to thank you very much for this interactive session, and of course, the most thanks goes to CUTS and the co-organizers for giving us opportunity to meet here today virtually. I hope one day in person, and to continue our work and our discussions. So Pradeep and colleagues, thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you for excellent insights in this topic. Thanks, and stay well, stay safe.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maya.
Thank you.
We would request the panelists and the audience to please stay put for the next session, which is going to be on job opportunities and employment. So it is going to be a very informative session, as well as the valedictory session at a bit later in the day, but I'm sure there's much to gain from both these sessions. So we look forward to having you as audience in these next two sessions. Thank you so much for a brilliant discussion, everyone. So welcome to the second day and the fourth session of the 7th edition of the CUTS-CIRC Biennial Conference on Competition, Regulation and Development, organized by CUTS International and the CUTS Institute for Regulation and Competition. This is organized in partnership with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, European University Institute, and Overseas Development Institute. These sessions have been organized to deliberate upon a few macro and micro issues to crystallize the path for an inclusive and resilient economic recovery with a keen focus on the global south. Our theme for this session is creating more income opportunities and jobs. So the post-pandemic world has witnessed unemployment on an unprecedented scale, which has in turn widened the already existing inequalities. Is this phenomena forcing countries to rely on protection? And how will digitalization affect the job market? So to discuss these and other attendant features and possible solutions, we have with us today an eclectic group of panelists. As I stated earlier, so due to some unavoidable circumstances, Arun Myra was not able to join us for today's session. So we have with us today Pradeep Mehta instead, who will be the moderator for this session. Pradeep is the founder secretary general of CUTS International. He is currently a member of the Confederation of Indian Industries International Trade Policy Council. He has served as member of the Board of Trade, Better Regulatory Advisory Group, and Steering Committee on EcoMark, think tank on framework for a national policy on e-commerce of the Government of India. He has also been an honorary advisor to the Commerce and Industries Minister of India, Trade, Commerce and Industry Minister of Zambia, and the Director General of the WTO. Welcome, Pradeep. Then we have Kelvin Sargent, who took up the Sustainable Enterprise Development and Job Creation Specialist position for South Asia, based in the International Labour Organization Decent Work Technical Support Team in New Delhi in September 2018. He provides technical advisory services to 7 sub-regions, including Afghanistan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. He introduced the ILO approaches and tools in areas such as micro and small enterprise development, multinational enterprises, cooperatives, productivity improvements, local economic development, green jobs, and social finance. He has provided consultancy services for a range of companies and organizations, including Caribbean Community and Common Market, CARICOM, and United Nations organizations. Welcome, Kelvin, I beg your pardon. Our next panelist is Phil Evans, who is an independent consultant and a former inquiry chair at the Competition and Markets Authority, UK. Before joining the CMA, he was head of consumer policy at Foresight International Policy and Regulatory Advisors. He is an economist by training and has taught at the London School of Economics and Political Science, University of London and North Carolina. He has a long history of consultancy and engagement with international organizations, including the World Trade Organization, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Welcome aboard, Phil. We also have with us Radhika Kapoor, who's a senior visiting fellow at the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. Before joining ICRIAR, she worked at the Planning Commission and the International Labour Organization. Her broad areas of research interests include poverty and inequality, labor economics, and industrial performance. She has worked extensively on the various facets of India's labor market, particularly in the informal sector, the impact of technological changes on the world of work, and the measurement of employment and unemployment. Welcome aboard, Radhika. Our next panelist is Sumit Majumdar, who is a professor of technology strategy in the Jindal School of Management at the University of Texas at Dallas. He has been on the faculties of Imperial College London and the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. His primary expertise is in competition policy, regulation, and corporate strategy. He was trained as a chartered accountant in the United Kingdom and as an industrial organization economist in the USA. He is a globally known expert in the economic analysis of firms, markets, and industries. Great to have you on board, Sumit. Our next panelist is Samar Verma, who as a program officer at Ford Foundation, led the program portfolios on, leads the program portfolios on public interest technologies, future of workers, and philanthropy. He has 25 years of professional experience in the corporate sector, conducting policy research, Building Institutions, International Development and Grant Management, based in India and the UK. As Senior Program Specialist at International Development Research Center of Canada, he managed the Global Think Tank Initiative Program in South Asia and Myanmar. He was the Global Head of Economic Justice Policy at Oxfam, Great Britain, leading the trade, agriculture, and climate change. So I welcome the panelists and the audience to a very delightful session. It's a pleasure to have you all with us on board today. A few housekeeping announcements before we get started. So for an interactive session, audience is encouraged to please enter your questions for the respective speakers in the Q&A tab. And as we are live tweeting the session, I request everyone present here to retweet for a wider dissemination. And also while tweeting about the live session, we request you to please use our official hashtag, which is hashtag 7th Biennial. And I'm re-emphasizing this because there just might be an award for maximum tweets. So the more the merrier. On that happy note, I will now request Pradeep Mehta to please commence the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna. Thank you for that very generous introduction. We're very pleased to welcome, to add to her welcome to all of you again. Sergeant Kelvin Sargent, particularly. All the others are all very old friends. It's good to make your acquaintance. Now, a questionnaire or a script was already sent to all of you. And I'll go according to the script, but before I do that, let me also contextualize something as a background to this work. We are, with the support of Ford Foundation, which is represented by Summer here, we've been working on a project which is looking at inequality as a core theme in the context of good and better jobs. And we are now getting into the second phase of this particular project, which is going to allow us to deepen the work that we've already done. And mind you, and we came across some very startling evidence of which Radhika is aware. Radhika is served on the advisory committee of that particular project as well. Something which you often hear about, but here we could find it through physical evidence on the ground to see as to the kind of exploitation which takes place to workers, with our workers not even treated as human capital in most cases in particular. Now, having said that, what we have seen, and in the context of the pandemic, particularly in India, is hundreds of millions of people have lost their jobs. And this has happened not only in India, but in several parts of the country, because the economies came to a kind of a standstill. And more of them are sort of pushed into greater poverty than what they were in. Some of them, of course, were doing not so bad. So what is happening is inequality is deepening and threatening not only to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, but also possible law and order problems in many parts of the world. Jobs are also a central argument for growing nation-first syndrome and consequent protectionism as a downside of this particular phenomena. There are a large number of countries, including India, are adopting protectionist measures, raising tariffs, and seeing that workers are not sort of suffering due to this kind of liberal trade. What is right or wrong with that is not the topic here, but the point is that this is happening. Then, how far will digitalization of the economy is going to affect the job market? The other day I was reading a report that said about a few million jobs will be created by digital economy in India itself. The kind of new skills which is required and so on. Now, in all this, what is a central question, is there a role for competition policy in enhancement of income opportunities? Let's not forget that in a large number of developing world, we still require consumers to be there, to be able to satisfy their basic needs, as well as to be able to drive the economy. Particularly, India is a consumption-driven economy, for example. Now, if you do not provide these kind of income opportunities, then the economy suffers as a whole. Let's say that's a downside as such. Now, let me begin with Kelvin Sargent. He's already been introduced, works with the ILO in New Delhi for South Asia and other countries. Kelvin, what is the emerging global strategy to deal with the job scenarios in this pandemic-ridden world? And how is it, the second part is, how is the digitalization of economies affecting the job market? And digitalization is going up as a consequence of the pandemic. And what are the ILO's prescriptions for nation states? Over to you.
Thank you.
Now, if it is all right, what we could do is we could, interact as far as possible. So I would suggest if we can take 5 to 7 minutes to make our initial statements, and we go back into a second round, including take some questions to liven up the debate.
Yeah.
Over to you, Kelvin.
Good afternoon, my fellow panelists, and I bring greetings to you from New Delhi, where it's a bit cold today. And I'm very happy to be invited by CUTS-CIRC to this biennial conference to speak on a number of things. Of course, the emerging global strategy to deal with the job scenario, the question of digitalization, and what is the ILO's prescription for nation states. Lots of things, really. And I think I want to begin by making the point, which I think is where Pradeep was talking about just now, is that the global job scenario is not good. It's not good at all. I think we may say that maybe it's mixed, that some larger developing countries seem to be improving, while many developing and underdeveloped countries seem to be reeling. I think it would be fair to say that the global economic recovery remains fragile and uneven. And I think if you look at the ILO's World Economic and Social Outlook report, which was put out in June of 2021, we make the point that the pandemic has brought unprecedented disruption that, absent of concerted policy efforts, will scar the social and employment landscape for years to come. So I think there's no doubt that the COVID-19 has affected employment and livelihoods in a meaningful way. Most countries have suffered sharp deterioration in employment of national income. There has been increased inequality, not only in terms of workers, but in terms of enterprises as well. The micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises have really suffered. The informal sector, the migrant workers, the value chains, women-led MSMEs, they have all been affected. And there is fragility and unevenness or uncertainty everywhere. So I think in the ILO, we say, number one, we need a human-centered recovery. That's the first point that we need to make. We need a human-centered recovery. And I think the next point we want to make is that I think millions of jobs have been lost since 2020. It is estimated that 108 million workers are now living on less than US $320 per day in purchasing power parity terms. People are living in more and more poverty. Of course, some jobs have been created, all right? And this is where I think the digital economy comes in. In terms of the digital economy, we all know of the online environment. We all are in an online environment. We are in fact operating now as we speak in an online environment. And I think it has been the biggest winner from this pandemic. Okay, the platform economy, the Uber, the Amazons, you name it. Okay, many new jobs have been created coming out of the pandemic. But the thing about the online environment we need to note is that there are challenges of working from home, of family life, and increased childcare needs. Okay, so we all have to work from home. There's the work-life balance issue that we need to tend to. Many women have left the job market because of the fact that they have to take care of home needs, they have to take care of the family and the children, and some of them may actually never enter the job market again. So that's another serious issue here. Unpaid work has increased, and many young people at critical moments in their lives have been disrupted. Their education has been disrupted. Their university, school life has been disrupted. Okay, so I think a lot of the employment that we are seeing now in the ILO is what we call non-standard forms of employment. In the past, we all took a job and we expected to be there for life. We'll retire in that job. But I think the days of a job for retirement, you call it what, a full-time job, a permanent job, the question of a permanent job, you know, is a big issue now, and you'll find more and more non-standard forms of employment. I think for the ILO, number one, we talk about, look, the solution to this is embodied in our centenary initiative for the future of work, which we put out in 2019. And it calls for us to seize the moment and tackle long-standing decent work deficits so that labor markets can be rebuilt in a more just and sustainable way. We in the ILO talk about a human-centered recovery that one has a number of strategies. We need to promote broad-based economic growth and the creation of productive employment through investment in sectors that can be a source of decent jobs and that supported just transition, gender equality, and vibrant labor markets. Secondly, we call for the introduction of active labor market policies, public employment, and care services to support households and labor market transitions. Thirdly, we call for social protection to promote formalization of the informal economy, okay, and so on. And fourthly, we need to ensure the right to collective bargaining and the freedom of association. We need to encourage safe and healthy workplaces. We need to ensure the receipt of the minimum wage, and we need to engage in social dialogue to develop and ensure effective implementation of a human-centered recovery strategy. So in the ILO, our strategy is very, very clear. One, our prescription to nation states is that we think it go back to the centenary declaration. But secondly, we have a global call for action, which we put out coming out of the COVID-19, that we say is inclusive, sustainable, and reliable. In this global call for action, we call for countries to introduce policies to reduce inequality. We call for countries to outline a comprehensive agenda with specific measures to promote quality employment and economic development, worker protection, universal social protection, and social dialogue. Very, very important to us. We think that those strategy and that global call for action is very important for countries to implement, okay, at the national level and at the multilateral level, if we want to come out of the pandemic and if we want to ensure what we call a human-centered recovery. I'll stop there for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you with some questions, particularly on the point that you started and you ended on human-centered development. Now, just to inform the audience, particularly that the International Labour Organization is probably the only intergovernmental organization where employers, trade unions, and governments are all three members of this. In fact, it is now headed by a friend of mine, a guy who has been a trade union activist. And once both he and I was talking as to how did he get this job, he said he also doesn't know how, but there you are. Let me now turn to another dear friend, Phil Evans. Phil, what have you or UK has learned from Brexit in terms of income and job opportunities? Brexit came up particularly as a kind of, was it a subtext revolt against foreign labor? And what are the lessons for the growing protectionism, which is happening around the world? And what role can competition policy play in enhancing job opportunities? Your first love, competition policy. Over to you, Phil.
Thank you, Pradeep, for the lovely introduction, and it's lovely to see you again. And it's always a pleasure to talk to CUTS and the audience that they can bring to these issues. And thank you for such a horrible question to answer. I feel as the representative of a country going through an experiment in economic dislocation, which it chose willingly to do, but without really much of a grasp of what the implications might be. And rather than go through all of the details and all of the pains and the troubles, I'll try and make some general observations that I think also apply to the effect that COVID has had on us. and the effect that COVID has had on economies and where I think we may be going. Now, obviously, I'm sat in a developed economy at the moment. Hopefully, Brexit won't stop that process entirely. But one of the things that has struck me looking at the effects on employment and on the markets that we are seeing in the UK at the moment, and also to some extent across Europe, is it makes you rather nostalgic. I think age does that to you anyway. But when you remember back in the days of the Uruguay round and the fall of the Berlin Wall and various other sort of fairly momentous events, we seem to have lost our perspective on what is important or what is not important. I remember back in the 1990s when we were looking at the Uruguay round, the talk of being able to boost GDP by 0.8 or 0.9% was seen as a truly magnificent and earth-shattering event, and you saw that on the back of collapses in Eastern European economies after the Cold War ended, of sort of 40 or 50% and enormous dislocations. And so we're in a rather bizarre position where the effects on the UK economy of Brexit are very, very significant by all international standards, but which don't necessarily seem to play through into people's understanding of how the economy is working. Now, partly that's because it's almost impossible to separate out impacts, and anyone that tries to do it is liable to be driven mad in the process. But I speak as someone who used to do economic forecasting, macroeconomic forecasting a very long time ago, and has then spent a good deal of time in microeconomics looking at how markets function. And so I'll try and make some hopefully useful observations on what I think the implications have been. And whenever I think about employment and Brexit, I'm reminded of a meat processing plant I went round in Northern Ireland, which was a truly remarkable place. I mean, one of the things that I think people increasingly understand about markets in developed economies is that because of just the nature of supply and demand and the growth of very powerful buyers, there's a level of concentration up and down the supply chain which is highly significant. So there are fewer and fewer firms that engage in activities. And what struck me walking around the meat processing plant was just how many butchers were employed. Now, I haven't really thought an awful lot about the butcher industry because in developed economies, there are relatively few butchers left on high streets. I mean, although the numbers are now growing because of a sort of a backlash to the supermarketization, as it were. But the market for butcher labour was not something that really ever impacted upon my life. But what was really noticeable was just how many very highly skilled butchers were employed in meat processing plants. You're looking at multiples tens of people. And what was also obvious about it was that the vast majority of butchers were for Eastern Europe. And in a small case, a large number were from Sao Tome and Principe via Portugal. And one of the problems that you then get with, sorry, that was a call came in for me, which is always handy. One of the problems that you then find with those sorts of markets is that they emerge almost organically when you have a reduction of barriers. And the single market and being part of the European Union was probably the single largest reduction in barriers to the movement of labour that we've seen as an experiment in probably globally. And people make individual decisions. And when you make those individual decisions, you make them on the basis of, yes, going after the money, but also you will move somewhere for softer reasons. There are more complicated reasons why people move jobs. And I would say, when I was listening to the questions and trying to think these things through, I'm not sure we're looking at a resurgence in protectionism in the UK and an exceptionalism that unfortunately meets hard reality every now and again. I think our understanding of protectionism may be a little dated. And so I just want to throw that out there. And I think that, you know, so some of the, I think our experiment with Brexit has allowed the market to value our exceptionalism to a remarkable degree. So, for instance, we made the very bright idea to basically try and reduce the number of foreign workers in certain sectors. One of which was heavy goods vehicles. Heavy goods vehicles driving is a difficult job. It's quite an onerous job. It's not particularly well paid. And we had a shortage of them before we even considered Brexit and COVID came along. We then essentially encouraged 20,000 workers to leave the country who were HGV drivers. And the market spoke. They had a choice between staying in the UK and being vilified and not treated, you know, not valued particularly well, or going back to Europe and going back home and potentially working in Germany or France or anywhere else where there was significant demand for their labour. And we found fairly quickly that old-fashioned things matter. And again, this sort of comes back to the nostalgia point. Old-fashioned things like customs duties, borders, paperwork, all of them matter a huge amount, and we underestimate them at our peril. So to cut a long story short, and when I was trying to make this reasonably short, which is explain Brexit in 5 easy minutes. I think the thing that we've learned, which applies everywhere, is that trade-offs really matter. You can make all the decisions you like, but you have to live with the consequences. And I don't think enough policymakers think of what those consequences are. There's an element of Back to the Future, you know, the old saying that history repeats itself first as tragedy and second as farce. And we're seeing an awful lot of that at the moment. And I also think we underestimate, and this is something which applies across the world, in large part because of the UK, because of the history of colonization. There was a great paper, I'm not sure whether many people in the audience will have seen it lately, about the long-term impact of the Silk Road on economic development, even now. And the Silk Road and the pattern of Roman roads still has a significant impact on how areas around those very ancient routes operate. And European countries, the UK in particular, during the Industrial Revolution, built their entire transport infrastructure around moving people large distances into very large urban conurbations. And then we imposed that elsewhere in the world, or we imposed a system of transportation to move things to the coast to get them back to the mother country, as we like to think of ourselves. And transport infrastructure really matters. And we need to think about infrastructure in the way in which it generates jobs. And in a post-industrial world, increasingly in digitization, we need to recognize that the new infrastructure needs to not make the mistakes of the old. And I think the old has created certain structures, and the new will do the same. And so the last point I'd make really is to sort of borrow from William Gibson's famous saying, which I think applies very much in developing countries and certainly applies in developed countries, that the future's already here. It's just not evenly distributed.
I beg your pardon?
The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed.
Yeah, well said. Well, two important points. You spoke about butchering coming back, street butchers coming back. I mean, this is something which you could have mentioned in the last session we had on e-commerce. In fact, in India, we are seeing a new evolution of home-delivered meat, app-based, two large companies delivering all kinds of meat products to your house through app-based, and startups getting billions of dollars of investment. I mean, they seem to be doing well. Secondly, in terms of protectionism, you said about exceptionalism. I hope you stay here for the validity session and raise this question to Simon Evenet. Simon Evenet is the biggest sort of propagator for protectionism, runs that global trade alert, as you know. Having said that, let me move on to Radhika. Radhika, the question to you is, how significant is unemployment to the increasing inequality. And how did the pandemic make the situation worse? How can one think of maintaining a balance between creating globally competitive firms and promotion of micro and small businesses where most jobs lie? Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. It's always a pleasure to be a part of conversations at CUTS, which are so intellectually stimulating. You posed some very thought-provoking questions, and I think Mr. Evans' comment, the note on which he ended, is actually an appropriate one for me making my comments. As he said that the future is already here, it's not just equally distributed. So I think in light of that comment, it's also important for me to clarify that a lot of the answers to the questions that you've raised depend on what kind of inequality you're talking about. Inequality is a multidimensional concept. It's also measured in different ways. There is the idea of global inequality, which essentially looks at what the distribution of GDP per capita is across countries. And if you look at that, there's actually a new paper by Angus Deaton, where he says that if you just look at that distribution of GDP per capita across countries without waiting for the population of that country, you're actually seeing a decline in inequality on account of the pandemic, because the richer countries have experienced larger economic contractions than poorer countries. But then, of course, he goes on to weight that distribution of GDP per capita with the population, and there he finds evidence to suggest that inequality between countries has increased during 2020. So while it's hard to make definitive statements about what's happened to global inequality, I think in the context of the conversation that we're having in this session, we are going to focus on within country inequality. And here we can say with a reasonable degree of certainty that inequality within many countries has increased. And there's evidence of this coming from rising poverty, which is happening concomitantly with rising billionaire incomes. Just to give a statistic, the World Bank has been estimating what it calls COVID-19 induced poverty, which is calculated as the difference in poverty in a world with and without the pandemic. And their latest estimates say that the pandemic led to 97 million more people being in poverty in 2020 than they would have been had there been no pandemic. And this is really a historically unprecedented increase in global poverty. They also say that a bulk of this increase in poverty, extreme poverty, is going to happen in the global south. They don't give numbers specifically for India, but they did provide earlier estimates of this COVID-induced poverty last year, where they said that the number of those in extreme poverty in India would increase by about 12 to 15 million. Now, it's heartening that we are hearing about this figure about so many people being pushed into extreme poverty in India in a year when we actually saw corporate profits being the highest ever. It was just 20 companies. I mean, these are figures by some analysts, and they say that 20 companies generated about 90% of all corporate profits. So the rising incidence of poverty coupled with rising corporate profits and rising billionaire incomes, and we've just seen the listing of Nykaa on the stock exchange, tells you that there is a serious inequality problem which is happening in India. Now, I'm going to focus on the labor market because an important channel through which we are seeing this increase in poverty is actually happening through the labor market. So let's focus on the labor market. And here, now there is enough evidence, not just from India, but from across the global south, which has been compiled in a series of ILO COVID monitors, which tells us the pandemic has created new inequalities and it has also exacerbated pre-existing inequalities in the labor market. The impacts of the dual shock of COVID-19 have not been uniform across the workforce, and there are some specific groups of workers that have been disproportionately impacted. So let me broadly give you three categories of workers that have been disproportionately impacted. To begin with, let's look at less educated workers. Now, these less educated workers were, even prior to the pandemic, they were employed in low-paid jobs. They were employed in informal work arrangements where they didn't have access to social security, where they had no written contracts, so there was no security of tenure. And what is more, these workers were invariably working in sectors where the first order effects of the pandemic have been the most severe. They were working in sectors where options for remote work were limited or they did not exist. Now, contrast this with some of the most highly skilled and highly educated workers in the workforce who are actually working in high-end services. They're working in finance and business, sectors which are more amenable to online work. They were also, prior to the pandemic, employed in formal work arrangements that not only offered them a steady source of income, but also gave them some degree of social security and security of tenure. So what the pandemic has done here is that it has exacerbated pre-existing inequalities in the labor market, largely because the ability to work remotely is highly correlated with education and hence with pre-pandemic earnings. Now, you asked the question about whether it was a rising unemployment which increased inequality. Now, here I should flag that in the context of the global South, it is not just unemployment that increased inequality. Yes, we did see a big increase in inequality right at the onset of the pandemic when countries went and announced lockdowns, the most draconian of which was in India. But also, when these restrictions were lifted, many of these people who lost jobs, they couldn't actually afford to remain unemployed in the absence of safety nets or if there wasn't enough direct income support, which was provided by the government. So they were pushed to work in the informal sector. They were pushed to turn to self-employment. So though they were no longer unemployed, but they were working in jobs that offered them reduced earnings. There were reduced hours of work. There was, again, no job security. There was a deterioration in the quality of employment. And therefore, all of this led to increasing underemployment. So the increasing underemployment, not just open unemployment as some of these workers, again, exacerbates that inequality in the labor market. And let's not forget that some of these people also actually dropped out from the labor force. So it was unemployment, underemployment, and also the dropping out from the labor force. And the second group that I want to talk about is the one that bore much of the brunt of this dropping out of the labor force, and that's women. Because again, as we know, women were severely impacted. This is not just because they were working in sectors like restaurants and hospitalities that have been hardest hit by the lockdown, and because many of them are in the informal sector, but also because they're the main caregivers at home and they've had to drop out of the labor market as schools closed and more time is required for household work. In fact, there was some evidence from the World Bank that showed that in many developing countries, girls have had to drop out from school to help with household chores. The third group I want to highlight is actually the youth and what the ILO calls the lockdown generation. They refer to the entire generation of young people who are entering the workforce at this time as the lockdown generation because these people have experienced severe disruptions. To begin with, these were the people who were more likely to have lost their jobs. That's what the empirical evidence suggests. Also, for young people who enter the labor market during a severe recession, they earn less than their cohorts just before and after them. And these differences actually linger on for many years in their career, leading to what is called a scarring effect. And additionally, also, many young people have experienced disruptions to education, training, and employment. So, these three groups are just some examples of pre-existing, well, the young people are not examples of pre-existing inequalities, but the other two are. And so those inequalities have exacerbated while creating new inequalities like you see in the case of the youth. Now, on the other side of the labor market, I also want to highlight, like you raised the question about firms and enterprises. In much of the global South, most of the enterprises, especially the micro, small, medium enterprises, are in the informal sector. And once again, it is these enterprises which have borne a disproportionate burden of the economic contraction because these enterprises neither had the financial strength nor the technical wherewithal to face the COVID-19 shock. Additionally, whatever policy support was provided by the government was largely focused on formal sector firms, large formal sector firms, leaving the informal sector to its own devices. And so many of them have actually simply just collapsed. It's also because they have seen a shift in their demand towards the formal sector. And yet at the same time, the formal sector has done well. Profits are rising there. They've also rationalized their workforce to maintain their bottom line. So as a result of it, while the formal sector's share in GDP has increased, the share of the informal sector in employment has increased. And that's led to widening disparities between the formal and the informal sector. So that's, again, a pre-existing inequality in the labor market, which has exacerbated during the pandemic. Now, how do we deal with this is the question. I mean, the theme of the conference is resilient and an inclusive recovery. And Kevin spoke about the ILO's human-centered recovery. I think addressing these pre-existing inequalities is an essential element to building back better because it's these groups who were disadvantaged to begin with, and they have now gone to bear a disproportionate burden of the shock. So it is these people, it is these enterprises which will have to be at the heart of what Kevin called, or the ILO calls, the human-centered recovery. And this is not just a moral imperative, it's also an economic imperative, because after all, there's no economy that can witness sustained growth in the long run, simply driven by a small proportion of the workforce. Eventually, that's going to peter out. So what is this going to entail? I mean, there's no quick fix to any of these problems, but broadly just putting out some ideas. To begin with, I think this calls for a reorientation of growth strategies. Growth needs to be more pro-poor, employment intensive, and more job intensive. We're constantly calling for higher and faster growth, but we need to pay more attention to the sectoral composition of the growth so that we can create more jobs, especially for those who we fear will end up with a lasting legacy of poverty and inequality. So this sectoral approach, I mean, it could be different for different countries depending on their own comparative advantages, but the sectoral approach will require, a serious thinking about growth and development strategy, possibly industrial policies. So on the macro side, it's the kind of growth and sectoral policy that you have to focus on. But at the same time, like Kevin said, you need measures to assist workers and job seekers to adjust to the post-COVID-19 economy, which is active labor market policies, skilling initiatives, investment in human capital, investment in digital skills to adjust to new realities. Similarly, you're going to need measures to assist micro, small, and medium businesses, especially in the informal sector. Because remember, many of those who've lost their jobs in the formal sector and may not find jobs back in the formal sector are going to resort to self-employment. And the informal sector will come back to life as it really represents the survival efforts of the working poor. So supporting these enterprises to adapt to new market circumstances will require policy interventions, particularly in terms of reaching out to their markets. So it could be visibly facilitating access to ICT tools and platforms that enterprises could use sourcing locally and for maintaining communications with customers. It could be providing them with web-based training on digital marketing. It could be access to capital that is required to help enterprises adjust to virtual markets. And I re-emphasize this idea of providing them these digital skills because you've had this session before already, and we all know the growing digitalization of the economy is going to happen. And if we don't address this digital divide, then that becomes an important source of inequality in the future. And we've already seen the rise of these superstar firms. So we have to address the inequality not only on the sides of incomes and workers, but also on the side of firms. So there is all of this we need to provide them to adjust to the changing market in a post-COVID world. But additionally, there are also the issues of easing access to credit and other financial services, upgrading infrastructure, which enhances the productive capacity of the economies and helps these small and medium enterprises connect with their markets and connect with their vendors. And even as I say this, these are things that there are MSMEs which have done in India during the first phase of the pandemic. To give you an example, SEVA has the Rudi Network, the Self-Employed Women's Association, which is a trade union of informal women workers in India. They have a Rudi distribution network where essentially by going digital, they were able to ride out tough times. So adaptability is an important element of resilience, and going digital is an essential part of that in a post-pandemic world. And finally, let me say that, conclude with my last point, which I think Kevin also made, but it's worth reinforcing here is that apart from everything that we've said, an important element of this human-centered recovery is going to be strengthening social protections. And the idea of providing universal social protection from birth to old age, which supports people's needs over the life cycles, is absolutely essential. Of course, this is going to call for more funds from governments as opposed to fiscal consolidation. Also, the ILO put out this idea, which is again very important. They've done this in their centenary declaration of establishing a universal labor guarantee, which essentially says that all workers, regardless of their contractual arrangement or employment status, enjoy fundamental workers' rights and adequate living wage, not minimum wages, but adequate living wages, maximum limits of working hours, and protection of safety and health at work. And the reason I emphasize this is because in India, what we actually saw is that post-pandemic, there was a complete relaxation. I mean, relaxation is a kind way of putting it. It was in fact an abandonment of all sorts of labor laws and protections in several states after the pandemic to attract investment. And so the idea that simply by squeezing the labor share of national income, by suppressing wages, by deteriorating conditions of work, we can generate sustained, resilient, and inclusive growth is misplaced. So therefore, this becomes extremely important. Also, we've spoken about a gig economy. Yes, as you said, Mr. Mehta, many people will find work in the gig economy, but given that the gig economy is nothing really but a new form of an informal work arrangement, it is a non-standard employment arrangement in the ILO's jargon, we will need to ensure that people, regardless of the nature of their contract, have access to some basic minimum social security and living wages. And this becomes important because many young people are going to enter the labor market in the post-pandemic world, and their first job is going to be one which is of uncertain in nature and a non-standard employer-employee relationship.
Thank you.
That's the labor side.
Would you like to wind?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Radhika, for an excellent tour de force, I would say. You covered nearly everything that could have been covered. And with that, I thought the point which you made about the digital economy segues into Sumit Majumdar's remarks. And the question that I have to Sumit, is it, what time is it in Texas at the moment?
5:17 a.m.
Oh, not bad.
Not that bad. It's, you know, it's quite
okay.
reasonable
Thank you.
time to be up.
Anyway, I'm very grateful that you joined us.
No, thank you.
In spite of this very unearthly hour. Now, the question to you is, what type of national digital strategy would be best suited for creating and maintaining more jobs and good jobs? And how important is competition policy in this regard? I would say competition and regulatory policy, not just competition policy. And what are the elements of an optimal regulatory framework, both do's and don'ts, positive list and negative list, in digital space from the jobs perspective? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Again, it's a pleasure to be here with a most interesting group of people answering and tackling some of the most difficult challenges of our time in terms of livelihoods. And I thank the organizers. And what I have done is actually just put a few remarks on PPT. And what I will do is try and share the PPT. If not, then I'm going to request Akshay to sort of run it for me. But let me share my screen. But what I'm going to do is probably repeat a few things which are basic economic growth 101 sort of concepts from any course in economic development, and then talk about certain things which may be extremely wishful pie in the sky thinking, but I'm going to, as Pradeep has recommended, look at it from a traditionalist antitrust policy, antitrust economics, regulatory policy, regulatory economics dimension, which I think is all important, because that is something that actually is what is actually happening in all of the agencies and regulatory organizations around the world. So let me do my screen share and see whether I am able to generate that process, and then I'll just go through my sort of comments. But in the meantime, I mean, this is extremely useful, because Mr. Sargent's point about essentially the whole issue essentially being a sort of a wake-up call for global action based on human-centered development is exactly what I hope that I will also sort of shed some sort of light on, or share my thoughts. Okay, let me share my PPT. There we are. Okay, good. So that is visible, and I think a little bit of what is actually happening in the digital world in terms of the digital apocalypse. And I think the four horsemen of the digital apocalypse are essentially semiconductors and integrated circuits, which is essentially given us, high value, and a sort of high velocity computation and sort of analytical transactions all the time. Computing and smartphones, we have instant computation and connectivity. as a result of which we have the World Wide Web and the internet, and knowledge is an essential facility. So I'm looking at it specifically now from an antitrust angle. Knowledge is something that we have to treat with the lens of an essential facilities doctrine. Access to it, utilization of it, and enhancing it. So knowledge as an essential facility is an important issue. But on the other hand, wireless, broadband, and social media has made every one of us ubiquitous all the time, everywhere. You can't hide. If you want to have your place in the sun, you're always entitled to it. So these are the four horsemen of the digital apocalypse, as a result of which labor markets have been transformed beyond recognition. So we have restructuration of livelihoods and lives through what I think are four processes. Again, these are my thoughts. You don't have to take them at as sacrosanct at all. I mean, they may be completely hocus pocus to some of you. But what has happened is the deconstruction of fiscal and political boundaries. Political geography is fluid, and no country border is sacrosanct in the long run. You have Brexit now, a breakaway of Britain from the European Union, as a result of which you have the ongoing sort of dynamics in Ireland, and it may very well be that you may see a realignment of the political geography of Ireland. So you are essentially seeing no such thing as a sacrosanct political border. I mean, it never happens. But because of technology, what we have had is something which I have simply called the diachronic disembodiment of value chains. If you are providing a service in Dallas, you are probably using talent simultaneously sitting and working on that particular task in Bogota, Colombia, in essentially Bhopal, India, and perhaps in Darwin, Australia at the same time, and the work is getting done. So you have instant value delivery, and that removes the constraint of geography. So the third thing that has happened, and this has affected our lives as those in the educational space, is we have had splintering of educational processes. No longer is teaching something you go to a classroom in a particular location at a particular time to deliver your material. I may have students from all over the world simultaneously, and the students also can mix and match and create a fabulous sort of online program should the opportunities exist. So these opportunities are tremendous, and which leads to the critical issue with antitrust, and antitrust as applies to human capital, the digital re-intermediation of human talent, which creates concerns which perhaps are worth noting, but I'm not sure how much of it can immediately be addressed in the short term to look at issues in terms of human development. So workflow is digitally distributed to many locations, and specific expertise is tapped at any time. Again, we all know this is happening. I've just put a few labels on what is phenomena. But going back to certain fundamentals, and I'm going to sort of piggyback on what Mr. Sargent had said, all about being human-centered development. I mean, all economic growth is capitalist growth, just a few basic points, and all capitalism is entrepreneurship. But all entrepreneurship is ultimately a function of human capitalism in every location and in every space and in all matters of time and geography. And so therefore, all capitalism is human capitalism. And based on that, the free movement of human capital is fundamental for economic growth and equity. And I think Pradeep has raised the issue of protectionism. Again, protectionism is again restricting the free movement of human capital. Brexit has been sort of a function of essentially, coming down into your own sort of silo, and Englishman's home is his castle. So, let us draw the, pull the drawbridge up, etc., etc. What you're doing is, again, creating barriers to talent flow. And a barrier to talent flow is essentially, from a pure competition policy or an antitrust perspective, a barrier to entry for the vital resource that makes the world work. Simple. The world is all about humanity. If you are creating a barrier to talent flow, you're creating a barrier to entry for the vital resource, given that all capitalism is human capitalism and all economic growth is capitalist growth. Therefore, I start with the fundamental issue that restrictive economic policies are wrong economic strategy. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Every country in the world has grown because of its immigrants. I mean, Einstein was an immigrant, and the people who built all the sort of bridges and the infrastructure in Britain, they came from France. If you look at they were the French Jewish immigrants who essentially built Britain's civil engineering infrastructure. So that is the basic stuff. So therefore, we are talking about, in the context of trade and competition policy, and specifically in terms of antitrust, and I'm going to put it in the context of global antitrust, we are continuously talking about open global product markets. We have the WTO, and that is axiomatic in policy debates. It is the basis of free trade zones and WTO. Based on that, we have open global service markets. If it is no longer products shipped in enormous containers from various ports all over the world to various ports elsewhere in the world, which are now, of course, being clogged, but that's a different issue. We have global service markets. And there has been, thanks to the digital space, because of the digital reintermediation of talent, the borderless arbitrage of time zones. So what's happening is arbitrage of wage rates has essentially, I'm calling it digital slavery, because you're essentially paying somebody in a country X, which is a developing country, a wage rate which is 1/10 or the 1/20th of essentially the wage rate for the same person, say in a highly developed country such as in one of the North American countries. But there has been the borderless arbitrage of time zones. With respect to capital markets, money moves at the speed of summer lightning. It's here now. 5 minutes later, you've transferred it from, let us say, country in a city X in one continent to city Y in another, and you made 10% in the bargain. So as far as open capital markets are concerned, for financial capital, for essentially capital that is embodied in goods and capital embodied in services, it is open markets. But when it comes to open human capital markets, meant for the capital that is embodied in all humanity, our worst psychological fears and instincts arise all the time. All our sort of baggage of insecurities and emotions come up to the fore, and we have these situations where we are unable to discuss this openly and candidly. And I think it is time for actually having this candid discussion, at least in my opinion. I mean, I'm highly opinionated and fairly idiosyncratic about it too, is that we need to start having this sort of a debate in terms of the movement of capital and the movement of human capital talent in terms of human-centered growth and human-centered development. Because all of these actually have a very fundamental issue on the critical contingencies and the constructs that define antitrust policy in the specific countries today. And let me go to that really, which is what I'm going to talk about because of the sort of backdrop, the backdrop for this. And therefore, I would suggest that we look at immigration policies and innately an element of competition policy, because immigration is about movement of talent. It is the movement of people searching for better lives, better opportunities, the ability to exploit their learning in countries that don't have the sort of same feasibility. I mean, the huge number of students who immigrated from India to America in the 1970s and 80s were not able to find the high quality jobs in India at that point in time. They went to America, they became different people, and they've created some of the world's the most important organizations having immigrated. And so therefore, we need to think about an international organization for migration. I mean, there are international organizations for the movement of talent. I mean, not for the movement of capital, for financial capital, such as the BIS and the IMF. There is a WTO for trade in goods and services. There is a UNCTAD for investments or trade also. But as far as the movement of people is concerned, we have the IOM, which is not an international organization, but in my assessment, an intergovernmental organization. Because it is an intergovernmental organization without international buy-in, it is relatively inconsequential and toothless in a sense. Like I shouldn't, say this about OECD, but it's essentially has been ineffective. And therefore, is it time to start thinking of a world migration organization as a human capital international organization, specifically for human capital. ILO does exist. A huge chunk of the ILO agenda can go into this organization. A huge chunk of the UNCTAD agenda can go into the organization because it is ultimately human capital sort of capabilities that is embodied in goods and services when we talk about investment. And should it have WTO powers to regulate the trade in human capital? Trade in human capital is getting your talent from place A to deliver goods and services in places B and C. And so therefore, what are some continuous, critical sort of antitrust issues that would become an important sort of element of the mandate of this WTO is what I've applied my sort of mind to based on Pradeep's request that one looks at it from the perspective of sort of antitrust policy and standard regulatory policy. So should we start looking at immigration practices as barriers to trade and barriers to entry? Because human capital is all. Human capital is the end all and be all. And therefore, this is a call for global action in terms of human-centered development. Should we be then looking at issues of wage equalization? I think Radhika Kapoor brought up the issue of extremely important words, which is an adequate living wage versus a minimum wage. A minimum wage is you're merely treating the human capital as a good or as a chattel, and you're merely treating the human being as an element of cost. But a human being is not an element of cost. A human being is an asset. It is the most important asset, because ultimately it is what is in your brain that goes into innovation, that goes into a product, that goes into trade. So is this whole issue of essentially wage arbitrage something that we should look at from the perspective or the lens of an anti-dumping barrier? I think this is an important question. The third issue is something that could be a part of this antitrust mandate, if you're looking at the human capital, is the global human capital practices as anti-competitive strategies. Do you sort of put your huge amount of attention as a global firm in one country and simply exploit the laborers in another country, as let us say the exploitation of child labor in certain developing countries, from the perspective of generating a huge amount of cheap t-shirts that you can sell on Oxford Street or New Oxford Street in London at 20 times or 30 times or 40 times the cost that of manufacturing those. And in the meantime, the person who has actually done that particular process has essentially been made millions or billions in the case. And one of the most important issues, I'm looking at it from the lens of evaluating sort of M&A transactions, and almost all M&A transactions are today cross-border M&A transactions. So from the perspective of cross-border business combinations, human capital concerns become critical, because you can merely sort of have an M&A strategy or a merger and acquisition strategy to essentially eliminate a huge amount of inconsequential and irrelevant quality human capital in one country and replace it with other. But that comes at the cost of essentially the well-being of people in that country. So therefore, the whole issue of immigration, antitrust, jobs and wages, in my reckoning, is intimately connected. And I hope that I've put a slightly different slant on the sort of topic for today's session, from an antitrust, more sort of standard dyed-in-the-wool antitrust economics perspective. But there are these issues, and I think what I'm going to invite is, it's time, as Mr. Sargent had said, we need to have a call for global action, and I think we need to break the mold of sterile contemporary thinking when we are talking about human capital and in the flows of people from place A to place B and C and D and E all the time. And in the context of the digitalization of the world, as I've expressed, there have been these four sort of outcomes. And we need to start thinking about these in a greater amount of depth if we want inclusiveness and if we want essentially the removal of sort of inequalities, and if we want equity. These are fundamental issues we need to start thinking about, and we can start, if there is enough sort of, scope, we can actually sort of, set up a, this is an open invitation for a possible symposium that might actually that might even come out in the world's best antitrust outlets, between 4 and 12,000 words. So if you all have thoughts and, ideas, let us write a sort of a hard-hitting symposium, because there are, I know, people out there who want to be able to put these things in writing and get on with essentially, going back to inclusiveness and a syncretic and a sort of a completely fair and egalitarian world. I know it's relatively wishful behind the sky thinking to some extent, but I think we have enough of the intellectual ammunition to break the mold of sterile contemporary thinking, and essentially we were led off on this session by Mr. Sargent, who said, we must have a sort of a global call to arms. And I think, it's up within us to take that forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sumit. This is a good idea, at least a thought-provoking idea to pursue. And maybe if you wrote a short think piece on it, which we can circulate and see as to what could be the interest in the wider community.
Yeah, I mean, I've sent my PPT to Akshay, and I think there's enough material in this PPT to write up, 2,000, 3,000 word sort of something.
Right. Okay.
And if there is, and if then this can be a call. I'm not really interested in getting a publication per se, but we want these thoughts out, and we want thoughts along these themes out.
Good, but let us hear the views of the other panelists on this after I have invited and Samar Verma, our last intervener, to have spoken. Then we can have a discussion on your proposal and to see whether it. Samar, how important is skill development for Industrial Revolution 4? And what should be the elements of an effective skill development program? How can such a program be run in a populous developing country like India? We often hear the fact that our skill development programs are not in sync with the need, and we are teaching skills which will probably die out later. Over to you, Samar.
After I think what has been extremely comprehensive and well-rounded, right from almost a theoretical juggernaut that Sumit painted down to very practical, empirical stuff that Radhika brought onto the table. Let me share with you a little bit of a, if I may say, grounds view based on what we have been supporting from Ford Foundation. So I'll draw some lessons from a few programs that we have been supporting, including, of course, the wonderful work that Pradeep CUTS has done for us on good and better jobs. So I'll just say, quickly, three key things. One is, when I started my career about 25 years ago in the corporate sector, in a textile mill, the way skill was transferred from one generation to another, or particularly on the shop floor in the manufacturing, was when children of factory workers would bring lunch boxes for their parents at lunchtime. The parents, typically the worker, the fathers would take a break from lunch, half an hour, 45 minutes. They will have their lunch in peace, while the children who would bring those lunch boxes would handle the machines. That's how skills got transferred at the time, and I'm not talking about 200 years ago, I'm talking about even 25, 30 years ago. What has changed? The one big change, of course, has been, in part due to technology, has been the pace at which things have changed and the wide variety of skills that are now required even to be able to do a simple job. It's no longer, a uni skill or a mono skill job that exists. Most of the job now require multitasking. We know from World Economic Forum's analysis that a typical worker getting into the labor market today is likely to change jobs at least 7 to 9 times in their productive career. It is so different from what it used to be, as Kelvin pointed out, the permanent jobs or jobs that, our parents will typically join and retire from the same job kind of a situation. So that's a big change. And of course, that has also meant a very large variety of and different types of skill requirements that are now expected of workers. So what do we do? Given particularly the rather sobering, if not outright, disastrous, empirical data that Radhika has shared with us on the state of unemployment, poverty, underemployment, disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on a section of workers, whether it's women, whether it's people in informal sector, and we are not talking about few numbers, we are talking about millions and millions of people. Whether it's on, there are also socio-economic implications of this kind of disproportionality, because typically people in the informal sector also come from backward castes. They come from, disabled communities, the marginalized communities. So there's also that element of that disproportionate impact on COVID-19. Radhika has, I think, very comprehensively laid out that framework. I'll pick on just the two things I would say based on what we have been doing from Ford Foundation. So the one thing that clearly we need to do is firefight. There are millions of people who are out there, out of job, with very little hope of getting into any kind of a stable wage employment, forget about good quality employment, etc. We definitely need, as an emergency, to make sure that we equip them with the kind of skills that are required for them to return to the job market as quickly as possible. That's what I'm calling as firefighting for the moment. One of the programs that we are supporting with an organization called Samhita is called Revive program. Under Revive program, what we are doing is we have joined hands with microfinance institutions. We have joined hands with private investors. We have joined hands with CSR companies, and of course, philanthropic community, to try and address the challenge of skill development among this group of people. Who are basically the less educated people, whether men, women, whether backward caste, forward caste, whether in urban areas, etc. That's how we got it. How are we doing it? What we have offered through this mechanism, Revive mechanism, is what we are calling as returnable grants. So these are not loans, neither are they grants, neither are they subsidies or giveaways. They are what we are calling as returnable grants. And the idea is that the group of people who need this kind of support for kind of improving their skills and sustaining themselves for a few months before they are able to get back into the job market, whether it means learning new skills of tailoring or plumbing or whatever, or developing their existing skills for 3-4 months, undertaking some training or course, etc. This process, this grant actually provides them financial support. And there's a full mechanism on the ground of making an assessment of their risk. The risk of default is what is covered by the philanthropic community. So just in case these people are not able to return the grant for whatever reason, either they didn't get a job or for whatever reason, that risk is fully covered by the grant part of this returnable grant. Whereas because we are able to cover this risk, we are able to attract a large number of investors who are looking at returns, who are willing to help, but they are not willing to forgo their returns. And we are also working with microfinance institutions to identify this group of people. Now, the advantage of this model, and we have 1.5 years of experience, and I can tell you the way it is going, we are likely to, we also have a huge learning and evaluation component built into it. So we are hoping that we'll be able to come out with a kind of RCT based learning from this program. But it does seem to be provoking a very strong and successful support mechanism for those group of people who need that support right now. Why is it doing it? There are a few principles of support. One, the people who are asking for these grants have a stake in this. So it's not a free money. They have a peer pressure, a community pressure to return that. 97% of money so far has actually been returned. And 3% is also because of kind of natural hazards rather than unwillingness to return. Second, this is a group of people who are not kind of traditionally bankable assets. So it's difficult for them to get money from the banks. And that's where philanthropic capital along with investment capital comes in. And their risk assessment is done by NGOs on the ground, the microfinance institutions working with NGOs in the communities on the ground, and that then helps kind of build up their, let's say, credit worthiness over a period of time. As a result of which it's turning out to be successful. It's a little bit early for me to make a strong commitment or a statement on that, but we have very strong early indications of its working. So that's one thing that I wanted to say. In some ways, it's the 4P model. It's the public-private philanthropic partnership model that we are working with. So that's one, that's firefighting. But in addition to that, there is another thing which I wanted to talk about, and this is my last point, Pradeep, which is exactly along the lines that all of the speakers have so passionately advocated for, and that is, it is not business as usual. The economic recovery is not another, movement of the economic growth curve from from being at the nadir to growing up. It's a very different kind of economic recovery that we need. The neoliberal economic models that we have all been supporting has been the predominant economic paradigm, clearly has now shown its very strong limitations, whether it was 2008, 2009 financial crisis, and certainly during COVID times, all of that is now scattered. So the challenge is, clearly, therefore, we now need to build back better, to use a cliche term. Economic recovery has to be human-centered, we call it inclusive, call it sustainable. There are all different types of terms that we use, but the idea is, in this model, we cannot talk of people as economic resource alone. We have to begin to think, imagine, and embed people in income-generating opportunities, whether in formal or informal markets, as human beings. Now, what are we doing about it? There are two things I just wanted to highlight on this. One is, there's a social compact initiative, which you might be aware of, where we have been working with a few, again, NGOs, but also Indian industry champions, people like Godrej, for instance, who are, if I may use the term initiative rather than experiment. So the initiative is trying to develop a collaborative mechanism through which industries and civil society organizations can come together and develop an alternative paradigm where successful business is also responsible business, and responsible business is actually a very sustainable route to successful business. That's what we want to show. So that's one thing that I wanted to share. All these details are, if you do a Google, you'll get it. And the other thing that I wanted to say here is a project which is still in the making with CUTS. And Pradeep, you'll remember that one of the things that we are working with CUTS, that project is yet to take off, but hopefully it should take off soon, is on developing this alternative paradigm of economic development and economic growth. Call it human-centered development, for want of a better word, or just to use a term which has been used in the last hour or so. But the entire idea is, can we create and construct an alternative way of economic growth which shares prosperity rather than skews prosperity in the hands of fewer and fewer people? Radhika was giving some excellent numbers. One of the other additional numbers that I was struck by is in the last 20-25 years, what is typically called as the tooth to tail ratio within firms, which is the compensation of the senior leadership versus the compensation of the most junior staff in a firm. That ratio used to be something in 20s about 25 years ago. So, the senior leadership or the CEO will typically earn about 25-30 times compared to the most junior staff 25 years ago. Today, that ratio has gone up to a whopping 500. This is a scandal, frankly. This is unsustainable in any way. Clearly, the prosperity that we are seeing, 90% of growth coming from 20% of firms, most of that is being pocketed at the top end of the firms. So the inequality is not just entrenched and demonstrated across countries and within countries, but also entrenched within firms in the way growth is generated and in the way the benefits of growth are captured within the firms. And that needs to change. And which is where we are working also with some of the industry champions to try and see what are the ways in which we can eventually do it. We are also working with other foundations, Badwani Foundation, for instance, being one of them, to try and work with the MSME sector and see if there are ways in which we can demonstrate the success of a model where successful business becomes responsible business. But let me just stop here to say that these are the two ways in which, Pradeep, we are looking at skill building, which is a firefighting where it needs to be done today and now. But then there's also a bigger issue of breaking away the constraints of the dominant economic paradigm that we have been all in some ways entrapped by. Glasgow is a classic, kind of most contemporary, most recent example of how, why we need to change the way we've been conducting our own selves as individuals, as consumers, as well as staff and producers in our respective ways. But let me just stop here and thank you, Pradeep, again for this opportunity. It's just been phenomenally exciting to listen to.
Thank you, Samar. And I too enjoyed what you said, and particularly the kind of innovation that you are engaged in. That's excellent. And with that, Phil, are you there? Phil?
I am indeed. I just muted myself and took myself off camera.
Right, good. Yeah, and Kelvin, you're there, right? Fine. So Phil, to begin with, there is a question to you, and then we'll go back to the other question. Alan Asher has raised this question. Many speakers have pointed to a loss of vision in trade and the goals of competition and domestically and internationally. Is it terminal or is there a way back? And what can we do to reignite the promotion of consumer welfare? This is a bit off the agenda that we are talking about, but however, go ahead.
Who are you aiming at that?
Sorry?
Is that aimed at me?
Yeah, that's at you. A question to you from Alan Asher.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Pradeep. I'll try and be short. I think one of the biggest challenges we have at the moment is encouraging people and engaging people in debate without catastrophizing. I think once you catastrophize, you lose people because you can never ever deliver on catastrophic predictions without generating cynicism and disdain. You simply frighten people, and then when they realize they don't want to be frightened anymore, they start to ignore you. And I think that's a major problem for us. I also tend to think that we need to try and rethink how we campaign based on the way in which demographics and technology are working, because it's always easier to do it that way than to try and run counter to it. And so the things that I increasingly think we need to do is technology is making it easier for us to be away from each other at the same time as demographics and age and all around the globe, we are becoming more urban. So within 20 years, we're going to be almost entirely urban populations. Women are going to be considerably more important in the workforce and as decision makers in markets. And technology is best when it can operate in very close, dense urban environments, which is where we're going to as a world. I think the issue about migration is incredibly important because, in countries like my own, in Japan, in the US, we have incredibly old populations that are going to get older. And in countries like Nigeria, most of Africa, parts of India, parts of the subcontinent, you have incredibly young populations who are looking to be able to be economically active. So I think we need to focus on devolving power, devolving infrastructure, and delivering infrastructure and power to people in smaller, non-national environments. And so I suspect, and we can see it happening to some extent in the States, that the way we get around this is to focus our energies on city-states, effectively, and empowering people in their local communities through the use of technology and the recognition that as we saw with Brexit, the people who are most worried about immigration are the people that have never met an immigrant. And the people who are least worried about immigration are the ones who live with them. So we need to empower city-states and more liberal communities within cities to be able to control more of their lives. And I think if we do that, we actually end up with a more open world as a result.
Good. Thank you. I mean, are you also responding to Shumit's presentation in this last few comments?
Oh, absolutely, to some extent. I mean, I think, you know, I mean, how long have we been talking about labour? You know, how long has India been raising labour as an issue in trade negotiations? And he used to do so in a very sort of like lonely way. It was the only ones that would stick their hand up and say, "Guys, can we talk about the free movement of labour?" And there was always that the European Union, which is based on the free movement of labour from very poor country members to richer country members, which then helps those poorer country members grow, like Portugal, Bulgaria, whatever, provided you put the infrastructure in to enable those people to come back with their skills and grow their businesses in their own countries. It's deeply ironic that the European Union, which is based on, in a sense, a microcosm of the model that India wants globally, was always opposed to what India wanted globally because it was doing precisely that within Europe. So yeah, I mean, I think it is. We always need to have that conversation, but I conversely think that actually devolving power to cities or increasing power to where actually where immigrants will tend to go and where the locus of economic and social activity will be, will actually help to encourage a more open world by taking power away from national governments and give it more to local governments and to local communities. And technology is a great enabler of doing that.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I turn to you, Kelvin? And particularly, I still remember Phil Evans spoke about the fact is that, you know, many years ago, he wrote a paper for us on trade and labor standards, which used to be a very hot debate in the WTO, which many developing countries opposed because they felt that it could be used as a protectionist measure. And even at that time, I still remember Jagdish Bhagwati, the famous economist, pointing out that ILO is empowered under Article 33 to use a lashing tongue, even if not teeth. And they did it. ILO did that in the case of the prison labor in Myanmar, or what used to be then called Burma, on the basis of a complaint from European Union. And then that situation got rectified. So having said that, I just wanted to bring in that kind of context to Phil and I go about 25, 30 years now. And we've done a lot of work on many of these issues together. But the point which you are making is why I mentioned this 33 as an example was, when you talk in terms of human-centric development, now that still sounds rhetoric. I mean, you're an organization of employers as well as employees and governments. What is the kind of action plan that you have been able to get on to see that labor is treated as human capital?
Thank you, and I think it's an important point, really. You know.
And sorry, and one supplementary question, Kelvin.
Yes.
What are the indicators that you may have developed to check that?
Right. So no, I think at the end of the day, we must remember that development is about people. So I mean, in the past, it was all about growth, and transformation, and we forgot about people. But I think the ILO has always been there. If you go back in the 1990s, the global jobs pact coming out of the financial crisis, we have forgotten labor again. And it was the ILO that had to come out with a global jobs pact that put jobs and people at the center of everything. And now today in the pandemic, I mean, you know, we've seen the suffering of people, we've seen all that is happening. And therefore, again, we are saying that, look, You need to put measures in place to ensure people can live. I mean, the undertrodden, the poor, the underprivileged, you know, even those who cannot help themselves, the indigent, we need to take care of them. We need to think about them because they will be fundamentally affected differently. People who have jobs and so on will be affected, yes, but the reality is that those people who cannot help themselves will be affected tremendously and much more. So we need to think about them. And we need to think about that human-centered development.
Good. Would you like to respond to the excellent provocation which Sumit made in terms of the World Migration Organization, for example?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think migration is a big issue now, as we've seen the treatment of migrants coming out of the pandemic all over the world. They've again been seriously affected. And in the ILO, we've put in place a number of policies and measures to treat with that migration issue. Look, we talk about a number of things. One, stimulating the economy and jobs. All right. Two, protecting workers in the workplace. Three, relying on social dialogue and of supporting enterprises.
No. That is your prescription. I'm not talking about your prescription. I'm talking about what Sumit proposed. What is your reaction to that?
No, I think there's not, I agree with him really. I mean, I think we need to look at the question of trade and migration and, you know, I mean, we can't just look at trade in a nutshell, but I think the whole issue of labor standards will be critical because at the end of the day, who is trade for? And why do we trade? We don't just trade in a vacuum. It's all about getting goods and services to people at the right price, the right quality, the right time. So therefore, you have to have, I think, the necessary enabling environment to ensure that this happens. Okay, you need to have the ease of doing business. You need to have the regulatory system and the regulatory strictures and the policies in place to ensure that, you know, at the end of the day, you don't have exploitation, you don't have monopolies, you don't have all of these things happening that seriously exploit people. So the labor standards, you know, the importance of labor standards and linking it back to trade is fundamentally important, I will add.
Thank you. Radhika, could you react to Sumit's thoughts, his presentation? I thought that was a very interesting discussion.
Absolutely, very, very provocative. But let me pick up on what he said about human capital. I think, you know, one of the things that when we, and I link it to this idea of the global call for a human-centered recovery, that when we talk about this human-centered recovery and the role of, I mean, we cannot treat labor as a mere factor of production, as a mere commodity. And that's what we need to bear in mind, especially when we chalk out this recovery process. Because remember that it is this very labor which is going to consume our goods. So pressing the labor share of national income, which is related to this discussion on inequality, is not going to help. Also, you know, a poorly paid, badly fed, unhealthy set of people who are working in terrible exploitative conditions are not going to deliver higher productivity. And like he said, it's not about, you know, the minimum wage, it's about a living wage. And that's what the ILO has been saying. And that's what we've also been saying in India, because in fact, the conversation in India on minimum wages is really so misplaced because the minimum wage standard is just so low. It's linked to some consumption basket, which is defined by the Indian Labour Conference in 1954. Now, how is this going to translate into having a decent standard of living, into having access to education, access to health, and therefore higher productivity? And then let's not also forget that, like a number of speakers have said, in the global South, much of the workforce is in the informal sector. So they are completely outside the ambit of any of these rules and regulations and labor laws that we are talking about. They are working at wages which are even below minimum wages. So, I mean, let me also sort of respond and ask Dr. Majumdar a question, that in his framework, how does he incorporate this dualistic structure of the economy, where essentially you have a very large proportion of the workforce that is working in low paid, low productivity jobs in the traditional sector, but a very high proportion of your GDP is being generated in the formal sector. So I actually have a question for him. I mean, his presentation was very thoughtful.
Samar, can I hear your response to Shumit's provocative presentation or the ideas? I thought they were brilliant.
No, sure, Pradeep. I can see that you're probably already beginning to mentally prepare for a symposium that which is a nice idea. I mean, certainly I think the more dialogue and among kind of different types of stakeholders, I think is welcome. I certainly think, I mean, I don't think I have anything more to add except to say that I thought that two things. So Sumit, of course, congratulations on laying out the framework so comprehensively in your 7-8 minutes of intervention. It was truly economics 101, keeping particularly from relevant to the topic that we are discussing today. To me, when I listen to these kind of presentations, I'm struck by, let's say, two questions. So I have to say that I absolutely enjoyed, Sumit, what you said about this. My two questions though remain, and it's not just addressed to you. It's a question that I think I also want to reflect collectively on. Is a lot of this human-centric development and the idea of what was called as limits to growth in 1960s is not new. We've been using different terms. We've been using newer terms. We express similar things, but the ideas have been there. And many of us on this panel have either contributed to them or definitely have benefited from an excellent amount of literature and work that we have read and we have seen on the ground. My question is, what needs to change in order for these ideas to become mainstream ideas? And number two, who are the key players who need to be influenced in order for these ideas to become more real than they have been in the past? Because if we don't address these two questions, frankly, I think it's just going to be another set of conversations, which will lead to excellent kind of thoughts, very idealistic sounding, let's say, ideas forward, but very little action on the ground. See, people that we are talking of need the help and need those kind of support now as we speak. It's not something that they're likely to wait for too long. Most of them, the duality, the informal sector, women who have gone out of the job, the disabled people, the Dalits, the socially and marginally backward communities, etc., etc. They need that support now. The challenge for us is, what is it that we have not done well, because of which many of these ideas are yet to take, let's say, root within national and international policies? And who are the key players? Is something that I'm very interested in. I know, Pradeep, I have not really responded to your question, but perhaps added a few more.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to kind of raise this because, otherwise it's all kind of good talk with good ideas among good people, but nothing seems to happen on the ground. And Pradeep, you and I have been part of this journey for a long time. We know that some of these ideas have been there for a long time.
No, I know, but we don't give up ideating. We don't give up.
Absolutely no. But I just want to take it one step further.
Yeah. But a question to you, Samar, on a point which you made in terms of the huge difference between the CEO's salary and the smallest worker's salary, about 500 times difference. Is there a way out of it? Can it be regulated?
But in my
the debate is going on.
Yeah. So, not that I have an answer, Pradeep, but let me venture some thoughts on this. I think it has to do with the incentive structure within organizations that are primarily driven by the shareholder capitals. So, whether it's private investors, whether it's the pressure to perform and get good returns on stock markets, or whether it's the pressure to show higher profits quarter after quarter. So long as the incentive structure within firms remain around profit making alone, regardless of how the profit is made, regardless of whether or not the profit is shared amongst staff and wider community, So long as we have those kind of incentive structures, I don't think things will change. Most of people, we respond to those kind of incentives, and those incentives need to change within firms. And people who can do this are people who are sitting in the governing boards.
And we haven't learned from the 2008 financial crisis. That was caused by all these highly paid.
Yes. So I think that needs to change, Pradeep, and that's,
right.
I mean, as group of people who deliberate on this, I often also wonder if we should not begin reaching out a little bit more to the investor community, financial investment community, because they somehow they seem to be a very opaque group of people operating in a very non-transparent way, and yet holding the powers of policy making and decision making within businesses and within national policies. And yet we somehow don't seem to engage enough. Perhaps it's time to revisit that question.
Let me pick Phil's brains. Phil Evans? Phil.
Yes, sir.
On this vulgar difference between the highest and the lowest paid worker in a company.
Yeah, what about it?
No, the difference is vulgar. This is what Samar was saying. So what is your view on it? Should it be regulated or leave it to the market forces?
I think the problem is that the reason why we have the disparity is down to a number of much more boring factors than we can easily regulate our ways back into. So I think if you look at countries where the gap is significantly less, then you look at a country like Japan or South Korea. It's because of a shared understanding of society that is much, much stronger than it is in the West. And in those countries, the West has polluted with their thinking, with their Protestant sort of work ethic thinking, even to the point of imposition rather than adaptation. And I think that the reason why the gap has grown so greatly in most Western countries is because of the destruction of community organizations, in particular trade unions. So I think the answer is it's very difficult to reverse engineer a regulation on absolute amounts of payments, but it is easier to allow those with less power at the bottom to create power through collective action. So I think we need to reverse our ridiculously negative approach to trade unions and to community organizations, and we need to give them more power. We also need to start collecting taxes much more effectively on those who are the richest and organize ourselves in such a way to make their life very difficult. Because I think the biggest problem that we have in the West at the moment, and I fear India may have similar situations occurring, is that in the old days, our ruling class, in inverted commas, our political class, if they were right wing, they were representatives of industry, so representatives of bodies that were in some way embedded in their community. So they were the old-fashioned mill owners, or they were the mine owners, or they were the steel industries. And so they at least had some link to their communities and their industries, and they had an understanding and at least a self-interested care to look after their workers. I think the problem we have now is that most of our leadership elites are part of a totally detached rentier class, or almost like a gambling class, who make all their money off random movements in markets or private equity or whatever else. And so they have absolutely no connection to the countries that they run. And because of that, they have no interest in social cohesion. So I think we need to both increase social cohesion and undermine the people that are running the countries in their own interests.
Well, I'm sorry we've come to a time to close, but there is a question for you in the question box. Could you please answer that directly? And Shumit, 2 minutes to you as the final word. They already
yeah, okay. Phil, okay, let me actually just add 2 thoughts, because it addresses a number of issues which both Mr. Verma and Ms. Kapoor also raised. 2 thoughts. and also touches Phil Evans' comment here. Let me just share my screen again.
No, you have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. One of the important things is, since we are talking about digital technologies, one of the most critical new effective policy measure that is going to make things happen to some degree is rural wireless broadband. That brings in a huge amount of the so-called informal disenfranchised sector through cheap broadband into the formal sector, and brings them out of extreme poverty into lesser versions of poverty, and then makes them a little bit better, because a person in deep rural India or a rural country then gets access to the whole world's knowledge, and we have said that knowledge is an essential facility. Now, to bring decentralization of power and break the stranglehold of the monopoly suppliers of broadband, like AT&T, which is my local monopoly in Dallas, Texas, and there are only 2 or 3 suppliers of broadband all over America at this level, is the role of municipal broadband. So the moment you combine municipal rural broadband, you use digital technology to bring about a fundamental social and a psychological transformation.
Thank you very much. That's an excellent point. But I would like you to continue with that discussion as we had after this event is over. And may I request, other than thanking each of you for an excellent session, there's a recording available which you would like to revisit. And B is, I encourage all of you to please come for the validity session, where we have some very bright minds speaking, like Pascal Lamy, Frederick Jenny, Simon Evnet, Alan Asher, and so on. It's going to be very interesting validity session, which flows after this at Indian Standard Time is 17:47, 17:48. That starts at 18 o'clock, 18 hours, sorry. With that, see you. Let me welcome all of you once again on behalf of CUTS-CIRC. I'm here merely to welcome you, while Arvind Mairam would chair this session and moderate it. Over to you, Arvind.
So a quick announcement before I begin, which is again reiterating what I said earlier. If anyone has any presentations to share, then the share button will be enabled, as in when your turn comes. So with that, I'll begin. Welcome everyone to the valedictory session of the 7th edition of the CUTS-CIRC Biennial Conference on Competition, Regulation and Development, organized by CUTS International and the CUTS Institute for Regulation and Competition, in partnership with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, European University Institute, and Overseas Development Institute. These sessions have been organized to deliberate upon a few macro and micro issues to crystallize the path for an inclusive and resilient economic recovery with a focus on the Global South. As the event draws to a close, the topic chosen is the emerging roadmap for a resilient and inclusive economy. So the post-pandemic world has given us an opportunity to leverage the potential of the digital economy for a human-centered recovery and inclusive growth. In this backdrop, how will policies, competition, and regulation shape up? Will the economies clean up the act or carry on business as usual? So to discuss these and other attendant features and possible solutions, we have with us today an eclectic group of panelists. So I would now like to introduce Arvind Mairam, the moderator for this session. Arvind is Vice Chairman, Rajasthan Economic Transformation Advisory Council and Economic Advisor to the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. He's also the Chairman of CUTS Institute for Regulation and Competition. He has earlier held the positions of Finance Secretary, Secretary Minorities Affairs, and Special Secretary in the Ministry of Rural Development in the Government of India. He has also been the alternate governor for India on the boards of the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and the African Development Bank. He has been instrumental in several major initiatives in investment, infrastructure development, public-private partnerships, and institution building. Welcome on board, Arvind. We also have with us Frederick Jenny, who is the chairman of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Competition Committee since 1994. He is also an emeritus professor at ESSEC Business School, France. He was previously non-executive director of the Office of Fair Trading in the UK for 7 years and judge on the French Supreme Court from 2004 to 2012. He served as Vice Chair of the French Competition Authority and President of the World Trade Organization, Working Group on Trade and Competition. Welcome on board, Frederick. Our next panelist is Pascal Lamy, who is the President of the Paris Peace Forum and Brunswick Europe Chair. He is a special advisor to the European Commission. He's also an affiliate professor at the China-Europe International Business School, Shanghai, and HEC Paris. From 2005 till 2013, he served for 2 terms as Director General of the World Trade Organization. He was also the European Commissioner for Trade from 1999 till 2004. Welcome aboard, Pascal. Our next panelist is Teresa Moreira, who is Head of Competition and Consumer Policies, Branch of United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, and Rotating Officer in charge of the Division on International Trade and Commodities of UNCTAD. She previously served as Consumer Director General of Portugal from January 2010 till September 2016, and as a member of the board of the Portuguese Competition Authority. Welcome to the session, Teresa. We also have with us Ioannis Leanos, who is President of the Hellenic Competition Commission since September 2019. He's also the Professor, Chair of Global Competition Law and Public Policy at the Faculty of Laws, University College London. He's also the founding director of the Center for Law, Economic and Society at UCL Laws, and served as the executive director of the Jevons Institute of Competition Law and Economics at UCL. He was also the academic head of the BRICS Competition Law Project from 2014 up till 2019. Welcome, Ioannis. Next, we have Simon Evnet with us, who is Professor of International Trade and Economic Development at the University of St. Gallen, Switzerland. He founded the Global Trade Art, the Independent Commercial Policy Monitoring Initiative. Since the pandemic began, the Global Trade Alert Team has been actively monitoring trade and investment policies affecting supply chain in essential goods. Welcome to the session, Simon. And next we have on our panel is Alan Asher, an Australian lawyer who is an active campaigner for fairer markets through competition, consumer protection, human rights, and equitable development. Currently engaged as an advisor to the Australian Energy Regulator and chair of a Fairer Future Foundation. He serves as chair of the Foundation for Effective Markets and Governance. He was deputy chair of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and a senior executive of the Australian Consumers Association, a board member of the UK Office of Fair Trading and Commonwealth Ombudsman. Welcome aboard, Alan. So with this, I welcome the panelists and the audience to a very delightful session. It's a pleasure to have all of you with us today. And before we begin, a few housekeeping announcements. For an interactive session, I request the audience to please enter their questions in the Q&A tab. And as we are live tweeting the session, I request everyone present here to please retweet for a wider dissemination. And also while tweeting about the live session, we request everyone to please use our official hashtag, which is 7th Biennial. And we also have an award for maximum tweets, so please tweet away. On that happy note, I now request Pradeep to please welcome the panelists and commence the session. Thank you.
Sorry, I've already welcomed all of them.
You're welcome. Okay, then I request Arvind to please commence the session.
Well, I did it early, so can you continue with the session?
Okay. Thank you, Aparna. Thank you, Pradeep. And I am a little daunted and also excited because of the galaxy of luminaries who are on this panel today. It's really impressive. I must congratulate Pradeep and CUTS for having been able to get so many of such wonderful minds onto this panel today. But then we need all the minds which are there and many, many more to reflect on the manner in which the world has changed. And to the extent it has changed, something we can't even begin to fathom as yet. And these last 2 years have shown us two things very clearly. One is the resilience of the social structures, because we have seen, especially for the poor, for the underprivileged, for the marginalized, as was the case of our migrant laborers in India, the social structures, which are the family structures or the community structures, they were resilient, and because of them, these people were able to survive. But we have also seen the limitation of the governance structures, and this is true for all over the world. We have seen the limitations of the governing structures, both in terms of being able to manage the pandemic and to be able to also manage the fallout from this, especially for those who were vulnerable. And therefore, today, when we discuss how we are going to have building blocks for an inclusive and resilient economy, it is important for us to pause and ponder as to what is the kind of world we are going to be designing for ourselves going forward. Now, what has happened in the last 2 years clearly are two very specific kind of developments. One, of course, is the rise of digital economy. And because of these extended lockdowns, etc., we have seen that there is a rise of what is known as digital behavior, which means which is remote working, remote learning, telemedicine, gig economy, the growth in gig economy, e-commerce platform, the growth in e-commerce platforms. These are changes which would have taken much longer in terms of the behavior of the people changing to accept these, but the last 2 years have accelerated that. And I think a very large number of people have got attuned to this, and it is going to be difficult for anyone to even envisage this behavior reverting to how it used to be earlier. There are also other larger kind of changes, including the regionalization of supply chains, and also a huge amount of data flow, which is across the borders, despite the fact that there is a lot of concern about data privacy, and a lot of laws have been enacted. Regulators have been looking very closely at how to deal with this issue. But there is also the other problem, which I think has been exacerbated, which is in terms of income inequalities. The inequalities have risen faster than ever. And this has also resulted in an increase in poverty, with something which from the 90s onwards, globally, we had been seeing compression in poverty. And in India, we had seen a very sharp contraction in poverty between 2005 and 15. About 270 million people came out of poverty. But unfortunately, the last 2 years have seen a lot of people falling back into poverty. In India, it is estimated close to about 240 million people who may have fallen back into, 220 million people who may have fallen back into poverty. So there is an increase in poverty, there is an increase in inequality, and there is also, with the increase in inequality, it is not just income inequality, but it is also inequality in terms of receiving the services or the benefits of development and growth. For instance, we have seen in the case of education, in India, it came out very starkly. Those who were better off, they were able to go on to online education. These schools which were for higher income groups, they were able to quickly adjust, create infrastructure for online courses, whereas those who were from the poorer sections or living in the rural areas who did not have access either to 4G or 5G technologies, or did not have smartphones or notebooks, etc., they were left behind. Almost there is a hiatus now of about 2 years in terms of the quality of education that these two segments very clearly were able to access. And this is true for many, many other things. So with the countries now finding their way out of the pandemic to a more resilient and inclusive economy, it will be crucial to see what kind of roadmap and approaches are taken. is the potential of the digital economy leveraged, or will policies be redesigned to make the traditional more resilient? How will the increase in income and job inequalities be addressed? How will roadmaps ensure that global citizens have access to healthcare and education without exclusions? What measures must be taken to avoid such catastrophic impacts while leveraging the digital economy in the context of competition and regulation? These are some of the questions and some more which we hope to discuss and address. And I hope not only to be able to answer some of these questions, but to be able to also raise more questions which will lead to further discussions, because this is an issue which is not something that will easily be tackled. This will not be easily answered, and we will require a huge amount of effort, both intellectual and in terms of policy making, to be able to really come to grips with the changes that we are seeing. With this, I would like to start the discussion. And the first panelist that I would like to invite to speak is Frederick Jenny, who is chairman of OECD Competition Law and Policy Committee. Frederick, would you like to come up with a start for the panel discussion? Maybe perhaps what is the emerging roadmap for resilient and inclusive economy, and what would you think the policymakers should be doing around the world to be able to deal with this emerging issue? Frederick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a very wide question that you asked from me. I'm not sure I have all the answers, but I try to provide some ideas to start a discussion. But before I do this, I want to make a comment. What we need to aim is to have certainly resilient economies, so economies who are able to recover from shocks, inclusive economies, and that, as you mentioned, goes from reducing inequalities to the more ambitious goal of leaving no one behind. But together, we also want to have a growing and innovative economy. So I think there are three dimensions to the problem: resiliency, inclusiveness, but also growth and innovation. Now, what is very striking is that this is a goal both for developed and developing countries at this point. And I'm not sure I can give a general answer to your question, but I would like to look at this issue from the point of view of trade and competition, with which I'm more familiar. My second comment is to say that I think that we have to put together four main elements which have affected the way we think about economies, about competition and regulation in recent years. The 2008 financial and economic crisis, the COVID crisis, the climate crisis, and the digital revolution. And let me start by saying, what did we learn from those events? Well, the first thing I think that we've learned from those events, which were all within the last 10 to 15 years, is that our trust in the fact that competitive markets guarantee an optimal allocation of resources has been, I wouldn't say shattered, but at least has been reduced. First, by the economic and financial crisis of 2008, where we learned that competitive markets, such as the market for real estate or the market for banking, can be irrational and lead to catastrophes or lead to exuberance, as the chairman of the Federal Reserve Bank mentioned at the time. Second, the COVID crisis has shown that when we're confronted with an important external shock, markets adjust very slowly, and that this slow adjustment of supply and demand may impose a huge cost on society. This was, for example, the example when there were not enough masks and respirators to go around, And the result was the fact that the COVID crisis was developing fast, and that there was a spread of the disease. Third, we've learned that not only markets can fail or fail to react, but also that they can generate negative externalities, which require some institutional solutions. And this has certainly been the case in the COVID crisis. Fourth, we've learned that cooperation between competitors can, at least in some circumstances, have positive results. And the best example of this, of course, is the development of the COVID vaccine. But we also saw that competition authority relaxed their criteria when it came to horizontal cooperation in general. Fifth, we've learned that short-term profit maximization combined with free international trade means that we become very dependent on fragile supply chains. An event very far from our country can affect the supply of even strategic goods in our country. So it creates a dependence which sometimes runs against the resilience that we would hope for the economy. Sixth, the development of the digital technology and of the climate crisis mean that there are massive reallocation of resources that need to be taking place, both within firms and between sectors of activity, and that those reallocation of resources will not necessarily take place spontaneously sufficiently rapidly. And a good example of this is the very slow development of the electric car, which requires, of course, cooperation between the battery producers and the automobile manufacturers and the government. But those developments have been very slow in coming because of a lack of coordination between those different actors. Seventh, the increase in inequalities has brought to the fore the fact that to be politically acceptable, competition, and in particular international competition, but also innovation, must lead to a fair as well as efficient results. So if we take those lessons on board, what can one say about the future policies that would be advisable? Well, the first thing that comes to my mind is that it is very clear that industrial policy is a necessary complement to competition policy to ensure a long-term, and those two policies are not antagonistic in the cases where markets have negative externalities, in the cases where markets fail, and in the cases where coordination between various types of firms is necessary to ensure the reallocation of resources needed. So industrial policy is necessary so that in the long term, countries can preserve their strategic, their interest in strategic capacities, and also to help the reallocation of resources, which is, unlike in economic theory, not so easy. Second, industrial policy comes in different styles. We had in Europe, for example, national champions as an expression of industrial policy. But industrial policy cannot be summarized by the defense of national champions. There are different styles of industrial policy, and I want to mention here that we have a lot to learn from industrial policy in the US, the DARPA procedures of industrial policy, because this is a way to conduct industrial policy which is consistent with competition and leaves intact the aspiration for innovation and entrepreneurship that we have in competition. So what we need is a kind of industrial policy which will allow us to make sure that the strategic needs of the country can be fulfilled even if there is a crisis, but which will not be conducted in such a way as to eliminate competition. Putting together projects in competition with each other to see the ones that are the most effective and the fastest growing is usually important. And I must say, if I may make an aside, that from that point of view, the EU still has to learn. When we look at the Next Generation EU program, which is a temporary instrument designed to boost the European recovery, and which means that a total of more than 2 trillion euros is going to be distributed to help rebuild a post-COVID Europe in order to have a greener, more digital, and more resilient Europe. So indeed, it is designed to try to achieve those those objectives that I was mentioning. I must say that I'm a bit mystified by the fact that the money is allocated to each country to be spent on national projects. So that doesn't really respect the spirit of the unique market or the spirit of competition, which in industrial policy should always be present to avoid the conflict between industrial policy and competition. I think it would have been much better if that money could have been spent on projects wherever they came from, because there are some very small countries in Europe that may not have the firms able to put up a significant project to solve some of those really complicated issues. Another lesson from the US is that to promote successfully industrial policy, one needs to bring together a number of communities which are often separated and in different worlds. And in particular, I want to mention the cooperation between the academic community, the researchers, the business community, who are the implementers of any project, and the government, which is the facilitator. And I think that those three communities have to work together. Fourth, we have to recognize that competition, just like innovation, implies winners and losers. And one of the problems is that we have used economic theory to guide our economic policy and competition policy, among others. And economic theory assumes wrongly that the losers are mobile and that therefore they can find new employment in other industries or in other markets on which they will succeed better. The reality is that, in particular, labor is very immobile, both geographically and professionally. And therefore, we cannot have an industrial policy, a competition policy, or trade policy, which is not going to take on board the idea that to succeed, one has to either compensate the losers or help them be mobile. So together we have to integrate those three policies with educational policy, with migration policy, and with mobility policies in order to make sure that indeed a lot of the people who are displaced either by competition or by innovation are able to benefit or be compensated, and hopefully are able to redirect themselves to sectors where they are going to do better. I think that having forgotten this has given a bad name both to competition and to free trade in the recent years. Fifth, competition policy, and certainly competition law enforcement, must be profoundly modified to be adapted to the upcoming challenges. And by the challenges, I mean the climate challenges as well as the digital challenge. If not, it's not going to survive as a meaningful policy contributing to economic development. How is it going to have to be changed? Well, first of all, the static, price-oriented, narrow goal of protecting consumer surplus is going to have to be enlarged to take into consideration that we're not in a static world, A. B, that we are in a kind of a Schumpeterian world, and particularly with the emergence of the digital sector, and therefore competition is on quality, competition is on innovation more than it is on price. And finally, that there are transitional effects that we need to take into consideration.
We'll have another 2-3 minutes.
I'm finished. So those are the issues that I wanted to bring to the discussion.
Thank you very much. I think you have raised very critical issues and also set the pace for the discussion, because all the issues that you have raised are the ones which I think we will have to address going forward. Before I go into the next speaker on the panel, let me rectify a mistake that I committed. And this is perhaps the kind of challenge post-pandemic the chairman of panels will have to face, is a presentation by the rapporteurs which had to be done, which I would request be done quickly now, so that all the what has happened before can also be taken into consideration. Frederick, I'm going to come back to you at the end of the panel to be able to respond to some of the issues which may come up from the report which is now being present.
Good evening, everyone. It's been an enriching 2 days of CUTS-CIRC Biennial with discussions with distinguished speakers from all over the world. Let me quickly present the highlights of all the sessions put together by my colleague Rashri Agrawal and I. The first session was the inaugural session, where the discussions noted that the indiscriminate global impact of COVID-19 pandemic on economies of both developing and developed nations and distortions in different sectors. The theme for this session was primarily driven by two factors: increasing inequality, and the second being the issue of resilience, further exacerbated by the pandemic. The role of trade as an instrument of multilateral economic policy today in the face of pressures to advance protectionist policies was discussed, and importance of evaluating impacts of protectionist measures was emphasized. With the increasing online dependence since the onset of COVID-19, profits of digital platforms and big tech have been skyrocketing. A creation of gatekeepers poses entry barriers in the digital ecosystem, and this market concentration has been leading to increased profits from firms and decreased wages for workers, which in turn widens income inequality globally. Competition law and policy must play a critical role in addressing this concentration, with a focus on developing ecosystems, balancing both innovation and consumer welfare. The panelists also discussed the interplay between the notions of multilateralism and sovereignty. It was highlighted that a constraint to multilateralism is the asymmetry between the idea of sovereignty and the idea of cooperating institutionally, which can sometimes cause breakdown in multilateral action. The conclusion, the panelists concluded that there was a call for reformed multilateralism, which takes into account the diverse views and needs of the global community. Interdependence was identified as a defining feature of the world today. A failure to revitalize multilateralism risks fragmentation of rules and a suboptimal, inadequate response to global challenges. The way forward suggested was that the trade is only one part of the larger pathways to globalization that have caused inequality. Governments at all levels, assisted by a robust civil society operating within a multilateral rule-based framework, need to cooperate to tackle the challenges arising from iniquitous globalization. A running theme of the discussion was a recognition that international cooperation in the form of multilateral efforts was the most effective way to respond to existing and emerging global challenges. Session 1 focused on growing market power and concentration, role of competition and regulation. The pandemic has hit small and medium firms, and big firms seem to have gained from it. While competitive economies are resilient economies, emphasis also needs to be given to make the economy more inclusive, which serves the whole population. Just growing the pie is not an inclusive approach, but equitable distribution is needed for making the economy more inclusive. Competition law and policy cannot solve every societal problem in a country, yet can be used to prioritize the welfare of vulnerable groups like low-income groups. As the experience and resources of each country are different, rather than having an overarching competition design, a country-by-country approach should be taken for designing and implementing the competition law and policy. To ensure inclusive economic growth, a whole-of-government approach may be followed. For this, advocacy may be an important role for the competition authority and other regulators, where they build positive relationships with market players. It is important not to have regulatory activism, but rather Regulations must be flexible, adaptable, and sustain both consumer and producer welfare. Session 2 was on equitable access to COVID-19 healthcare, indeed a very important topic. The session discussed the importance of equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines to facilitate economic recovery and growth. This discord between intellectual property and access to public health is embodied perfectly by the status quo of the WTO, the India and South Africa-led proposal for a temporary waiver of obligations under the TRIPS agreement finds many takers, but also a few key opposers. The panelists highlighted how a holistic approach covering areas of IP, transfer of technology, and competition policy can create an ecosystem that can resolve the current health crisis and enhance the capacity to tackle inevitable pandemics in future. If the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the grave extent of worldwide inequality, the global response to it has only exacerbated existing gaps. While there was consensus among panelists that TRIPS must be a part of the solution and not the problem, they warned against a complete reliance on a TRIPS-based solution. The panelists lamented the lack of a global competition framework that could have prevented regulatory arbitrage by pharmaceutical companies, IP owners. In this regard, cooperation among competition regulators to ensure equity in pricing of products and stricter conditionalities for technology transfer become a sine qua non for a sustainable health policy. Rationally and morally, it is imperative upon the international community to overhaul the existing legal and economic infrastructure for vaccines, development, and other public health resources. New rules encapsulating lessons from the gravely inequitous response to the present pandemic are required to create an ecosystem resilient enough to deal with similar disasters in the future. Session 3 focused on e-commerce as a vehicle for inclusive global economy. The session highlighted the progressive rise of e-commerce after the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic and deliberated on the systematic challenges faced in the utilization of the differential digital growth in emerging as well as developed countries in the post-pandemic economic recovery stage. Since the panel was representative of countries at different developmental stages, a range of unique challenges were identified. While some countries cited basic infrastructural concerns, some mentioned inclusion and onboarding of e-commerce as a challenge, and in other cases, more sophisticated challenges such as data privacy and cross-border data flows. With regard to how competitive the e-commerce space is, it is pointed out that the cost of compliance decreases with an increase in the size of the company. Thereby, the smaller players of the market invariably bear the brunt of the regulation and find it difficult to enter an already concentrated market. Bearing this in mind, competition law has to be more agile. A few panelists opined that there are sufficient laws around cybersecurity, consumer protection, and the like. With an increasing onboarding of e-commerce, there shall soon be a time when the difference between traditional and online consumers shall be blurred. Accordingly, how business is being conducted is hardly going to matter in the future. There's a need to have a new global institutional framework which takes into account a multilateral and multi-stakeholder involvement. However, a few panelists highlighted that consumers may not be able to drive changes without the assistance of regulation. Regulation has to play a more proactive role. The session highlighted that e-commerce has created a large number of opportunities across the globe, and in the post-pandemic era, it is important for emerging as well as developing economies to promote an inclusive digitalization. Certain common issues were identified during the session, such as control and flow of data. In the e-commerce space, developed and developing countries each have their unique set of challenges depending on the development stage of the country. Multilateral solutions coupled with targeted local solutions shall be the way forward. In order to facilitate quick flow of trade, it is important for countries like India to enter into bilateral agreements and be part of multilateral collaborations. Organizations like CUTS play an important role as a player to reckon with within the overall policy discourse. Session 4 focused on creating more income opportunities in jobs. Hundreds of millions of people have lost their jobs and income opportunities due to the pandemic. Even more are predicted to be pushed into poverty. Thus, inequality is deepening and threatening not only to the achievement of sustainable development goals, but also possible law and order problems in many parts of the world. Jobs are also a central argument for growing nation-first syndrome and consequent protectionism. Inequality is rising as evidenced by rising poverty. In a World Bank static pandemic has led 97 million people to poverty in 2020. Further, most countries have suffered a sharp deterioration in employment and national income, which increased inequality not only in terms of workers, but MSMEs, especially the women-led ones, enhancing unevenness and uncertainty everywhere. The rising incidence of poverty, coupled with rising corporate profits and rising billionaire incomes, tells us that there is a serious inequality problem, which is happening in India and in the global economy. The need of the hour is to promote broad-based economic growth and the creation of productive employment through investment in sectors that can be a source of decent jobs and that support just transition and gender equality and vibrant labor markets. Free movement of human capital is fundamental for economic growth and equity. Need of the hour is to start thinking about international organizations on migration. ILO can be an important part of it. Work with the investors at both global and regional level to create policies. Here I finished the highlights of all the sessions from our biennial. I would like Dr. Mariam to carry forward the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Garima. I would now come to Pascal Lamy, who was former Director General of WTO. We, even in those last 2 days, one term which has come again and again is multilateralism and cooperation between the countries to deal with the kind of issues that we are facing in the pandemic. One major problem that we have seen is in terms of growing protectionism. So do you think there is a need for also reforms in multilateral trading system to make the global economy more inclusive from what it is at the moment? Pascal, you have 10 minutes. Shall we start?
Yes, we shall. Indeed. Thanks very much for this question, Arvind, and many thanks to Pradeep, CUTS, for inviting me on this session where I see a large number of friends. And thanks also, Arvind, for taking me back to the big picture. As you may know, among my different positions, I'm now chairing the Paris Peace Forum. The 4th edition took place last week with a host of heads of state, government, NGOs, businesses, and the theme of the Paris Peace Forum, Arvind and colleagues, was very much my answer to your question today. The theme was mind the gaps. This is what I see as the major problem of a post-COVID world, assuming there will be some time ahead a post-COVID world, which, as we know, unfortunately is not yet there. We have an increasing number of worrying gaps in this post-COVID world, some of them due or accentuated by COVID, others which were already there. We have the vaccine gap, we have the development gap, we have the environment gap, we have the digital gap, and we have a growing ideological gap between East and West, China and US. These gaps, and I will not expand on each of them, I think it's pretty obvious that we have a vaccine apartheid. on this planet, it's pretty obvious that environment-wise, countries are pursuing very different trajectories with very different policy instruments. On development, this has been said already, the COVID has increased the development gap on this planet for the first time since 50 years. The rate of growth of rich countries will be higher than the one of poor countries. We have a digital gap. Ask any company who now has to invest in 2 or 3 different digital systems, one that can work with the Chinese regulation, one that can work with the US regulation, one that can work with the European regulation. We are in a world which is dangerously fragmenting, whereas the COVID pandemic has underlined, if needed, the need for more cooperation. Now, there is, of course, and I was expected to say a few words on that, there is, of course, a trade dimension to that, as these gaps all have a major bearing on whether globalization or deglobalization prevails in the international economy. And the reality is that each of these gaps is either the consequence or the cause of further fragmentations, which leads to what should the WTO be doing in these circumstances? And this is a very simple answer in my view. The WTO and its members and its secretariat and the DG have to try and tackle old issues. Many of them are development related, such as agricultural subsidies, for instance, but they also have to cope with new issues, vaccines, in trying to push back on export restrictions which have damaged the circulation and the distribution, if not the production of vaccines. And of course, environment, where the nexus between environment and trade is now much more complex, notably because of the arrival of carbon border adjustment systems in order to address the huge differences in carbon pricing between different markets. And that's also true for the digital era. If we want to keep benefiting from many of the economies of scale of globalization, we have to try and avoid an excessive fragmentation of the digital economy, which little by little will become the whole of the economy 50 years from now. So this is, in my view, the #1 priority for trade multilaterally. I will add, and many of you know my position on this, that this is not the only area where the WTO needs to reform. The WTO needs to reform itself. It needs to adjust its rule book, of course, but it will not do that if the way the WTO works, and notably this inefficient imbalance between 2 powerful member states and too weak a secretariat in terms of its ability to work with member states to table proposals and to move negotiations forwards is addressed. Before final remark is, and I know that Simon and myself do not always see trade obstacles the same way. My own sense of what is worse is that what is already fragmenting or risking to fragment open trade, global trade, is more precaution than protection. Protectionism is when you protect your producers from foreign competition. Precautionism is when you protect your population from risks. In digital, in health, in environment, there is more precautionism than protectionism. And of course, and this is a new area where we really have to exercise our minds, precautionism is much more difficult to address than protectionism because it relies on a sort of cultural, mental, even if sometimes ideological difference, which are much more difficult to adjust than a tariff on bicycles or shirts or a subsidy on sugar. Final word of conclusion. As I already said, we just had the 4th edition of the Paris Peace Forum, which is based on the notion that classical state-to-state Westphalian diplomacy cannot now do the trick, cannot now bridge these enormous gaps which we now have to confront. Not that we cannot or should not work with diplomats and sovereigns. We also have to work with others. We have to try, in order to address these problems and to build these bridges, we have to involve civil society, big businesses, big academic institutions, cities, regions. And I think this is a view which CUTS has had for a long time. I'm glad that I learned a lot from CUTS in order to set up this innovation which we've created with the Paris Peace Forum, again, which is based on the notion that we have to work on projects, we have to work on purpose-led coalitions. So let me thank CUTS for having inspired many others, including me. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pascal. Also, thank you for acknowledging CUTS. I do think that CUTS has done some very pioneering work, and I hope we will continue to push the boundaries further. Before, of course, I know Simon may have to say something which would provoke some kind of a discussion between Pascal and him on some of the issues. But before we do that, let me bring in Teresa Moreira, who's the head of Competition and Consumer Policies branch in UNCTAD. You know, as much as WTO has a role to play, but in terms of policy and pushing the knowledge boundaries, UNCTAD plays a very important role. So some of the issues that we have discussed, including the resilience, but also inclusiveness, would be very much part of what UNCTAD should be or would be looking at. So Teresa, may I request you to come in, please?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's a privilege to be in this panel, and I would like also to thank Pradeep and congratulate CUTS for putting together a very interesting conference. Well, as far as UNCTAD is concerned, we already heard from UNCTAD's Deputy Secretary General, Madame Isabelle Durand. It is true that the topic is, well, extremely broad and ambitious, and I think previous speakers already highlighted very important issues, I would say, in the right approach, which is really broad. Let me just try to offer some comments from the point of view of competition law and policy related to the work of UNCTAD. So as we know, markets have shown their failures since, well, lately the 2008 financial crisis, and also, of course, throughout this ongoing COVID-19 pandemic crisis. And competition law and policy can and should provide market access opportunities and address market failures, therefore being crucial in such times. Maybe a little bit differently this time in order to contribute for an inclusive economic recovery and to provide opportunities for small and medium-sized companies and micro companies. I would like to say that we are currently engaged in a United Nations broader technical cooperation project aiming at the resurgence of small and medium-sized companies in the post-COVID-19 context, which I'm afraid seems to be always postponed since 1.5 years after the pandemic outbreak in most of the world. We all believe it's too early to talk about the post-COVID-19 context, but we have identified concrete needs of micro and small and medium-sized companies that relate very much to the challenges that have been already rightly identified. So, of course, the need for access to finance and support from public funds, namely, and the digitalization challenges, which, of course, have prevented a lot of small businesses, entrepreneurs, startups in a lot of developing countries from exceeding and obtaining the benefits of digital economy, since they don't necessarily are able to get fair terms and conditions to exceed digital platforms. So we do think that it is important that competition law and policy, as it has been mentioned already, encompasses other goals. Fair competition would be a first reference, and we have seen some national legislation or regional legislation already reflecting this objective. For instance, the latest revision of the German competition law, the European Union Digital Markets Act, the Japanese guidelines for digital platforms all illustrate this, the importance of this concept of fair competition. And these are essential for micro and small and medium-sized access to digital platforms, as I mentioned, on fair terms and conditions, an issue that UNCTAD is actually exploring, trying to identify best practices that may be translated into recommendations that can be picked up by governments and competition authorities of developing countries across the world. Of course, as other speakers have mentioned, and I think the report of previous sessions of this CUTS conference also highlights a combination with other instruments, namely with other public policies, are needed to ensure fairness, transparency, and to contribute to reduce inequalities, which of course remains a major concern in current times. So competition law and policy, of course, can contribute to this through effective law enforcement, but also through other important activities such as market monitoring, of course, through merger control that probably is already by now being adjusted to the challenges brought up by the rise of e-commerce and the increased market concentration of big techs, but also through business engagement. I thought it was interesting that both Pascal Lamy and Fred Jenny mentioned the importance of really broadening what used to be called this multi-stakeholder approach. This needs to be more than just engaging after the dialogue with competition officials and other government experts to really engage big businesses or business associations, business representatives in these issues, and a stronger role for active civil society players as well as academics. In any case, I would like to share that throughout the current COVID-19 pandemic crisis, we have seen the rise of competition advocacy across the world, which I think is very interesting because not only vis-a-vis governments as the private sector, we have seen that in what regards the government interventions, namely through fiscal stimulus measures, which of course have been very much adopted, namely by developed countries, competition authorities have been able to contribute either to the design and implementation of some state aid type measures, but also, for instance, in issues such as public procurement, new legislative measures or regulatory measures. And we have identified very good examples from Latin America, for instance, small countries such as the Dominican Republic, El Salvador, but also Colombia, Brazil. In Africa, countries like Egypt, Kenya, South Africa. India, of course, has had also a very interesting experience. And so we think that for competition law and policy, coming back to your question, Mr. Chairman, to play this role, it of course needs to be fully adjusted to the current challenges. Of course, competition authorities would need to be well equipped, which remains a big challenge for developing countries across the world. But I think it is also important that competition law enforcement takes place in line with the economic development strategies of developing countries, actually in accordance with the UN set of competition principles and rules development dimension. Allow me just to add a couple of other remarks on the role of trade, since of course UNCTAD is all about trade and development issues. The way we see it, trade is really at the core of the economic recovery, and we must make it work for inclusive and sustainable development, which is in itself a big challenge. But recently, last month, we were able to close our UNCTAD 15 ministerial conference with a ministerial declaration, the Bridgeton Covenant. And I think it was very positive to be able to agree even on well, challenging issues, but very important ones such as trade and environment and trade and climate change. So of course, a lot of adaptation and how to get to this adaptation and how to fund the necessary adaptation remains to be fully discussed. But these are, I think, are very relevant issues where UNCTAD, of course, is working and partnering in a way with WTO and other Geneva trade institution on these issues. My final word would be on what results out of all of these challenges that, frankly, are global challenges that unfortunately require added and increased international cooperation, where UNCTAD, of course, wants to play a very big role, and where we think there is a very good opportunity for improving regional cooperation, I would say, within the South, that is to say, namely through the several regional economic organizations that have currently competencies on competition law at regional level, and that can really pool resources and leverage let's say, public interest type of issues vis-a-vis big companies, big multinationals. So these would be my comments for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have raised some interesting issues, especially about the MSMEs. I think you have made a very important point, because all over the world, I think, and including in countries like India, MSMEs have really suffered during this period. And the competition issue is not simply in terms of creating a level playing field, but also to see that during this transition into the digital economy, MSMEs are given adequate support so that they don't flounder on the way. We'll come back to some of the issues that you've raised. I'm sure the other panelists would also have some questions on this. But before that, let me request Ioannis Lianos, President, Hellenic Competition Commission. You have seen the fallout of the 2008 in Greece. It was a major adverse impact that the Greek economy had to face after the 2008 meltdown. And even though within the European Union, I think it was a symmetrical impact, I'm sure the same kind of asymmetrical impact is being seen on account of the COVID that has happened. It would be interesting to see how you look at the ecosystem that is emerging in terms of competition, which is within the European Union, within Europe per se, but also vis-a-vis other advanced economies as well as emerging market developing economies. Ioannis Lianos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank Freddie Mekta and the CUTS for their kind invitation. It's also wonderful to follow up Teresa's presentation on the role of competition law and policy. So precisely what I would think is that I would focus on the important challenges competition authorities will face in this post-COVID world. And obviously the Greek Competition Authority, among others, is facing the same challenges that you very nicely described. So the challenge of the economic and social crisis we had for many years during the 2010s, and then now the COVID crisis and the obviously the difficulties that we have in particular for small and medium firms that have suffered enormously from the lockdowns and the virus restrictions. And I would say, because we're facing, right now, the post-COVID world is a much more complex world. So I think the main challenge that we have is to integrate in our decision-making the goals of systemic resilience and sustainable development, and to actually, try to adopt a more complex way of seeing things. I mean, try to understand complexity, the complexity of the challenges, and avoid, as Frederick Jani explained it very nicely before, a simplistic framework on which we have based so far our decisions. It's not to say that we need to create a sort of revolution in our framework, but some evolution in careful steps. And I think in this context, we need to experiment much more with new ways of thinking. But let me start a little bit with a slightly optimistic note by a Frenchman, Bruno Latour, without necessarily taking position with regard to all the, his points of view, in particular in his recent book on the post-COVID crisis. So what Bruno Latour says, and I quote, the first lesson the coronavirus has taught us is also the most astounding. We have actually proven that it is possible in a few weeks to put an economic system on hold everywhere in the world and at the same time. A system that we were told it was impossible to slow down or redirect. To every ecologist's argument about changing our ways of life, there was always the opposing argument about the irreversible force of the train of progress, that nothing could derail because of globalization, they would say. Hence the incredible discovery. Already in the world economic system, there was, hidden from us all, a bright red alarm button with a nice big stainless steel handle that the heads of state could pull one after the other to instantly stop the train of progress with all the brakes squealing. If in the past the demand to make a 90-degree turn to land on the Earth seemed like a gentle illusion, now it becomes much more realistic. And I give this example because I think we face a very significant natural experiment the last year and a half, which is that obviously, and I fully understand what Pascal Lamy mentioned before, the difficulties that precautionary measures could possibly provide for the free movement of goods and persons, as well as possibly, competition. But at the same time, we also have seen an important amount of cooperation between governments and also between businesses that enable us to tackle the first shock, I would say, from the crisis. So what actually I think this episode showed to us is that competition authorities will need to make decisions in the presence of increased uncertainty, in particular of these high impact, low probability events, so economic crisis or pandemics. More generally, competition authorities will need, I think, to engage with complexity science in order to understand and enforce competition law in a more complex economy. So there's obviously an increasing amount of uncertainty post-COVID in view of the virus simultaneous crisis we're confronted to. And obviously, as with all other stakeholders, business will require some legal certainty, but also a complex system of nudges and incentives in order to integrate various sustainability objectives in their business strategies. Because I think, at the end, this is really what is going to produce a more resilient economy. So in this world, competition authorities should make the necessary investment in redefining their role and objective function in a broader context that takes into account, and I agree with Fred in this, various sorts of externalities, as well, and I will add their intergeneration effects, rather than focusing on the simple price effects of market power on a specific relevant market. So this, I think, could take place with integration of complex adaptive systems thinking in competition law that takes into account the non-linearity of the processes that we are facing and the interaction of different fields of human activity. Let's take a concrete example. In view of the technological development and the increased marketization and financialization, modern food chain systems have become increasingly complex. So complex systems obviously are prone to disruption as they're easily destabilized by both internal and exogenous shocks. And obviously this is also the reference I made before about these high impact and low probability events. So complex systems are characterized by negative cascade effects, the domino effect, which is caused by the non-linear interaction of the various parts and subsystems of a complex system. So the economic interdependency that is created by global trade and global supply chains may be factors to increase the severity of the impact of these high impact low probability events and could lead to significant cascade effects. For instance, if we look to modern supply chains, I mean, for many, many years, they have strived for efficiency and tended to cut costs, implementing just-in-time policies. But by the same, they actually increase their vulnerability to exogenous shocks. So the maximum tolerance for disruption in supply systems working under the just-in-time principle, in a report that I've seen back in 2018, was basically 1 week. So unexpected disruptions to the global production of agricultural commodities and supply chain could lead, therefore, to shortages of supply on the regional or even global levels, thus driving up prices and causing financial shocks and possibly social unrest. So there are various examples of studies, that explore the impact of these high impact low probability events. For instance, in a study in 2017, Wellesley and others have analyzed global food supply chains, basically looking to the volume and the value of staple foods passing through 14 maritime choke points. So combining this information with transportation networks, strategic food reserves, and environmental change, these study basically provided a deeper understanding of the risks associated with disruption to critical infrastructure created by a natural disaster or extreme weather events. So, and I would say, interesting insights from there were that the global supply, for instance, of grain is highly concentrated in specific regions. US, Brazil, and the Black Sea account for almost more than 50% of the global exports of wheat, rice, maize, and soybean. And just 6 countries export 70% of globally traded wheat, maize, and rice. Secondly, many countries are increasing their reliance on imported food due to population growth, changing diets, lack of resources. And thirdly, international trade is increasingly important for ensuring global food security. And basically, in this study, it identified these 14 choke points of strategic importance that in case something happened, basically this could expose the global food supply chain to disruptive hazards. So, and the COVID-19 basically pandemic somehow has proven a little bit these findings, in the sense that it disrupted both global and local food value chains at unprecedented levels. And of course, we have been facing the last year and a half and quite important increase of the prices of many foodstuffs, which are obviously essential for ensuring, obviously, the survival of population, particularly the most vulnerable one. And to a certain extent, we try to think about the role of computational and policy there. One might say, because we're facing a complex system, that market concentration could be one of the key components that could lead to a less sustainable and resilient complex system, food supply system. So high concentration in markets implies a centralized network structure. In centralized network structure, a few nodes connect to almost all other nodes, while the other nodes link only to the few highly central nodes. So centralized networks are thus on average less resilient than the decentralized networks. So, and this obviously shows that the role of computational and policy, in particular active enforcement of computational and policy, but also a more strategic perspective on somehow promoting the concentration to a certain extent, might possibly serve the objective of a more resilient economy. Now, of course, this is one aspect, in one dimension of the problem. The other one, as you mentioned before, and I think this came from Teresa, is the role of small and medium firms, and in particular the way we can enable them to make the transition, and to either to the digital economy or to the green economy. And if we take the green economy, for instance, and the challenge of sustainability, of environmental sustainability, we have a high impact, high probability event. Climate change. This is not a low probability event. We know it's happening.
We'll have another 3 minutes or 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm finishing. But also, to a certain extent, we'll need to offer to these small and medium firms that will need to make that transition and Obviously, the context differs from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. In Greece, we have an important amount of small and medium firms. More than 90% of our firms are basically small and micro enterprises, which face an important funding gap because of the difficulties that our banking system has endured during the last decade because of the crisis. So therefore, if we want actually these specific companies to make the transition effectively, to make the investments, they have to acquire the adequate size for attracting finance. And obviously, one way to do that is to move to more concentration, but I think that's probably not the best way to deal with that. Another way to deal with this issue is to enable them to form ecosystems, where they stay as independent players, and to a certain extent develop cooperative, obviously supervised by competition authorities and monitored initiatives to provide the necessary funds and incentives for investments in green growth. And this is exactly what we're trying to do in our new legislation by enabling the competition authority to take a no action enforcement letter, and to also, this is also what explains the sustainability sandbox we have put forward. And my last word is that the final dimension is, this is all great, but at the same time, we need to avoid these ecosystems to somehow move towards a more centralized framework by enabling the more powerful firm in the ecosystem orchestrator, to basically, exploit the dependence, either economic or technological, of the other firms in the ecosystem from the orchestrator. And that's also why, in order to complete basically this framework of opening up and providing small and medium firms a possibility to cooperate through this creation of these ecosystems, we need also to have provisions that sanction the abuse of the power that the ecosystem orchestrator has, in case, of course, this is an ecosystem of paramount importance for the Greek economy. And this is also one of the proposals I've made in our legislation. Unfortunately, as far as I know, the first issue, the sandbox and obviously the cooperation element has moved forward. There's more reticence from the government, as far as I understand, right now at this stage, to put forward the second aspect, which is, I think, extremely important, which is the avoidance of the abuse. But I think this is something that will probably happen in the future, in view also of the European debate that is currently happening, and which will be completed with the DMA in a couple of years maximum. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I think one element that you brought in, and which will have very serious consequences if they are not addressed, is the risk to global food supply chains, and how they are dealt with, especially because of the larger concentration. And this is something that we'll have to keep grappling with. I would now request Simon J. Evnet, who is Professor, University of St. Gallen in Switzerland. Let's once again look at the issue of multilateralism. I think you'll have some issues with what Pascal had raised. But more than that, I think it was important to see how, from your vantage point, you see the role that multilateralism can play, but more importantly, what are the impediments to bringing the discourse back to multilateralism, which seems to have moved away because of rising protectionism all over the world. Simon.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I will definitely come to the multilateralism part, but I also was asked to think a bit about the emerging roadmap for a resilient and inclusive economy. And these aspects also, I think, map into the discussion about multilateralism. So let me begin there, if I may. And let me preface my remarks by saying I'm very grateful to CUTS for the invitation to be able to speak at this conference. So when I have listened to, and I think I read quite widely also to the debates about resilient and inclusive economies, I have absolutely no problem, I think, with the objectives which have been articulated. But I wonder how far we have gone beyond that into tangible identification of reform options. let us take the phrase resilience. I do not sense that we have a clear understanding of what we're trying to accomplish here. In the case of perhaps medical goods, if we're really talking about ensuring security of supply, that might be a much better way to start coming at the problem, and trying to limit disruptions to supply. Indeed, one might want to think about this problem in terms of how can one reduce the probability of shortages, how can one reduce the length of shortages, and how can one reduce the size of shortages. And when one comes at the problem that way, then I think it's a lot easier to start addressing, or at least thinking of potential policy responses. But before one does that, I think it's very important to draw from precedent cases where we may have been able to learn something of importance here. And this is one area where the competition law community really has something to offer, because they have spent a lot of time worrying about what it takes to deliver security of supply, for example, of electricity. What is the optimal level of capacity needed to ensure that the lights don't go out? What levels of subsidization, or what form of subsidization and incentive is needed to ensure that level of capacity is delivered, which at the same time doesn't unduly distort electricity markets? And these types of precedent cases are ones where I would hope we could spend a bit more time, not necessarily on this panel, but at least in technocratic discussions, trying to put some flesh on the bones of this notion of resilience. Now, as the example of the security of supply of electricity shows, it is an important reminder of a basic principle in economics that there are no free lunches. And this also applies, I think, when one thinks about supply chain vulnerabilities and resilience. Some people argue that supply chains have concentrated sourcing too much from one or two countries, and are arguing for diversification. You read this recommendation all the time. But in the most detailed empirical analyses of what happens when firms do diversify their supply chains, we learn that it is costly and it adds to costs, and more importantly, it actually slows down the response to shocks. It's easier to coordinate responses to shocks with your suppliers when you have a smaller number of them. And these types of, I think, important trade-offs really need to get a lot more consideration, rather than the sort of reflexive discussion about resilience that we've been having to date. And so my first point here is, I firmly believe that the industrial organization and the competition law and policy community can add a lot to this discussion, and that this discussion really needs to get a lot more tangible faster. Otherwise, it will just remain one of these slogans. On the notion of inclusivity here, I have tried to think this through, and I'm well aware of the impact of the pandemic on different groups of people within society. The IMF's latest World Economic Outlook does a very nice job of giving the different breakdowns across societal groups. I think what we're essentially trying to discuss here is how to ensure the benefits of capitalism, of market economies, spreads beyond prime-aged employed males. That's, I think, ultimately, in a nutshell, what it is. Seen that way, we can then worry about, and rightly worry about, inclusivity of the young and the old, inclusivity along dimensions of race, gender, region, class, and religion. But essentially, I think what we're trying to get at is some notion of spreading benefits. But as that framing suggests, one approach is to go essentially tranche by tranche. What are you doing for old people? What are you doing for young people? What are you doing for women? What are you doing a lot for different regions and the like? And the fear is that as we proceed in this manner, we're going to get a lot of very potentially incoherent and fragmentary policies. So then I think the real question that we are not asking is whether or not we want to target policy, or whether we want to establish minimums across the board of outcomes that we would like to see, desirable outcomes that we like to see. I note, without necessarily endorsing it, that in Switzerland, where I'm based here, there's a very strong view that there should be a minimum income that people earn in the private sector if they're working full-time, no matter what their background is, and that we should design an economic system which delivers that minimum level of income. we have the similar views on access to health services and the like. And so I wonder if the targeted approach, or rather an across-the-board approach which emphasizes high minimums standards, is the right way to go. So these are my two thoughts on resilience and inclusivity. And the reason for dwelling on them is that both of them, of course, well, worries about both resilience and inclusivity have, of course, fed the backlash against globalization and multilateralism. So I will turn my comments to there now. Now, let me start with one statement which is one of strong agreement, which is that I too share the view that for a lot of different reasons and in a lot of different ways, we risk a highly fragmented global economy emerging. And I think this is, Pascal described the 5 gaps. If you look policy instrument by policy instrument or sector by sector, one can strongly make that case as well. And I think this is very much this should be the sort of the guiding policy for those of us trying to revive multilateralism. Should be one goal we should have is to try and avoid fragmentation as much as we possibly can, because there are huge benefits both in terms of scale and in risk reduction from having open markets. Now, when we turn to what are the threats to open markets, the sort of unilateralism that we see in a lot of government policy towards regulation, which is what Pascal alluded to, is indeed an area of concern. And it is a very difficult area, as he rightly says. Governments will not give up the right to regulate in certain key areas. In my view, they shouldn't either. The question is, how can we develop a series of principles which guide policymaking in a way which targets non-trade objectives and keeps the focus there? And we do have some in WTO law and practice, some very good principles associated with technical barriers to trade and sanitary and phytosanitary standards, which could provide a good starting point for differentiating between sort of the legitimate exercise of state power and more dubious exercises of state power as well. And I think these issues will become even more important as the digital economy unfolds, because we will have not just questions of privacy, which are important, but we're also going to have to deal with some fairly existential questions about artificial intelligence and how it should be regulated. I don't know if any of you have read Professor Tony Ord's book from Oxford on his assessment of the risks of existential risks to humanity. He places AI much higher than climate change, because he actually thinks this is a technology which could get very much out of control. And these are types of areas where we need to have some ground rules between governments so that they're not secretly developing AI for military purposes and this developing a dynamic which gets out of control. So I think there's some very, very, very serious, not just fragmentation issues, but potentially existential regulatory issues that we have to address at the multilateral level. The second area, which is perhaps more boring, but very, very important, is the incredible resort to subsidization that we have seen. And I'm referring here principally to corporate subsidies. I'm not talking about welfare state payments, foreign aid, or anything like this. Here, and this is what my team has documented at the Global Trade Alert, there has been an incredible expansion in the resort to subsidies over the past 10 years, even in regions of the world that think that they have subsidies under control. This is a growing problem, because if competition isn't on the merits, if competition is increasingly distorted by subsidies or offered by domestic and foreign governments, then it must really upset the calculus for not just trade relations, but also for all the work of competition law and agencies as well. So I would have thought that this is an area where the competition agencies and the trade community might come together and, again, try and figure out some sensible principles for how governments can resort to subsidies without causing too much cross-border harm. We need to ask hard questions about whether a subsidy is needed. All too often in Europe, I get the sense that we are subsidizing corporate activities to reduce, for example, the use of carbon or fossil fuels. We're doing that precisely because we don't have the guts to put in place a high enough carbon price and to stick with that. So in the absence of pricing right, we're subsidizing a lot. Europe is not the only place where that happens, but I fear that this is what's happening. So I think we need to look at the necessity of subsidies, whether they can be designed in a least distortive manner. So there's a lot, a very, very high, significant matters that we have to address multilaterally. There's clearly a case for those deliberations. But again, now we have to relate this to the reality which is on the ground. And the reality on the ground is one of sustained non-cooperation between governments. It reads and smells like the 1920s, to be frank. All the commercial histories of the 1920s resonate so much when I look at what I see going on at the moment. And the 1920s were full of G20 summits and international conferences and all the like, where all sorts of promises were made and routinely broken. And we know where the 1920s ended up. So we ended up, so we have, I think, a very, very troubling situation. With respect to the WTO Secretariat, I share the view that there's a huge imbalance between what the members can do and what the Secretariat can do. And I must say the Secretariat, in my view, was substantially weakened for 7 years under the previous Director General, who did not incentivize in any way the Secretariat to act independently or think at all. And so I fear we have a job of recovering the capabilities inside the Secretariat, as well as trying to get the members to talk to one another much more. If COP26 is anything to go by, the near-term prospects are that on the multilateral discussions, anything requiring global agreement is likely to be heavily watered down, and most of the action will be in what we call in trade terms joint statement initiatives, that is coalitions of the willing moving together. And maybe it has to be like that in order to build, get governments back into the habit of cooperating. Maybe that's where we have to start and moderate our expectations for progress in the near term. But ultimately our goal is to address these bigger picture issues of fragmentation, which Pascal mentioned, and which I wholeheartedly endorse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. There was a lot of points for to ponder upon, and going forward, I think you have given a lot of ideas on which we can build the discussions as well as the research for the future. Final speaker for the biennial for this session, Alan Asher, who's Chair and Managing Consultant Foundation for Effective Markets and Governance, Australia. You are the last speaker of the biennial, Alan, and therefore, what do you think should be the takeaways from what we have heard in the last 2 days? And what would be your thoughts on our future research and advocacy agenda? Alan.
Well, thanks for that. And I've actually enjoyed the 2 days, and I've actually sat through every session, partly because I've had some time off and to escape from other less pleasant things that I've been happy to do that. So it's just on 1 a.m. here in Sydney on Thursday, and that makes me even more reflective. But when I look again at the goal that we had for this valedictory session, emerging roadmap for a resilient and inclusive economy, I have to say I don't see an emerging roadmap at the moment. I don't see any indicators of resilience, and certainly I don't see any indicators of a move to inclusivity. So I guess instead we take those as aspirations or perhaps policy goals that we might set. And what I'd like to do, though, is observe that in talking about a roadmap, it's pretty useful to ask the question, well, a roadmap to where? Where is it that this road is taking us? And in order to close in on that, and I've listened, as I say, to each of, I think there are more than 30 or so presentations, I've been asking myself, well, where is it that we're coming from? Because so many of the presentations and perspectives come from diverse areas, whether it's diverse geographically or in policy terms or in orientation too, aspects of markets or intervention. Where do we want to go to? And finally, how will we get there? And that probably is the key to this. But I have to say that I'm rather disappointed that overall there seemed to be not a lot of recognition in the conference of many of the really hard-won but strongly contested elements of our existing global framework. And I'm saying that's where we came from. And I think many of those ought to be things that we place a lot more emphasis on as we seek to ensure that policies and institutions and regulators and people do the things that were in the visions for those frameworks. And I start off with things like the UN set of principles on competition back in 1980, and I think there's nothing wrong with going back to those as we look at the desire to bring improved economic efficiency and consumer welfare, especially to developing countries. But increasingly, we see these very same principles being ignored in developed economies as well at great cost. We see especially the work that's been done, and Fred has been a champion of this, the OECD norms, and even though they're not multilateral instruments, they may as well be, because they've had incredible effect around so much of the world, and so much of it outside OECD member states too. So I think that's a huge, it's not just a heritage, but a powerful resource. And then the UN guidelines for consumer protection, not just the 2015 version, but right back to 1985. There are incredible principles there that have driven reforms and consumer welfare measures in more than 100 countries, and I've had the privilege of working in quite a few of those. But perhaps, to my mind, this whole conference and this whole state of being about moving towards an inclusive society is best encapsulated in the thinking behind the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And that I've been very interested, firstly, in its development, but the extent to which global policy actors, global civil society organizations, even corporations really did buy into so many of those goals, and alleviation of poverty and hunger and health and well-being and many of those things. It turns out, in my view, that the instruments of trade policy, competition policy and law, and consumer protection have already made quite considerable contributions in all of those areas, and many of the others besides, affordable clean energy and the rest. And that I'm asserting that we ought to not be so lightly abandon this framework, this heritage, this source of things that so many of us spent a good part of our working lives in developing and administering. And that if we're looking for somewhere to go, then maybe the first place is to go back to some of those to see how they can be more effectively implemented. I have to say that during the session, and I heard the summary from the rapporteurs, and my own summary was that one of expressions of diminished multilateralism, of growing skepticism of competition agencies, doubt about the value of trade, growing protectionist impulses, and abandon in use of state aids and grants, of growing market concentration. And we heard some rather devastating information from the OECD about that, with negative impacts on consumers, growth in margins, inequality, concentration ratios, and especially in digital platforms, all things which many of those policies, competition policies and others, were really designed to either reverse or at least temper. And so we see a lot of sliding that's been happening there, and that's led to a lot of growth in inequality. And that's, I think, something that needs to be addressed. There have been also a focus at the conference on COVID relief and the way in which institutions have responded to that. In fact, high levels of rhetoric concerning COVID relief around the world, but very poor performance. And we see in things like the resistance by some nation states and businesses to the TRIPS waiver, or at least technology transfer, shows that much of the thinking and many of the principles that went into those UN development goals are really just paper thin. And the G20 goal of 40% vaccination of the world's population by the end of this year is so laughably off target that that we should be distressed at that. Similarly, I was looking also at the 2021 scorecard for the Agenda for Sustainable Development, and it's very hard to find any of the indicators there that show material progress. Some show some, lots show none, and quite a few actually show that things are declining. And so if we want to look for an agenda for action, why don't we go to those very things where the global community, global institutions, businesses, and civil society all found these things to be some of the most important things we could be doing over this next decade and from 2015, and that we ought to be looking to use those existing framework instruments, competition, trade, consumer protection, and other measures to do something about those. That chart is very distressing, and so I think it is appropriate for us to at least contemplate some sort of an action plan. In my view, though, as I've already indicated, that doesn't require starting afresh. It actually requires us to go back to what we've done, what we've agreed, what we've achieved, and doing a bit more rebuilding. Now, why, you might say, would governments be motivated to change the way they're doing things? Interventions in markets, bypassing competitive processes, lashing out with subsidies, using reckless forms of industry policy and all of those. Well, I think there's a built-in limitation to that, and that once we see governments starting to run out of the capacity for quantitative easing in their finance policies, once we see their populace starting to react against some sky-high deficits, I think over the next 3 to 5, or perhaps even longer, but years, the governments are going to have to start reining in much of that largesse, and they're going to be confronted with the desperate need to do something about the reinvigoration of national economies, regional economies, and things like international trade and domestic competition, efficiency, and things are going to become not simply because they're good things to do, they're going to be necessary things to do. And I say that as somebody living in a country where in the mid-80s, the economic performance of Australia was bumping along the bottom of many averages, and that the economy was very inefficient, and regulations were failing to meet their needs, that many businesses were rent-seeking, and that after a period of 10 or 15 years of serious reform, that was turned around. It wasn't because people wanted to do it, it was because people had to do it. And I think that many governments are going to be confronted with that same issue. Our goal, I think, is in institutions, whether it's the OECD or UNCTAD or World Health Organization, WIPO, and those others that really are in a position to assist, especially developing countries, into policies to implement, is to reinvigorate some of those things. Just one small illustration, and I'm sure many others could be given. But I have, over the last 5 or 6 years, spent a good part of my time
need to conclude
working,
in another 1 minute or so.
yes, working in the ASEAN countries, the 10 ASEAN countries, Myanmar, Cambodia, Vietnam, and others, and that I see there that the level of implementation of things like the UN Consumer Protection Guidelines, or for that matter, the competition set or other measures, are extremely patchy and poor. And that while many of them speak about it as a good goal, most of them have simply failed to understand or failed to be able to do that. And my big action point for this conference is that we go back to some of those basics and try and build on them. As a specific, though, for COVID, with the Ministerial Council coming up in just a couple of weeks, I think there is an opportunity for all members of this conference to do what they can to persuade national governments to do a little bit more about the COVID waiver or some of the other proposals put there that really might break this logjam with getting vaccines to the other 90% of the world's population. And that's my take on what we could and should be doing.
Thank you. You have been provocative, and you have also helped me in being able to dodge the requirement of summing up the conference, because you've done it beautifully. But now we have another 10, 12, 13 minutes. So I would say, if there is from the audience, if they have a question, please raise your hand. But in the meanwhile, I would suggest there would be a lot of issues that have been thrown up, and now the panelists may like to respond to some of those. So I will open it up for the panelists to begin the conversation. So as Alan had said, we'll have to start talking to each other. So I hope you have some things that you would like to discuss from what everyone has said here. One thing I can certainly say is that whereas we have spoken of a lot of things, we also speak of multilateralism. We have spoken about going back to the principles, as Alan had said, about UN principles, UN guidelines, and 2030 agenda. Also the climate change, the COP26 which just concluded. One big issue, and which is the elephant in the room, which nobody wishes to acknowledge, is the question of financing. There is a major issue of first costing the change. And when you're saying that you go to Cambodia, Laos, or Vietnam, or other countries, and you find that these principles are being implemented in a very patchy fashion, it would be interesting if we start quantifying the cost to a country, especially if it's a developing country, if it's a emerging market economy. What is the cost to the economy to make this transition? Even in terms of SDGs, the quantification has been there. I mean, how much money is required? But the question is, where is this money going to come from? We have seen in the last, since 2008, most of the economies, especially the developing, emerging market developing economies, have had a very great fiscal stress. They don't have the headrooms to borrow, they don't have the headroom to increase taxes, to be able to mop up more resources. But the needs and the demands of a global multilateral cooperation in terms of affecting the change that we are talking about requires a huge amount of financing and funding. If you recall, in 2009, as far as climate fund is concerned, all the countries together, the advanced economies put together and said they are going to put $100 billion in the kitty for making this change. Now, 12 years down the line, we hardly see any fund coming into that climate change, the kitty. So the question is, we can talk about principles, we can talk about all these things. And I think one of the reasons for protectionism also is this, because when the countries are not able to galvanize enough resources to be able to deal with the cost of change, then they begin to start looking inwards and start doing things on their way in the manner in which they believe they can do it. In the long run, it may not be helpful. But then the question is, as is for people, long run, everyone is dead. So you don't know when you're going to be able to get to that point. And this is true for subsidies and other issues that have been raised. So are there any questions from, I don't see there are any questions from the audience. So I take this opportunity of thanking all of you. I think we have taken down very important points that have been raised here. I'm very sure.
Frederick has raised his hand, sir.
Sorry?
Fred has raised his hand, please.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was looking at the screen because there is a hand there on the screen which says raise hand. So anyway, so Frederick, you would like to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to make two very short comments. One on the very interesting presentation by Simon Evanet, and the other one on the summary and synthesis by Alan Asher. I think that Simon is right in saying that we should think about resilience in a more practical way. And therefore we should deepen our understanding of what we mean by resilient economy. And I think that there are two ways, I mean, in my mind, I mean, there are many other possible distinctions, but one of the distinctions is an economy which is resilient in the sense that it can overcome difficulty that it is facing. And the other way is an economy which is resilient in the sense that it can be flexible enough to adapt to this difficulty and move on from this difficulty, to reallocate its resources. And that's why I think that introducing flexibility, and in particular, all the policies that would make labor much more flexible, are a way to help the resilience as well as probably to contribute to the inclusiveness, because I think that this is really where the obstacle is. There are people who are stuck in situations which are unfavorable to them, and they cannot move on to more promising areas. either because the educational policy is not there, or because the mobility policy is not there, or because there is no attempt to help them move. So I really think that this idea of flexibility is quite important. The second comment I wanted to make was on Alan Asher's rendering. I think that one should not underestimate the cultural shock, I would say, of competition authorities. All over the world, we have reflections on what competition law enforcement, what competition law policy should be really about. And this is, of course, brought about by the digital sector and the fact that our tools are not very well adapted, but also by the reactions and the justified reaction to the fact that the previous or the old ways of thinking about competition has led to a lot of unfairness and a lot of hardship for a large number of people, and this is not acceptable. So in a context like OECD, the first thing that you see is that the question of whether the goals of competition should be wider than we have construed them in the past is very much on the table. And I would not discount a global evolution in that direction. The second one, of course, which has been mentioned before, is the clear understanding that the digital sector absolutely requires cooperation at two levels. One of them is at the level of regulations. We see that there are 7 different projects in the US, there are projects in the UK, there's the DMA in Europe, there are projects in Australia. I mean, it's quite clear that all those regulatory projects have to come to some kind of consistency. Otherwise, we are not only going to lose all the benefit from the digital sector, but just create more difficulties. So I think there's a very strong sense that the second area is, of course, on enforcement. Right now, there are 19 national cases against Apple on the same issues. Okay. So does it make sense for competition authorities all around the world to each spend an enormous amount of resources on the Apple case when the Apple case is exactly the same as the Apple case, which is in another country, because we're talking about issues on governance of Apple. So there's a very strong desire to move to new corporations, to go further than was the case in the past because of the territoriality of the digital sector. So I believe that just both this push towards new goals, deeper cooperation, and increased flexibility, and flexibility which is organized in order to allow the transitions, to allow the adaptation to get more resilient system are very much on the table.
Yes, new laws, Fred, but I think there's also a good case for saying that over the last decade and a half or so, many authorities have strayed away from the enforcement of their existing laws and sort of lost a bit of the goals of those two. And I think that's often what people are reacting against, not the problems of competition policy, but the failure from authorities to implement it in a way that genuinely provides efficiency gains that lead to consumer welfare.
I agree. I'm just saying that I think that there's wide realization that this is something that has to be corrected, even in the competition community.
Arvind, if I may?
Yes, please.
Yeah, see, when we talk in terms of resilience, we'll have to do some out-of-box thinking. The only problem is that who will do the out-of-box thinking? It's the people or governments or intermediate agencies, one doesn't know. At the moment, as I see, we are into some kind of paralysis on many fronts because of the pandemic and so on. If you look at the failure of international vaccination, rich countries are hoarding vaccines as against the poor countries. Say Africa, for example, the coverage is hardly 2.5%. And US, Europe, and many other countries are hoarding vaccines. And every time you hear WTO Director General Ngozi speak about it, Pascal Lamy spoke about it, that look, vaccine is the issue that we need to deal with in terms of the current kind of thing. So what the example I'm taking of vaccines is that, do you think we can think of anything beyond normal welfare? We are not able to do that globally. This is a big problem. There is a governance deficit, there is a political deficit. And I think Arvind mentioned this also in his remarks. Secondly, Fred, I agree with you that what is also happening, there is a current of dialogue going on in many countries that we require more cooperation rather than competition. And here, this is something which you need to think about. It's an Oriental concept, and including, as you find in Caribbean, for example, and there's still a lot of cooperation which is going on rather than rivalry as competition. But friendship as part of the competition. So this is something which we need to understand, that we cannot have a one-size-fits-all. In any case, we cannot think about competition as a Western concept, which continues to look at things that, survival of the fittest. It may not, as you know, I mean, there's a very famous adage that competition kills competition. So we have to think about that. And the third thing, which is, I'm tempted to say that Alan made some very important points, but Alan, again, this goes back to the first point what I mentioned, is that where is that level of appreciation or that thinking which we can think and we can push forward in order to promote welfare? That's, again, I mean, can you improve the democracy of vaccine distribution? Or as somebody said that, what we are inheriting, I think it was Phil Evans who said this in the last session, quoting some famous authors that took, we are facing a distributed inequity. So what is going to happen in future is something which is still very dark, and therefore all the efforts that we can make and think about may not turn out to be as easy as you can think. I mean, in spite of all the policy instruments and the documents agreed to at internationally. On the other hand, I mean, then I can go on and on. There is a US-China rivalry which is going on. So there is other than a North-South divide, there is an East-West rivalry also. So, I'm a little puzzled. But anyway, thank you, Arvind. I think we're another 2 minutes short.
Thank you very much. I think we are just going to be concluding on time, which itself is a great achievement. And so,
and a first for any CUTS conference, I might say.
Yes, that's why I think Pradeep puts me in the last session, so that because I am always hungry at 8 o'clock. So
I'm sorry, I can't offer you dinner, Arvind.
I know, virtual dinner perhaps. But thank you very much. I think it was fascinating to hear all of you, and you have been able to bring so many perspectives to this question. I'm really quite enthused. I think we will, once the proceedings are drawn up, perhaps Pradeep would also apply his mind to it. But we will, I think, put together certain areas on which I think we need to concentrate and do a little more work. And then also do a lot more advocacy around the world with governments to see that we can at least get some of these going in the coming near future. Thank you very much, and have a nice evening. And thank you very much, Pradeep.
Let me thank all of you once again on behalf of CUTS-CIRC, and look forward to seeing you very soon. Again, virtually.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.